Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon Bracy and the wildest wake up morning show salute. Big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute. Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? What up, Phil James? Good day to you, sir. How you feeling today? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. How about you? Damn it. This world is getting crazier and crazier. I'll tell you that. It's wild out here. I don't know why it's so wild and crazy out here, but it is. Let me fix these things. All right, those things have changed. Why is it so crazy out here in the world today? What is going on? It's like I'm living in some kind of TV episode. I feel like I'm in the Truman Show. That's what I feel like. I feel like I'm in the Truman Show. Aliens are real now? This world is crazy. This world is completely upside down. Man, you're turning me inside out. It's kind of crazy, man. The craziest part about it seems like, man, the best thing you can ever do as a content creator is start a little scandal. The best thing to get any kind of love and recognition is start a little scandal. I promise y'all. That's what y'all want. I could write a goddamn script. I could get me something nice, something that's completely opposite of my wife. I could start doing some shows with her, do some fake innuendos, and get y'all to say, is Sharon doing X, Y, and Z? Start saying some real degenerate things. Because that's what it seems like really works. Let me drink some water. God damn it. Should be crazy. You know how we like to start our day. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back. So I could feel that great productive energy. I'm a little tired too, so I'm gonna need all the energy. I'm gonna need it. Life of Boca said, yeah, man. They love the BS. Maybe I just need to write a script of BS, play it to a T, let it lay out. So, clout chase into all of the other social media platforms and just say a bunch of BS. Because look, I could bullshit with the best of them. I ain't gonna lie. I can absolutely, they ain't saying nothing slick to a can of oil. I could go ahead and get it popping. Write me, who will help me write the script? Let me see. Put a 1 in the chat. If you're going to help me write the messy script so we could get our own YouTube podcast reality love and hip hop show. You got my back, life. And watch how it play out. It's gonna be epic. It's going to be phenomenal. And we'll have a good time. All right, so Life of Bogus says she is or he, that's a she, right? They got my back. We are going to do it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, that bread looks good. Thank you so much. Shout out to the Cash App. It says, congrats, over 7,000 subs. Good day. Thank you so much. Thank y'all so much. We've been out here grinding, man. Despite what people are trying to say and what they are trying to do, we are out here grinding.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
And I'm tempting to do the best, man. Thank y'all, man. Like, thank you to all the SBG unit. Speaking of that, did y'all see Jim Jones getting locked out of his own studio? Because he don't want to pay the rent. 50 Cent is diabolical. God damn. They got that. They calling him Kung Fu Jones. Because he got to his place, they locked up the doors, they turned off the electricity, and he was in there kicking the damn door. Boom, boom, to break into his own studio. Jeez, oh, that is kind of crazy. All right, he's renting it out of a building. So, yeah, his equipment was in there. So he's like, he's going to get it one way or another. It's kind of crazy. Let me see. I think I got the video, too. I think I got it. Let me see. It would be, I think so. Let me see. Did I save it? I don't know. I might not have. No, I did not. I'll have to find it. I don't know where it's at. Oh, God, you got a dark-skinned man blushing. God damn it. You got a dark-skinned man blushing.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Conversations with MJ with the toy ball. Good day, Sharon. Thank you. I feel that. Congrats, bro. Thank you so much. Still want my 5, though. You know why. Yes, I understand. I'm about to get BTA. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all that you do. Thank you. Helping me out so much. Can't do this without y'all. I really can't. Shout out to the beautiful Natasha Vince. Good day to the Bracy Brunch. Sharon and Anya. You want to show off your beautiful bread? Looks good, smells good, and it tastes good. Good day to you, Haitian Sensation One. I want to know if MJ, you want to show it off?
It's hot.
All right.
Don't drop them.
Okay. That's that beautiful sourdough. See all the nooks and crannies on it. Yeah. Delicious and healthy. There you go. It is hot. It's fresh out the goddamn oven. I don't know how we're gonna send it international yet. We only could sell it locally, but you know, we're doing our damn thing, Platinum Dose. Oh, Natasha says she wants some. I don't know, maybe we could get, hopefully soon we could get some kind of like alien technology where we just put it in like this device and it just zaps to the location. We don't even gotta do no delivery no more. Because y'all know aliens is real. Put a 1 in the chat. Y'all believe aliens is real. You don't believe aliens are real? MJ said, you know I'll be at the yes, Natasha. Barack Obama said they're gonna get the alien technology and we're gonna have a Star Trek transporter for bread and humans. We ain't gonna need no cars no more. We ain't gonna need no airplanes and none of that. What you mean? Hold on, let me see. Do y'all believe aliens is real? What y'all believe? I'm curious. Put a one in the chat. You believe aliens are real? I want to know. What are y'all thoughts now that we all nice and grown? What is y'all thoughts? Because I do find it. What Tyranny said yes. That's how Teddy know her stuff is all good the way how it is. She must have that alien stuff down there. That's what she said. She said, listen here, I know my stuff is X, Y, and Z. I was like, Teddy, that's my Gemini sister. We don't play. We don't play. That's right. We don't care what nobody else say. We the best in the world, right, Teddy? That was one of my favorite things you said. That was so good and funny. Lord have mercy. What? Detroit said he believed in the aliens too? Not the goddamn octopus or the damn. Not the octopus or the aliens. But let's see. This is what they've been saying lately.
Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the president of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens? Couple questions here. Are aliens real?
They're real.
Hey, Bubba Homeschool. Hey, look. Hey, we gotta watch out for those spiders, man. Those spiders and those octopuses is something up with them. I don't know what up with them. Coochie Coo says aliens equals demons. Damn, that's how we know some of these women, man, they gotta be aliens because they vagina it'd be so good. It gotta be a demon in that thing. Those goddamn spiders and frogs, Kulu. We gotta be careful. You know, humans eat more spiders than a little bit. Maybe we ain't eat them. Maybe they going inside, taking over our brains and minds. I don't know. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. But I do find it interesting. What do y'all think if we was to ask Donald Trump about the very same thing? What you think Donald Trump is going to say? Yeah, T-Dub, you know, them sex demons, goddamn, they be those damn sex demons, goddamn it. They have you caught up. They have you caught up in a spell. It's hard to break, goddamn it. Put a one in the chat if you think Donald Trump is going to double down and say, yes, Barack Obama was telling the truth and aliens are real and we are going to release all the files and we're going to have the goddamn Star Trek teleportation situation going on. Donald Trump here is the alien. Okay. I'm here for it. It's Fully on Friday. We're going to have a good time. We're going to talk our shit, have a good time. That's it. I don't know. Unless y'all want to talk about possible cheating husbands and side chicks. You let me know. If you want to talk about cheating husbands and side chicks, it is Fully on Friday. We could talk about those things too. I don't think so, Natasha. I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can do that as well. Like, you know, it's up to y'all. We can just go ahead and review, and we could talk about gossip all we want. That'd be fun as well. You know, we could do that. Yeah. I don't mind that as well. If y'all want, we could gossip a little bit. Clearly, I enjoy gossiping too. Me, not so much. What up, studio? Good day to you. Let's see if President Trump, he's taking some questions on the way to Georgia. Let's see what he says. Let's see if they bring it up.
I would love to have China and Russia. They've been invited. Yeah.
Something that got a lot
You
of
need both. You need all persuasions. No discrimination.
something that got a lot of attention this week. Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know.
So aliens are real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that.
Well,
He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
well, if the president can declassify anything that he wants to, so if you want to make an announcement.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
We know illegal aliens are real.
Yeah, illegal. Only illegals. What else?
What do you, based on what you've been told, what do you think happened to those
I
guys?
would love to have China and Russia. They've been invited. Yeah.
So we got Donald Trump saying, hey, listen, I don't know. I haven't seen the aliens neither. He have no idea. But I'm pretty sure Barack Obama and Charlemagne the God would have a beautiful conversations about aliens. No, I'm just saying. That's not what he said, but Tony said he just admitted it. She don't care. She don't care. He admitted it. But I do find it interesting that he said he's going to save Barack Obama by declassing the information that Barack Obama released to the public about classified information about aliens. And no, we ain't talking about deportation type of aliens. No. We talking about from another world. Tyranny, we talking about from another world. A whole new world. Now, I just want to know, do we actually put a 1 in the chat if you actually want to see aliens? Do you want to see them? What if you find out that your person that you were sleeping with was an alien? And Lil Wayne looks like one, by the way. Like, would you feel any different if it was like just like the movie when you put on the glasses? Now you could see them that they live amongst you. Like they've been your girlfriend your whole time, but you put these glasses on, and now all of a sudden you could see their actual form. Would you be upset? Would you keep on taking that alien peen? Would you keep on putting your peen inside of that alien vagina? They Live. That's the movie. Thank you, Tyranny. They Live. Would you look at your kids and you see them half alien now? What are you going to do? What are we going to do?
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Kulu live streaming with the 10 Boy says Lex Wexner was interviewed by Oversight Committee, and during it, his lawyer whispered in his ear and said, I will unalive you if you answer another question about the Rothschilds. Now it's about aliens. Send me, Kulu, where's this video? What? I'm gonna have to go find that. Where am I going to find that video? That is crazy. That's wild. Detroit Coalition said he arrived to see the PDF president in prison before wanting to see an alien. Absolutely. And that's why, when MJ brought it up yesterday about the South Korea arresting a president is kind of important, right? Not kind of, it is important. because he was a president that was attempting to, I don't know if most people know about the story or not. This is why, it is important that we do pay attention to politics over everywhere else as well. Because he was kind of very similar to what Donald Trump was doing in the beginning, how it was ramping up to look like what it was, the martial law. So he, in South Korea, he tried to push out a martial law against South Korea, against his people, right? He was using the military against the people, but over in South Korea, the people decided to fight back. They decided to fight back. They didn't just fight back, they also won the fight and took his ass to court, locked his ass up, threw away the key. His ass is doing life. Because you tried to try to rule with an iron fist. People said we ain't having it. So that's why it is important. So you better back down. You better calm your ass down. And today is an open panel. It is Fool Your Friday. We're having a good time. We're going to get you through your work day, whatever it is that you're doing, get you through your gym. We got booties jiggling. Yes. Stop distracting. Yeah, saying like he was wilding over there in South Korea. He was trying to take over the whole goddamn country, and and the people fought back. They locked his ass up and gave his ass like South Korea. Shout out to them. Shout out to people by not giving in. That's what's up. It's a lesson learned for his ass too. Hold on, somebody sent me something. Let me go check it out.
Check your IG.
I'm about to check it right now. Hold on. Uh-oh. Let me see. Hot mic. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if they play. Goddamn advertisements. Hold on. We're going to skip the ad. Hold on. All right. That's what we're going to do. They sent me the video. We're going to watch it together. You know what I'm saying, MJ? I got to focus, goddammit. Got me all messed up. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, they say he was jokingly saying it, huh? All right, let's see. Let's see what's said.
I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome, and she said, "Yeah, I know how to do this." And I said, "Well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff?" And she said, "Well, yeah, I could do that." So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Answer the question.
Okay.
A discrete.
That's crazy to get threatened live. He looked like a goddamn alien for sure. He looked like an alien for sure just now. I'm gonna see if I can find where they have it where it's not. I'm gonna see if I can find where they didn't blur out what he actually said. Damn, that is crazy. Kulu, that is insane.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
What is that? Okay, get that out of here. All right, there we go. That is crazy. Kulu, live streamer said that lawyer is one Trump lawyer that represented him on his classified documents case. That's even scarier. I mean, the old guy did laugh it off, maybe because he's old. Maybe that's why he laughed it off. But doesn't mean that the threat is anything less than threatening. Absolutely, studios. That is insane that he said that on the hot mic that he will unalive your ass if you keep on. That is crazy. I got to see if I can find the unedited version of it. That is wild. Like, if this was written in a movie, people wouldn't even believe it. Like, they'd be like, man, that's a little too far-fetched. They would say that is too far-fetched. See, maybe this is one of the goddamn aliens right here. Turn off the TV. And this might be one of the aliens right here. All right, let me see. He said, all right, we got an unedited version. Let me see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, we got an unedited version. This is crazy. This is crazy. He said it's mind control. It's mind control? All right. Let's see about this. Is this mind control?
Question regularly done. Answer the question. Question regularly done. Answer the question. Question.
Oh, could y'all hear it? They said that's a joke. Good day, Maya Reed. Man, even though I know he tried to laugh it off and he understood where he was at, that and it kind of was, it was pretty clear. That was pretty clear. That was pretty clear. That is wow. I don't even know what to think about that, to be honest with you. I don't even know what to think about that, to be honest with you. For a lawyer to be that bold to say it and to have that kind of whisper skills, he whispered better than my goddamn 3-year-old. To be that bold, or hey. Woo. Wow, Jay Villa, that was insane to me. I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of wild. Because that was very clear that he said, I will effing kill you if you answer that question about the files, okay? Man, I don't know what is going on in this world today. I don't know how in the world that this whole thing turned into a reality TV show. I don't know if I'm watching Scandal or I don't even know what TV shows this was, but this is crazy. What's up, Uprise? This is just wild to hear somebody said like when we see these things like Night Manager or Night Agent or Scandal and Olympus Down and all these other things, like we be looking at these things and things just blow up, houses blowing up, cars just flying off the side of the road, and none of this stuff be seeming real. But it is absolutely 100% real life. That's the scary part about it. Sometimes I begin speechless. Sometimes I do get speechless because I just can't believe some of the things that I'm old enough to live through. Sometimes I just can't believe that I'm old enough to live through these conspiracies, all the things that I've been through. Like, man, we thought the previous generation had it tough with them going through the World War I, World War II, the Depression. I don't know. Assassinations, fighting for rights. But then you got us, our generation. Man, we've been going through some things. We've been going through some things. We went through something that nobody even went through in history before. We went through a pandemic. So we encountered all those things that previous generations had. And now also we are uncovering that it's possibly aliens and vampires. Now they're trying to say that Aaron Toulouse says we're not that bad. I don't know. We went through some things. They trying to say that we got vampires, aliens. Everything in the government is corrupt. Everything that we've been seeing as a child growing up was not even real. All these people that we gave all the praise to us, thinking that they was rich and wealthy and successful and talented, that was all a lie. Now all the so-called used to be celebrities that was so great at talent and successful and have all these goddamn attributes, they doing the very same thing that I'm doing today. I thought you was the talented one. I'm just a little old YouTuber. Seems like things are changing. Shit is weird out here. Like, so, let me see if I find it. Hold on. Y'all don't believe that it's vampires? I don't know if it's vampires are real or not. I don't know. Let me show you something that somebody sent me, though. How about this? Hold on. Let me show you this. This is another crazy. Vampires and aliens gotta be. It's something going on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me share my screen again. Let me share my screen again. Look at this craziness. Look at this.
Blood Boy?
From 2004 to 2014.
Don't think I'm stupid, but what's a Blood Boy?
So when somebody parties too hard or isn't living right, they want a fresh blood in their system, right? I didn't drink, smoke weed, I didn't eat pork, none of that. Diddy saw me and he was like, yo, I got a job for you. He was like, I want that blood. And I was like, whoa. And he drops 10 grand on the table.
10 large.
Yeah. He said, I want.
So I'm gonna turn because I don't like that it has that music in the back. So since we got the caption up, we're just gonna have to y'all just had to read it together. God damn it. Y'all know how to do some work. We don't have to read it. How about that? Because I don't want them to hit me with no goddamn. I'm trying to steal some goddamn music. Yeah, so this is crazy. So we literally got this man sucking up this man's blood so he can stay looking young. What is this? What is this? So now we saying that Puff is some kind of goddamn vampire. From 2004 till he got locked up, he was using this man's blood to stay looking young. And then the moment that he got locked up, all of a sudden he starts aging.
It's like Ellen, right? Are they like close friends?
Who?
Ellen, the Elliot.
Ellen DeGeneres?
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Like Elliot now, right?
Goddamn. Elliot. What's her name? Elliot? What's her name? Degenerate? What's her name? Elliot Degenerate?
Ellen.
What is this lady's name? Elliot the Degenerate.
It's Ellen.
Is oh.
Ellen.
All right, Aaron Tulugas, he trying to ish on us. Hold on, what Aaron saying? He trying to say he was born in the 1900s and lived a decently long life. World War I, Spanish flu, the Red Summer, the Great Depression, the Great Migration, Jim Crow, World War II, the Korean War, plus the Epsteins of the world was still around. Don't you try to make me feel like they had a harder time. No, my era, my generation had a harder time. See, oh, my bad. I was calling her by the wrong name. I thought it was Elliot. I thought it was Elliot the Degenerate. My bad. My fault. Because clearly she's been my bad. I thought her name was I just realized that it was a female. I didn't know. Because have y'all seen her lately? Shit. She looked crazy. I thought that was Elliot the Degenerate. My bad. But clearly, she was one of those people that was drinking up the goddamn blood, too. She was one of the people that was drinking up. She's a goddamn vampire. Puff Daddy's a goddamn vampire. And now we dealing with aliens. This is crazy out here. This is more than just witnessing things through social media. One thing for sure, they thought social media I think social media is a distraction, but at the same time, it is the quickest way we could get any kind of information out to the public. And I think it's backfiring on them tremendously. I think at one time we was all focused and we was always just like social media, but all of it is changing. Nobody cares a damn about no goddamn Instagram model as much anymore. This whole red pill ideology, that shit is dying as well. Even though there's a few people still trying to hold on to it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. With the Epstein files riling up, we got this man getting threatened. Literally, he got threatened by his lawyer, which was used to be some kind of representation of Donald Trump as well. He was once a Donald Trump lawyer. He said, "I will effing kill you if you answer another question about these Epstein's files." Okay, he said that live on a hot mic. His own lawyer. And then now we got Barack Obama talking about aliens are real. I ain't see it. And now we got Donald Trump saying, I'm going to release the files or anything that got anything to do with aliens. So we got aliens. We got Count Dracula. I don't know. It seems like every time America gets bored, somebody brings up aliens. Not healthcare, not taxes, aliens. Because nothing unites this country like the possibility of little green dudes judging us. So now Barack Obama comes out saying aliens are real, but I haven't seen them. They're not at Area 51. And the whole country is like, hold up. At least I'm like, hold up. How you know they real if you ain't seen them? This is like, now think about it. This is like saying Bigfoot exists because your cousin swears he saw him at the Walmart. Obama said it too smooth. Like he was giving a TED talk. Aliens are real, but I cannot confirm their location. That is not a statement. That's a riddle. And then Donald Trump jumps in like, that's classified. And maybe I'll save Obama by declassifying the alien file. Save him? Save him from what? Our curiosity? Trump talking about aliens like he's teasing a goddamn Netflix special. Stay tuned, folks. Maybe we'll release the truth. Maybe I won't. Maybe the aliens voted. Who knows? And America's sitting there like, can y'all please stop playing with us? I'm like, can you please stop playing with me? Just let us know if ET is real, because here's the thing. Every president knows something. They get sworn in. They get the nuclear codes. And then some minds whispers also, they might be aliens. Good luck. And every president reacts differently. Obama probably handled it cool. Okay, aliens. Let's stay calm, stay rational, stay presidential. Trump probably, aliens. Do they have money? Can they vote? Can we build a hotel on Mars? It's the funny part. Both of them are talking about here. It's like they discussing a neighbor nobody met. Obama's like, they're real, but I haven't seen them. And Trump, he's like, hey, I seen the files, but you can't. Meanwhile, the aliens, if they are watching, they are probably confused. Why do humans keep arguing about us? We haven't even landed yet. And us, the public, we losing our goddamn eyes. Half the country is like, finally, the truth. That. It's like, don't distract us. We got real problems. And the rest of us are like, look, if aliens show up, can they fix the economy? So let's be honest. If aliens come down tomorrow, America would immediately try to monetize it. There'll be merch. I'll survive first contact in 2026. There'll be influencers. Hey guys, today I'm doing a makeup tutorial inspired by the aliens. Then maybe Mr. Center World would give me my $2 super chat because he wanna, we got to do our makeup together. That's what he told me. I don't know why, but that's what he said. There'll be politicians arguing. Who let the aliens in? Who didn't stop them? Who negotiated the trade deal? And the aliens will be like, we just come for snacks. But here's the real joke. Every time the government talks about aliens, they tell us just enough to keep us interested, but not enough to actually explain anything. Obama, they're real, but I haven't seen them. Trump is classified. The Pentagon, we can neither confirm nor deny. NASA, we found a rock that might have been wet once. Man, just let us. It was once. Look, just tell us the truth. If aliens are real, cool. If they're not, cool. But stop treating the American people like we're watching a season finale that never is. Because the truth is, we can handle it. We handled worse. We handled politics. We handled social media. We handled reality. TV aliens. It's nothing. Honestly, aliens might show up and be like, you know what? We good. Y'all got too much going on. They just might leave because if there's one thing aliens fear, it gotta be it's American politics. 100%. I'm having a good time with this. Welcome to the show. A random alien reinvented. AR.
Hey, good morning, man. I don't want you to stop, man. I'm enjoying it, man. Keep going. Pause. That was kind of crazy.
Shout out to Natasha Vince with the $7.99. Chipping into the Royce and Sharon makeup tutorial fun with the quickness. Damn. AR. Alien reinvented. What is your thoughts on coming out of the alien closet? I don't know. What is your thoughts on this craziness? Why are they talking about they live amongst us now?
Well, I don't know if they said those words. But I think it would be cool if they, I mean, it would be scary in one sense, but also kind of cool just to know like we're not the only ones in the universe or even the galaxy possibly. Yeah, it would just be cool, but scary because it's like, damn, like what could we do? Like just generally speaking, like what can an ant do? If it sees you towering over its anthill, like what can it do in reality? Like
you could call us other ant buddies
and not do shit.
You just crawl up your goddamn leg and they'll bite the hell out of you.
One little kick to that ant hill and that shit is gone. You probably killed about 16 million other kids. Yeah, it's crazy. So I mean, it's scary in a way, but it's also kind of cool.
I think the main problem is
SG-1.
I think the main problem is we actually believe that they are so much more advanced than us.
I mean, they would be.
Maybe.
No, it's not maybe.
No, it's a maybe.
Okay, you're talking about extraterrestrial aliens.
Yes, because they might be
transversing the solar system, galaxy, and universe potentially.
Correct.
Yeah, they're way more advanced, and it's not possibly
right. They might be technology. Right, they could be more advanced technologically wise. But everything else we might have over them. That's why they haven't came down here because they know we'll whoop their ass.
Well, if you can build a spaceship that can somehow transverse these vast distances in some amount of time. I mean, maybe they live to be a billion years old. Is that who I think it is?
That is another alien. Where is your lips? See, this is
come on. See, you already started. He just got
because
here.
His mustache is almost attached to his beard. How do you eat food, sir?
You use critical thinking.
Good day to you, Bumpkin. Slumdog Billionaire. How you doing? Where you been at? Now we talking about aliens. You pop up. Is that a sign that you might be an alien?
I don't care about aliens, man. I care about the corporate elite, possibly essaying children. That's what I care about.
Okay.
Oh, you're not a Trump supporter anymore?
I think he left.
I don't care who's on the list.
Okay, but we know that Trump is protecting them. So are you not a Trump supporter anymore?
No, if Trump is on the list and he's protecting them, yeah.
What if he's not on the list but he's still protecting them?
If he's not on the list and he's still protecting them, yes.
Okay, so that's where we're at, though. We know that his Justice Department is actively preventing the release and redacting files and releasing child pornography.
Absolutely. And
Okay,
absolutely.
cool. I just wanted to see where, because I know there's a lot of Trump supporters that are kind of like, oh, I don't care about that files anymore. It's fake and all this other bullshit. So I'm happy to see you come to the light. It took child pornography to get you there, and not threaten the democracy. That's good.
That's a big.
You have a moral compass. It's just it's not really constitutional. It's not the Constitution that breaks that your moral compass is on your moral compass, but the child pornography is, which is good. It's not.
Say CP.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. CP. Yes, the CP is on there, so that's good.
Yeah, I would hope that everyone's line in the sand would be CP and essaying the children.
Yeah,
and all of that. I would hope that'd be the line in the sand. I can't really justify other Trump supporters that are trying to tuck their tail and not talk about it. There's really no justification for that, because you're right. The DOJ is like the Pam Bondi stuff. Like that's these obviously she's obviously trying to just like signal away from it,
Mhm.
and they're trying to move on. You don't have 3 million files released, 6 million files yet to be released. It doesn't just go away.
Man, I like this version of Bumpkin.
Yeah, me too. I like the honest version, the non-narrative pushing version. Hey,
Yeah.
but sometimes you do need to get information so you can make a proper assessment. It took them a long time to get the proper assessment. That's fair. Sometimes what I do like about it is that I believe majority of people are not willing to say, "Hey, I got tricked by the person that I thought was like this," and now it comes out that that person is something else. Most people would double down and say, "No, he's still." They would try to find some way to Pam Bondi it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They'll find some way to Pam Bondi it. Just say, like, you know what? Look, I tricked.
I'm gonna be real with you. I almost punched the computer screen I was on when they asked about the Epstein files, and she mentioned the GDP. My hand almost went through my computer screen, dude.
Okay. Was that out of excitement of the Dow being at 50,000?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. I thought you were like, it's like a punch of like, yeah, we are. And,
they're essaying children, but look at the GDP. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
And the
Answer
funny
the
thing
question, lady.
The GDP
Like-
actually just got released today, and it was 50% less than what the estimated GDP for, I don't know if it was this quarter or whatever, but yeah. It's fun
It
stuff.
always is. They always overestimate, especially when you're a politician.
I thought it was and you know what else it was interested to see how Pam Bondi was reacting is how like a lot of these Pams react to very straightforward questions. They would transfer into something completely different and have nothing to do. What about this one good thing I did? That's fine that he did all those great things, fine. But still answer my question on this foul thing that he did. That's what we're here to talk about, right? and I think people just do not want to admit that they was tricked and fooled by the top dogs. They was fooled by the smoke and mirrors of how charming Donald Trump is. He is a charming guy, clearly. He knew how to charm America. He had plenty of years in the reality world or the reality reality TV world that he knew how to play this system. He knew exactly what to do.
We have to be completely honest, though. It's not just a Trump issue. We all admit that, right? It's across the board, political lines, across the board, the corporate elite, all of them, right? They are in the files. It's like an entire systemical problem. Like Trump, yeah, bad. But like Bill Clinton, possibly Joe Biden, other governmental apparatuses, media outlets, what was it? Life Touch? Life Touch. Wayfair is mentioned. That was a big conspiracy. I don't know if you guys ever read into Wayfair before.
Yeah, we spoke about the Wayfair, that the same little kids that go missing, all of a sudden that new cabinet goes for $20,000.
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's also confirmed. So it's not like, why is Whoopi in the files? Exactly. It's not like it's like every apparatus of the upper echelon of Western society, not even just the USA, of Western society. It seems like they are involved in this. It's not even a conspiracy, in this system of taking children, doing whatever they want, and then getting away with it, basically, because they are wealthy.
Got milk. You seen that? That's another one.
Got milk, exactly.
On the back of the milk carton. That wasn't no missing kid. That was selling that kid. Possibly.
What's up?
So that's wild.
That just came out too.
Oh yeah, the Frida baby stuff too.
Where's her microphone? Where's her microphone? She seems like she know more. It seems like she know more about this political thing than you do. Goddamn.
She knows a lot about the Epstein stuff.
No, okay. She been reading it. She been reading some files.
She's been probably deep diving more than I have.
Awesome. It's a lot of stuff too. And that's the thing. We do need a group of people to actually really cipher through these goddamn files. That's a lot of information. And a lot of the information is BS at the same time too. It's a lot of BS information in there too. A lot of just emails just talking shit to each other. Like,
well, yeah, it's emails, but like what I want to get into is even more I don't even know if it's conspiratorial at this point. I've read the files, and I've seen a lot of references to food regarding children.
Damn. Mm-hmm.
Saying I'm gonna walk the jerky onto the plane, or
Pizza.
reference pizza, hot dogs, or
milk.
Yeah, and it makes you think: is it just SA?
Hey, look! Not only that, they've been preparing us for so long. What the hell is a Ninja Turtle?
What do you mean?
That's what I'm saying. What they always say, what aliens gonna look like? A what? A reptile.
Oh, Ninja Turtles.
What the hell do they eat? Pizza.
Well,
Where the hell they living at? Underground. So you've been telling me my whole life was telling me that aliens is out there eating children in the goddamn basement somewhere or underground.
Whoa, we're not.
It's all a
Strong, you're
conspiracy.
taking it
I
too
don't
far.
know.
You're taking it
I
too
have
far,
no
man.
idea. But what I'm saying is, it ain't no goddamn coinking when I just read the Epstein files. I was going towards everything that I remember from being a child. Everything is weird. Got milk. Goddamn Ninja Turtles eating goddamn pizza like it ain't no goddamn. We know that reptiles and aliens have got some weird connection. I don't know. It's weird. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Let's just leave Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles out of it. All right. Leonardo ain't do shit. Raphael didn't do shit. All right.
I don't know. All I know is the files have unlocked a different level of rage for me.
Nice. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Now we got Elliot. We got Elliot the Degenerate. She's a goddamn vampire. She went from like Hunt and Diddy, right? Elliot Degenerate and Diddy went from looking young all the way up into 60, and then now all of a sudden all the stuff comes out. They age like milk, like that. There's something going on.
I mean, that's how Asians age, though. So I mean,
I don't give a damn about that. I'm talking about
it is biologically possible to be.
And those two
looking young
individuals,
up to a
what I'm
certain
saying is
point.
that those two individuals is tied to these files in some weird way. I believe Diddy got away with getting rid of some files, and that's why they had to deal with this BS RICO case that they was trying to. Like, that's the only thing they had left. But he must have got rid of some important files that they thought he had, and he got rid of them before it was too late. That's what I really believe happened. And that's why he's getting off the way how he is. Shout out to Aaron Toulouse. How the hell did he find out? Somebody powerful told him about it. Somebody snitched in the opposite direction and told Diddy, hey, you got to get rid of X, Y, and Z files. They coming. Aaron Toulouse with the 10 odds. Everyone is the files, or in the files, I believe. And we've had the files for years. Also, did they just go there for the kids? What about the real business they was doing? Regime changes, famines planned, wars, puppet government, etc. I don't know what regime changes that you're talking about.
I mean, it's to assume. Go ahead.
Yeah, the one that we just recently did. What country was that?
It was Venezuela.
Did the regime actually change?
No, it didn't. By the way, it's about to happen in Iran in a couple of days, supposedly. Over this weekend.
Pumpkin, what did you guys say about the regime changes? All I'm
I
saying.
was gonna say it's only to assume if you like, if they always say like, okay, all the corporate elite aren't just standing around a table. You're right; they're all on an island apparently, because every name that could ever be claimed was
Obama. Was Obama's name in there?
That's the only one that wasn't.
Oh, okay. Warren Buffett's name was in there, and it was just to say they couldn't turn Warren Buffett to be a fan.
Right. I will give Obama that. I did not see Obama.
Yeah.
I seen references.
Greatest president of our lifetime.
I seen references. I wouldn't say that, but I see references.
Okay. Well, now we over here saying Obama is not greater than people protecting CP.
I haven't seen him like actually in the files.
Okay. Saying that there's pictures of him on the island, but there's no reference to him in the actual files.
Okay.
No, like he's on a boat with him.
He's on a boat with him? Okay.
All right. Where's her? When you gonna get that young lady a microphone? You don't have to put.
I separate this from life. That's my fiance.
Shout out to fiance.
Hey, when y'all get engaged? Congratulations.
Sound like she's a intelligent young lady. Tell her I said shout out to her. Welcome into the show, Kulu TV. Good day, sir. How you doing?
This is Sharon, AR, Bumpkin, chat. Man, make sure you like the video. Happy Friday, everybody. Man, so just real quick, I think the UK or Britain denied Donald Trump or US to use their airspace to get to Iran. That was a few hours ago, I think, that just happened. So yeah, they're definitely trying to do something with Iran. To go back to the alien thing, I do think that intelligent life exists on other planets. Whether they're traveling or not here, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's possible, but it's also not. The UAP situation that he was speaking about as well, I think a lot of those crafts are American crafts, which is why, we see them like mostly around America. And back to the Epstein thing, I think that all this other stuff that's coming out with Iran, with the aliens, I think is definitely trying to distract away from Pam Bondi, Trump's administration, Lex Wexner, right? All the people that are involved. I definitely think, and it's on both sides, like not just, the Trump admin, but they are trying to protect it, right now. I think that anytime this Epstein thing comes up, like months prior, when Thomas Massey and them were trying to bring this bill like to Congress or the House or whatever, the Minnesota thing was happening, right? And a few more agents will, like unalive American citizen. And now we're talking about that. And now that the Epstein situations happened with Pam Bondi, now with Lex Wexner being interviewed by the Oversight Committee yesterday, with the, Trump's old attorney or lawyer threatening to unalive him on an actual interview. And what he confirmed, I mean, because I haven't watched the whole thing, but I watched about an hour and 20 minutes, and I skipped around to certain important parts. But he admitted that Epstein was a representative or working with the Rothschilds in France. Like, he admitted that. So this goes way deeper, man, way deeper than I think that we're understanding. I think Bumpkin kind of hinted towards it. Like, it's way darker too, when it comes to them sexually abusing children, them torturing children, could be eating children, murdering them, all types of stuff. Because I heard some crazy stuff about Hillary. And it is weird with the Anthony Weiner laptop and what happened to the officers who did see that. Is majority of them apparently committed, self-deletion, which is weird, right? So I think that a lot of these upper elites on both sides and in major corporations and across the country, because we found out that the Sultan in the UAE was part of it too, with the torture video, right? And I think that all these guys are a part of it, and they're all part of a club that are doing this big shit, and they're trying to use governments and, in my opinion, divide and conquer tactics here in America to try to get us to fight left versus right, black versus white, all these different things to distract and us not unified to come and remove them from office and use, our system to do it, right? But it just seems like every time the Epstein files get deeper and deeper and some comes out to expose somebody, now it's aliens, now it's now let's release all the files on UAPs and aliens, and then now it's Iran, right? And I wouldn't be shocked if more information is dropped next week or whatever, and then we actually get into a hot war with Iran and troops are being sent, and now that's the whole narrative now, right? So the Epstein file is definitely what destroyed MAGA, and it's what's destroying Trump's administration via like approving ratings and other things. And I think that they're trying so hard to get away from it, and distract the media from it. But I'm glad that people that are in this country and in media, alternative media, are keeping their foot on the neck of Epstein, because we cannot let this go, man. Babies cannot be tortured, sexually abused, kidnapped by these people. Like we just can't allow it. You know what I mean? On both sides.
Like what? Like I don't care at this point. We can figure out the governmental apparatus later. I don't care at this point. That's the point I'm at. I don't care at this point. Like, hey, we can debate that for hours and days after the fact. But what I'm telling you is there's the group of people that run us over there on that island that is doing terrible things to children. We should probably stop that.
Absolutely. Phil James with the 99. It's funny how nobody else has released any files. Trump is the only one who has released Epstein files, yet he's hiding it. It's probably because he didn't know how deep it was actually going to be. They thought they was safe. I believe that's what happened. Aaron Toulouse with the $5. I think it's reversed. The Epstein files, Minnesota, anything in the news are the distraction. What is happening that we aren't talking about at all?
So to respond to that first super chat, Sharon, that's not true. Trump did not want to release it at first. It was Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna that literally kept fighting for this bill and forcing the vote to happen. You know what I mean? And
God
if y'all go
bless
back,
those two, by the way.
yeah, for sure. And if y'all go back to the whole situation with the government shutdown, Mike Johnson didn't want to bring that girl who won her seat in because they got enough votes for the whole Epstein thing, right? And they try to say it was the legal situation and it was Democrats that wanted to do tax credits, but in reality, that girl got the right amount of votes to actually bring the vote to the to the House or to the Senate, like if I can call correctly. And Trump only released it because he was forced to. You know what I mean? If he would have denied that bill, then that would have put more eyes on Trump. Like, why are you denying this bill? Like, don't you want to save children? Like, your whole campaign was ran off the Epstein files. You know what I mean? And it's releasing and draining the swamp and stuff like that, right? So he had to do it, you know? So he didn't release it because he wanted to. He had to.
Also, you got to understand, I think it Thomas Massey that said, he's like, I looked at the completely unredacted Epstein files, and he said, I'm going to keep demanding that they release it, but if it's completely unredacted and fully released, he said that if you tried and convicted, the entire system would collapse because there would be no one in positions of power, which is wild. Because then I'm like, if that many people are PDF files, if that many people that run, was that not stated? Let me pull it up for you real fast, buddy.
Like Pam Bondi or
No,
like some.
there's a bunch of quotes that there was a bunch of Instagram pictures saying that either, well, one was saying Bondi said it, then another one was saying Massey said it. But when I looked it up, there was no evidence of it being actually stated. So most likely, a Chinese or a Russian psyop. But that, the main point is still on. It's still on. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. While Bumpkin's pulling up, I believe he's looking for an article. Aaron Toulouse with the $5. I don't think they will purposely sabotage themselves without being a bigger thing going on. It's hard to say.
And that first dude that said something to kind of double down on what Kulu and Bumpkin were saying. The first thing to do is deny. And then when it comes out that you can't deny anymore, you try to control the information that people can see. And so we see that with the DOJ, that they're not releasing everything. They're not releasing things unredacted that should be unredacted. They're releasing bits and pieces, things that they want to have released. They're redacting names from files. They're redacting things from files that shouldn't be redacted. And they're withholding files. So to say like, and then now they're trying to push us, Trump is innocent, Trump is innocent, Trump is innocent. And it's like, why are you, if he is so innocent, why are you not releasing all the files? And why are you redacting names and words that shouldn't be redacted? It doesn't make sense. And so I think Bumpkin had said like they still have like 6 million files or something, like at least 6 million files,
Just the bare minimum.
Yeah, that they're being open about, that they still have and they released 3 million, and now the DOJ is saying, we released all the files, we're not releasing anymore.
And we're gonna be halfway.
Yeah, that's insane. And so to act like there's no hidden agenda or something at this point is a wild hill to die on.
Okay, AR.
Here, this is his official statement. I have it right here.
Okay, I'm not sure. I think Bumpkin almost is ready with his information. Let me welcome into the show the Angry Snowman. Good day. What is your, and also the beautiful, super duper tyranny. We need more tyranny. I was going to say something else, but I don't want to get myself in trouble. Hey, maybe we should get our own scandal since we both married and both our loved ones is not in the social media world. Maybe we should formulate our own scandal so we can get out there in the goddamn algorithm. The way
Okay, this is exactly what he said. Okay,
Can you throw it in the back chat?
All right, while they figure it out. Angry Snowman, then we got Tyranny, and then we got Detroit Coalition. Go ahead, Angry Snowman, are you there?
Yes, sir. How's it going, man?
Good day to you. How you doing? And let's try to be careful with our words since this subject is strange.
Right.
Yes. Go ahead, Angry Snowman, Tyranny, then Detroit.
Bottom line is everybody involved needs to be prosecuted. End of story. End of story. End of discussion. I don't care if it's someone that you supported, if it's someone that you liked, if it's an actor that you watch all their movies, if it's a musician that you used to listen to all their stuff, if it's a designer that you wear all their clothes. I don't care. I don't care if it's your mama. If it's your mama, your daddy, your sister, your cousin. If you were involved in this crap, you should be prosecuted. And if it brings the system down, it brings the system down. That means the system was meant to collapse. It's that simple, but using this as a political football to throw back and forth to try and manipulate people in this country has got to stop.
That's a fact. Like I said, that's the point. That's the point I'm at right now. I don't care about who's politician, what politicians. Like, is that person on the files? No. Okay, let's
For real.
move on. Probably a good person.
It's time to call, it's time to call these bad actors out for being bad actors and prosecute them. Because look, the bottom line is there ain't a single person on this panel. If we even pulled a tenth, even 1% of what they've been pulling, we'd all be sitting in prison right now. We'd all have federal charges on us. We'd all be done. Our lives would be ruined. Our kids would be orphans. I mean, let's be real. Why are the American people allowing this stuff to continue on? This is what America should be pushing back on. This kind of corruption right here.
I like it. Welcome to the show, Tyranny. Go ahead, Tyranny.
Y'all talking about Epstein? I thought we were talking about aliens.
We talking about both of them.
Okay. Well, I feel like everybody in the government is an alien. I don't understand why we talk about Jeffrey Epstein and he's passed away. But we have proof that Donald Trump was there. He was also friends with the guy, but nothing's happening to him. This country is ran by the people of their forefathers, and certain people are protected. And it seems like Donald Trump is one of them people that's protected. But
so I think the reason why Jeffrey is such a big problem is he got away with it for so long. That's number one. And number two, we're not even sure if he's really unalived or not. Now we get new information that he have accounts that's being used since last year. He's on Roblox, for God's sakes.
Well, Sharon, I think it's fair to say that it isn't necessarily Epstein that's the problem at this point. Like Tyranny said, he's dead and gone. The problem that a lot of people are having at this point is we have this massive list of names of people that participated in egregious acts against not just adults but children as well, doing things all across the board, and there has not been a single person prosecuted for it. Why has Ghislaine Maxwell sitting in a comfy federal prison right now, but all the people that supposedly participated in these things on that island, in these parties, none of them have been indicted. None of them.
Right.
None. They're still walking around.
One.
So what's the objective then? What's the objective in showing this stuff with him with children if nothing's going to happen? Do you think they're just trying to play with our minds? Do you think they're just trying to play? Sorry.
What I think is that the people that we have to really make it a point and put pressure on these people and make sure that they understand, like Bumpkin is saying, and now English Snowman, that this don't have nothing to do with what side of the party we are. It doesn't matter if I'm a Republican or a Democrat. It don't matter no more because now it's really all about the truth and the justice of it all. We don't care what side of the coin. We don't care what good issue did in the past, because once you cross this line that you did, your ass need to go to jail. That's it. You are not above the law.
You know who need to be standing up the most is Christians. Christians always talking about this and that. Where y'all at? Because honestly, this is talking about children.
I do
This
not
ain't
disagree
whatever.
with you at all on that either.
Yeah, all this
Right.
all this actually boils down to is children. We're talking about touching children. So who gonna do something? I feel like the Christians need to stand up.
Let me also welcome into the show, Detroit Coalition. Good day to you. How you doing? What is your thoughts?
Good day to everybody. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
I just want to, first, like, let's be clear that, the reason why we're even talking about Epstein is because all this stemmed from him being the ringleader of all this, let's say. And the investigation ended in 2019. So it ended in 2019 with his death, but that wasn't going to be the end of the investigation. The continuing the investigation is why you got Ghislaine Maxwell charged and convicted, right? There were other people that were still being investigated. So the whole reason why the files got released in the first place, because if an investigation is truly over, then those files it can't be public at that point, right? And the administration that ended the investigation also didn't release the files in the first place. So I know as far as and if an investigation was still going on, some people in the DOJ were still working on that case. Some of those same prosecutors now are the ones, investigators now are the ones who kind of are quitting as well too now because of the pressure from this administration. So this didn't just start with the release of these files this year. It didn't start with the release of the files last year. This started with that investigation that was an ongoing investigation, which most prosecutors and investigators aren't going to let you know that their investigation is over because they're still trying to gather up as many of these people that they possibly could, right? So let's start with where it started from. So from there on, it's been this cover up. Now we got through a whole 2 other election cycles after that. And we voted this gentleman back in too. And, it's a good point that you're bringing up about Christians because he definitely was supported by the Christian right? Correct? So knowing this stuff was already around here, these allegations of some of the things that Trump and Epstein were doing go back to the 90s, right? So, and some of those things are just being tied in now, with things that we see in the files, which were like witness statements and things like that. People that, say they saw this and that. That's what you do in an investigation, get all those things together before you go after somebody. I'm just wanting everybody to understand the causality. So, this didn't just start, when Biden got in office and why didn't he release the files? It started, when Trump was in office the first time.
Well, didn't Jeffrey Epstein get arrested the first time back in like 2008 or 2010 or some crap like that? And when the first
what did he get arrested
for sex trafficking.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what his original charge was for.
Correct.
I just feel like, and this is no disrespect, right? But if we just flipped it, right? Because Caucasians been ruling everything. Maybe it's time for Black folks to rule everything. Maybe we would get better justice. Maybe when people are out here touching people, we would say absolutely not. You got to go to jail. I just think it's time to flip it because you guys, not you specifically, but it just seemed like the Caucasian race is just they can't do it no more. It's our turn.
Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein are not Caucasian. I'll pass the goalpost to you.
That's a fact. Thank you, Bumpkin.
What's their ethnicity?
That's a good distinction to have. What are they? What are they considered?
Can I say the J word here?
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's a religion. That's not a.
Nope, it's an ethnicity.
No.
That is an actual ethnicity.
No, it's not. It's a religion. It is a religion.
You don't gotta fight the
no. Tyranny. Hold on. Mm-hmm. How do you pronounce it?
Tyranny.
Tyranny. Okay. Tyranny. When someone takes an Ancestry.com DNA test, right, to find out where they are ethnically from, okay?
Mm-hmm.
J-ish, we can't say the word because YouTube's like that. It pops up on there because it is a distinct genetic code. It is an so Judaism, I can say that, is an ethnocentric religion. It has religious aspects, but it also is tied to a specific ethnicity.
No,
it's both.
Because I can become Ish tomorrow. If I change my religious beliefs and etc., I can become Ish tomorrow. So
yes, that is the religious aspect of it, but that does not change the DNA code of you, for instance, because it's both. There is the religious aspect, but there is also the genetic code aspect. That's why
religiously they might say that you allow you to say that you're J-ish, but they'll never allow you to say that you're a J.
Right, because it's both. It's both.
I'm just okay.
Well, because it wouldn't be a genetic code if it wasn't a distinct ethnicity, but it is a genetic code as well. You know what I mean? Like there would never be that distinction.
Okay.
And also Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein had heavy ties to Mossad. Also, fun fact, heavy ties to Mossad. Mossad is basically the CIA equivalent for Israel. So that's also a thing. People overlook that a lot.
Yeah.
We just got to get seriously and start understanding that this whole party banging, it ain't working no more.
It's not.
It hasn't been working for probably a couple hundred years now.
Hundreds. And we were so caught up in the past couple of elections that one side's actually doing better than the other. And we kept missing the point that both of them are the same exact goddamn party. And they both are in cahoots with each other. Down with somebody like Donald Trump, the people that had that type of influence, power, and money, they financially support both sides. So they don't really actually care who really wins. And we be over here as the low tier people of America, whatever they want to call us. And we be fighting really who's better, Republican or Democrat.
Hey,
so what they did have a misstep on is that eventually they keep doing nonsense and the information get out. This is the thing that I believe social media has done for us. Like at first it was meant to be a distraction, but what it did was bring us closer together. Because most likely 4 or 5 years ago, me and you, Bunker, we'll just be arguing. Me and Angry Snowman would be just arguing. Now we like, hey,
something ain't right.
Something ain't right.
Well, you can ask Bumpkin. I've been telling Bumpkin since before this second election of Trump that Trump wasn't going to be the conservative leader that these conservatives that were voting him in thought he was going to be. Have I not?
You have.
That they were going to have a very rude awakening if he got elected a second time. Did I not say that?
Yes.
Well, I have a question. How come Bill Clinton was what did they call it? Not fire him, but what did they do to him?
He was impeached by the House, but he was acquitted by the Senate.
Okay, why we're not doing that with Trump?
Trump was impeached by the House and acquitted by the Senate.
So he could come back?
If it's not brought through by the Senate, then technically it's not a legal impeachment. He was impeached by the House, but in order for it to be legally binding, the Senate plays like the courts and they have to agree with them. If they acquit him, then he technically wasn't impeached, even though he was.
So doesn't that make it sense now? They're all playing together because all the things that Trump has been doing, bro, you should have been impeached by everybody, but you're still there. So it doesn't matter that's what I'm saying. It's just Jeffrey Epstein. It's more than just, oh, look what he was doing. I think they're playing with us. Anytime you put something on the TV, it messes with our conscious and our subconscious mind. And now a lot of people have in their mind that messing with children, and a rich man was messing with children, so maybe it's okay. It's something behind this. Probably because they're aliens.
That's something that we should expound on as well. Aaron Tolucas, the father says, so if the system goes down, are you really ready for that consequence? Would there be just a peaceful transition or chaos and war, etc.? We could go before we go to the other ones. Gad Tierney, what's your thoughts on this question?
I say, hey, if there was no police on the road, it would be lesser crimes, if you ask me. If we had no wicked, evil government, the world would be at better peace. But because we have evil ruling over everyone, it's creating chaos. So I feel like we would have a peaceful transition.
Okay, Bumpkin.
As someone that is, I don't know, I've read history, I would say that it would not be peaceful. And I'd be okay with that because I would rather it not be peaceful for a time and then become peaceful through war or whatever than rather be ruled by people like we have today.
Okay. Angry Snowman.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Bumpkin on this. I don't see it being a peaceful transition. There's going to be chaos. I mean, this isn't going to be the romanticized revolution like Hollywood portrays and like everybody seems to think it's going to be. You know, people just putting up the white flag and then letting the new regime come in. No, there's going to be a lot of things that happen that a lot of Americans aren't prepared for if the system does collapse.
A random independent. You want to say something?
So you think someone's going to come in over and take over us? Is that what you're saying?
That could be one possible outcome, but there could be multiple outcomes.
I think more likely, and we'll let random independent go after this. I think more likely it's going to be like a
fracture,
a cluster buck of a bunch of different organizations or people coming in and kind of
trying to take over,
warring for that one.
You got to remember, America is like one of the biggest countries in the world as far as landmass goes. So America could very easily be split up into multiple different countries if something like that were to happen.
Absolutely.
So I remember a scripture that stated, the people went into a bad place because they felt like they needed a leader. And that's where Saul came in. I feel like because a lot of us are really slaves, you guys think we need leaders, but we don't. If we just followed the Most High, I think everybody would be okay. But if we put somebody above everybody, you guys are putting yourself as slaves. And I feel like
okay,
that's what you're comfortable with.
A random independent, would you like to answer these questions? Okay, he's might be doing something. Detroit Coalition. Okay, neither one of them is there. I don't necessarily think if the system goes down that it has to be chaos. I think people will just settle because we all kind of sound like this understanding of a contract of human beings that we ain't supposed to be killing each other, robbing our owns and all these things. I think it would just turn into more tribal the way how it used to be. And I think it's closer to maybe what Angry Snowman is saying, that a lot of the states would turn into their own countries and it won't be a United States anymore. It will just be America as a continent. And every other place would turn into countries unless we figure out some way where we could unite again.
Well, you gotta take into account, Sharon, that if this is really as big as what they say it is, and as many people are involved as what they say are alluding to being involved, this is going to cause chaos. This isn't just going to shut down things on a government on a federal government level. This is going to go all the way down to the local government level. Things aren't. The country will not be stable, especially when the local governments are now in today's day and age. Local and state governments solely rely on federal government for decision making, for policy making, for funding, for almost everything. They lose their backbone, and the rest of the country is just going to fall right along with it. It's going to be chaotic at first. I mean, you look at any other country that America has ever went to and destabilized. Has it ever not been chaotic after the fact? Is there not a rebuilding period? I mean, they're still look at the Middle East right now. They're still rebuilding from 20 years ago.
Yeah.
That's because America went over there, ain't it?
Yeah, because it's a little difference if we do it to ourselves versus if another nation would attempt to do it to us, right?
Right. We're a country of guns, and where everybody has guns, and then you're going to have a bunch of peed off rednecks running around with guns that just found out that everything they've been told is a lie, and you don't think that's going to turn into chaos?
No, the reason why I don't think it would turn into chaos is because they would turn their anger into protecting their own situation. They would start farming. People will pull together and have more respect because now it is kind of lawless. It'd be more respect. People will not be just trying
Sharon,
to take over things. So and that's what I think would actually would happen.
I would give you that if this was happening back in the 70s, 80s, or 90s, that could possibly happen. In the world we live today, ain't nobody coming together for anything and farming and creating. And it's going to be very small pockets of people, but the vast majority of people, they're going to end up failing. This is going to be devastating. Think about it. If the system collapses, everything you know, if the whole system collapses, everything you know, the reality that you know today is going to be gone tomorrow.
Not really.
What are some positive things about the system that you feel like, oh, if it collapsed, we're
Can
going
I?
to die?
Yeah.
Let me just read through these so we got. That was a very good question that Aaron posed, and clearly we didn't get off it yet. But let me read a few more, and I'll also bring in Job in there. Phil James with the $4.99. Give your best piece of evidence of what you're claiming that there's proof of people playing with kids. Ooh.
There's an eyewitness. There's an eyewitness account in the Epstein files, but you want me to say that or? There's an eyewitness. Yeah, there's an eyewitness account in the Epstein files about best evidence. How grotesque can I get?
Yeah, that's about good enough with how sensitive YouTube is treating it. So this is one subject that YouTube be shaky with for whatever reason. Conversation ended with the 10 ball says the hacking groups anonymous and we are Legion 5 years ago said this was going to be exposed. They released the guest list for the party's Rocco Island. Aaron Toulouse with $2. Name one power vacuum that resulted in peace.
I can't.
I was gonna. Just real quick. So the Supreme Court just came out with their opinion striking down tariffs. So that's pretty cool. It's nice to hear.
I'm going to China. Brownsville, New York, $4.99.
That's disgusting.
The Oz. Oh man, how we pronounce that?
Ashkenazi.
Ashkenazi small hats are definitely white people from Europe. Tyranny is correct. Peace and love.
If that was the case, there'd be no distinction between them DNA wise, but there is.
But a bumpkin. Are you guys
with $2? Sorry. You think foreign government wouldn't take advantage? No, they would not be able to. That's one thing about America. People are not going to be able to come over here. I don't care how powerful the other governments are. They ain't going to be able just to come over here. It ain't that easy. We got a wall of water around us that stops them. We got a whole bunch of, you see, it's one bumpkin there, but it's already 4 guns behind them. That's the issue that a lot of people have. We got more guns than people here, and we got over 300 million of us. So, it won't be as easy as people think that another country could just come in. If anything's going to happen, it's going to be us and us. That's it.
Tannerite can be bought.
And let me also welcome in Jabba, and we can jump right back into the conversation. Welcome to the show, Jabba. What's your thoughts?
My thoughts is we already seen kind of a preview of what would happen. The virus was a social experiment on what would happen if things stop functioning the way that they are. We're codependent with our government right now, that we have this relationship where as much as we don't like it, we can't function without it. It's so interwoven in our lives right now that if we were to move away from it, it would be chaos. I mean, during the virus, people were fighting over toilet paper.
That's because of the government, though, Jabba. The government made those rules.
Exactly.
Right?
But they removed, I don't want to say they removed themselves, but they kind of left us onto our own devices. It was a social experiment just to see how we would function. And you had people fighting over toilet paper. Then we go fast forward to what last year and the year before with eggs. People, there's this, I want to say there's almost this gluttonous aspect to us when our resources become limited, that we kind of lose rationale. And if you think most people are just going to sign up and be like, okay, yeah, we can all get along. It's rainbows and sprinkles here and there. No, that's not how people function. You can look at people now and see that's not how they function. Think about when we call it peaceful protest, people will turn around and say, no, it's anarchy. People are destroying buildings. People are trying to take over property, damage property. I don't see it being peaceful at all. I'm not with Bunky where I say it's needed to happen, because I just think not most people are just too crazy, and I don't trust people like that. But I do agree with him that it would not be peaceful. It would be destruction all over.
I've just accepted the reality of it. I think it's an inevitable thing that is going to happen. So I think that at this point,
so you guys know when you take those tests at for a new job or whatever, and there's those personality tests, and the questions that you guys the answers that you guys are saying are pretty much admitting that you're going to be the ones with chaos. Exactly, because if you're sitting here saying, okay, hey, like Sharon said, it's pretty much going to go to a tribal thing per state. But you guys are thinking it's going to go into chaos. Jabba, you mentioned whatever
I'm not
they
saying
did.
I wanted to. I'm just saying observation based off people and patterns.
Right, but those were government rules. The government were saying, hey, don't get 6 feet close. Go get some eggs. We're running out of food. Go get some tissue paper. That was
that's people making
So-
decisions for other people.
Tyranny, let me ask you a quick question.
As social creatures, as we are still animals, we are social creatures. We do need some type of hierarchy to function.
You remember during the virus when the delivery trucks weren't delivering and there started being food shortages in a lot of the major grocery stores where they were limiting people on how much they could go out and buy stuff like that, because it was even going on here in Indiana, right? And you saw how chaotic people got in the grocery stores when there wasn't what they needed to be able to shop, right? If the system collapses, it takes 3 days for all these grocery stores to go empty. And then when when nobody's left, when there's no system left to control all this and get all this stuff moved around, what do you think is going to happen when people have to either go out and take from people or die?
So that's not
just
going
in order
happen.
to serve. You don't.
Because look, remember when the slaves, they had to escape. They could have been like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Or they say, you know what, we're going to work together. If people say, you know what, we don't need the corrupt government, we could just work together. What's wrong with that? But when
Look, I understand your argument, but you know the difference between the time. Hold on. You know the difference between the time of the slaves. Hold on. The difference between the time of the slaves and now is people were born, raised, and bred to be able to go out and survive on their own in the wilderness. That was an entirely different man and mindset then. Today, everybody thinks that everything comes from the grocery store or the government. So everybody relies on prepackaged or government handed out everything. We aren't the same people as our ancestors at all, in no way, shape, or form in the 21st century. And to try and compare us as such is insanity,
but
man.
we can be.
I don't even understand.
Hold on.
Why are we entertaining this? Like, what is it?
Entertaining
Why are
the
we
thought of being
entertaining
free?
this goofy ass idea? We sit here like, why is it always coming from people that sit in the safety of their home? They don't ever have to worry about food shortages. They don't have to worry about bread lines. They don't have to worry about none of this stuff. If they don't have a job, if they lose their job, they get unemployment. They get all these, they live in this first world, and they talk about, hey, let's take it back to a third. You can go to another country that has this type of life, and you can live there, and you can stay there. And that country that you're talking about, I guarantee you, is nowhere near as multi-ethnic, as multicultural as the U.S. Nowhere near as big.
Have you been out of the country?
Yes, I've been out. I've been to a lot
Which
of
one?
countries.
Where'd you go to?
Which country did you go to?
I've been to Jamaica. I've been to Guatemala.
Okay, Jamaica, not anywhere near as multicultural.
I didn't finish, but go ahead.
Name the country that's as multicultural, as multi-ethnic as the U.S. that you went to that didn't have a government structure over them, giving them the hierarchy.
So the United States of America is more wicked than any other country out there. Why?
I'm gonna go back to
They
that.
teach their people to work together, where America divides people and tell them to choose. So I definitely believe in us working together and not having to have a leader over us outside of God. But you guys are scared. That's what it sounds like. You're in fear of your daddy Trump leaving us forever and never being able to come back. Who are you going to call on?
Nobody's scared of anything. We're
You guys
just
are
telling you the
scared.
reality of what's going to happen if the system collapses.
What sounds actually terrifying to me is someone actually enacting that system, and then when someone comes and tries to take my stuff and I have to stack a few bodies, that's what I'm terrified of. Because if there is no system and there's no hierarchy whatsoever, that just means that you're just cows for the slaughter at that point. In this scenario.
Let me also, I believe Jabba was trying to jump in there. Go ahead, Jabba.
They kind of said it for me, but I was just saying, we are too individualistic in this country. And while that's a great thing to have freedoms and rights, you're trying to take that away and replace it and make everyone more homogenistic and a one mind tribe. No, that's not how that's going to work. Can you honestly say you can go to your neighbors 6 houses down and y'all are kumbaya and everything's all good? If you can't even do that, please don't talk to me about the entire country being without a system.
I'm cool with my neighbors. Oh, go ahead, Sharon.
Let me welcome into the show, Brownsville, New York. I think it's very serious. That's the only reason why I didn't pull up the the intro. Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York.
Yeah, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, man. Let me take my shoes off before I walk in. Peace and love to the beautiful queen on the panel. We need more tyranny. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady. Robin M. DB, Shiesty Bum. Bomb Cherry Juice Rogue C. It's me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV. Conversations with MJ, Miss J. Lynn, Genesis, the voice of Venus, the verbal assassin, the supreme goddess, PH Diva, Elite Belle, Zoe, Renee, Keisha G, Zero Tolerance, Victorious One, Reese, Natasha Vincent, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't forget about none of the queens every time I hit this platform. I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. I hit the link, Cuzzo, because I thought it was interesting. When Bumpkin, he tried to delineate, racially from the small hats, right? And his substantiation was DNA testing, right? I thought that was pretty interesting. The reason why I thought that was interesting, right, is because number one, the Ashkenazi Jews, their origin is from Europe, right? And he says, well, you got DNA testing.
So we're just going to change the topic from what we were talking about to talking about race now.
Yeah, no, let Brownsville speak, please. Stop
Let him
interrupting
finish.
him.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to talk about that goofy ass low IQ anarchy bullshit.
Personally, I'm queen adjacent, and I didn't get my individual peace and love, so I'm feeling some kind of way.
Go ahead.
Shout out to Jabba for hopping on the stream today. I know I'm not as good as Brownsville with the opening, but I hope that's a good substitute.
So when it comes to DNA testing, right? Two people who were very instrumental in the implementation of DNA testing were small hat people, right? Rosalind Franklin, Carl Sklarek. Look them up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instrumental in DNA testing implementation because they wanted to further the big lie, right? What was the big lie? The big lie is that those small hat people from Europe were actual Jews when they weren't, right? And so you also got King or President Nasser, right? The second president of Egypt. He's on record in video saying that how can the Jews leave the land of Israel black and then come back white, right? That's what he's on record saying, right? This is in the 1960s, right? So whenever it comes to them delineating from us by race, they don't mind aligning themselves with the Epsteins of the world, right? But now when it's been uncovered that these people were up to nefarious activity, abusing children, things of that nature, now all of a sudden, oh no, they're different than us, right? But y'all didn't have a different water fountain back in the 1960s, right? Specifically for them, you had whites, you had blacks, and Epstein and his people, they were drinking from your water fountains. They were using your restrooms. They were sitting in the front of the bus, right? You guys was aligned with them, and they are your people. So just because the heat is getting too hot, now all of a sudden you want to delineate and say, oh no, they're separate. No, you're white, they're white. That's just the way it is, and you gotta accept it. Peace and love.
Can I respond to that? Sure. I believe it's the 1783 First Immigration Act in the United States made a separate category between whites and Jays. So obviously that it predates that DNA testing. We are talking about DNA haplogroups here. They have a different haplogroup. Jays have a different haplogroup that stems from the Middle East. This is science. There's no dissent. And I have always distinctively said they were a different group of people. And then them themselves say they're a distinctive different group of people. Obviously, we've seen the J history throughout the entirety of Europe and the world. They distinct themselves. The people of Europe's also distinct them as well several times throughout history. Obviously, they are a distinct different group of people. Now, if we want to say Sephardic are different than Ashkenazi, absolutely. Those are slightly separate haplogroups. But altogether, though, Ashkenazis are their own separate haplogroup comparative to the rest of Europe. And there was a time frame where they did enter into Eastern Europe. I'm assuming that you're referring to, right? Where they entered into Eastern Europe, spent about 40 years, and then they were expelled during the USSR, and they were expelled from Germany, and we know what happened there as well. So, but these groups of people did come from outside of Europe, enter Europe, were expelled, or other things happened, but they are a distinct separate haplogroup. That's just science, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
But that's not true, right? And you're being intellectually dishonest.
I'm not being intellectually dishonest, bro.
The Ashkenazi Jews, right? Their origins are from Europe. You can't find no research study. You can't find any empirical evidence which suggests that the Ashkenazi Jews' origin is anywhere other than Europe, right?
I'll pull one up right now, buddy.
I noticed how you skipped over. I noticed how you just skipped over the fact that here in America, in a country that we're in right now, right? You go early on to the Jim Crow time, earlier before that, you didn't delineate from them people, right? You allowed those people the same access that the rest of the white people had, right? So they were white and you were white, right? Y'all dined together. Y'all vacationed together. Y'all did business together. And y'all unified in order to push melanated people down, right? And now all of a sudden, since you don't really like what's going on with Epstein, now you want to say, oh no, they're not white. That's dishonest and that's disingenuous. And we're not going to allow you to get away with that. If they was white enough for you to oppress black people, then they're also going to be white enough for you to accept the fact that they are child molesters and child predators. And that is the DNA that you share. That is the lineage that you share with those people, with the race that you guys created, which was white race. Peace and love.
1 second. Here we go. Here's a study from the Times of Israel with hyperlinks in there. It will be in the back chat for you, stating that they are a separate genome, that they are so distinct.
Really?
Yes, that they are so distinct that
So
all Ashkenazi Jays, it's really hard to go around this train of thought. All Ashkenazi J actually stem from 350 people from about 600 to 800 years ago. So technically, and this is from the Times of Israel, and technically they're all like 30th cousins, but
no,
there is a bottleneck in their population from 600, 800 years ago. So their genetic code is distinct from all other populations on the earth.
Bumpkin, you're being, manipulated, my guy. The Ish people are no different than you, but they have been here for a while, so they've got to write the narrative, his story. So I mean, how come? Nah. But yeah, I think you're just being, you don't know. I think you should know, but they're no different. Now, if you're in their group, if you're in their club, then they get to say, yeah, we're different than you Goyams, because that's what they call us, Goyams. But I don't think they're any different than, you or Angry Snowman.
Yeah, they call me a Goyim too. Fun fact.
Yes,
they call Angry Snowman a Goyim as well.
Same here.
Yeah, because
And
you're not
for
in your
47 years of my life, I've never, nor have I ever known another white person to ever say a J as a white person ever in my life.
There's always been,
they've always been the J slur, and from everyone I've always known.
And
the problem is Bumpkin. So the article that you posted is posted by a small hat person, right? So what I'm saying is, if you are complicit in the big lie, which you wanted to take over somebody else's history and ethnicity and lineage, right? We understand who Ashkenaz is. Ashkenaz is a descendant of Japhet. So when you go back into the Torah, when you go back into the Old Testament of the Bible, right? We understand that you had Ham, Shem, and Japhet. Ham and Shem migrated and stayed in Asia, Africa area. Japhet is the one who went to Europe, right? Ashkenaz is a direct descendant of Japhet, not Shem. So what I'm saying is, right, the only thing you can do to try to substantiate what you're saying is by posting people who are dedicated with trying to lie and trying to manipulate and change history the same way your people are doing right now. Right?
So what
So
I'm
we're not gonna allow you to get away with that.
what I'm hearing is you're pulling like stuff out of your ass, and I'm the only one posting actual like hyperlinks with like actual scientific studies. That's what I'm hearing is going on. So if that's how the conversation is going to go on, Brownsville.
So you never heard of the Torah?
Yeah, I don't follow the Torah.
But do you know it though? Do you understand?
Yeah, I know.
That
Yes,
it is,
I know of the Torah.
It is a piece of literature, right? However you want to slice it, it's a piece of literature that's older than what you posted in the back chat. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you read the Torah, right, and you look at the descendants of Japhet, just like I told you, you will find in there Ashkenaz.
Do you know
which is
what the Torah
Ashkenazi
is?
comes from?
Do you know what the Torah is?
Yes, I know what the Torah is.
What is the Torah?
The Torah is the biblical text, which is what people who believe in Judaism follow.
The Torah is a yes and no. The Torah is a compilation of people that believe in Judaism, but it is also the inter-arguings between rabbis as well. That is also
What is
the
your
Torah.
point? I'm trying to get you to get to a point, right? So I gave you a fact. In the Torah, I said, hey, if you look at the lineage from Japhet, right? We're talking about the sons of Noah, right? So after the flood, right? You have Noah. Noah had how many sons? 3, right? Japhet, right, is a descent. One of the descendants of Japhet is Ashkenaz, right? Which is why you have the Ashkenazi people. They were not in Africa. They were not in the Middle East. They were in Europe. So unless you can find me something older than the Torah to substantiate your point, then you're just going to have to concede the point. Peace and love.
Where was the Torah written?
So my only question is this.
No. Where was the Torah written?
I guess that's towards you, Brownsville.
Okay.
You probably got a phone call. So my only issue with the conversation, whether they are or not. So let's say that they are. Why we just can't say, hey, we are part of our lineage, and that's the part of the lineage that is negative and is degenerate part of our culture that was, and we need to get away from that part of the culture. What is the difficultness with that?
I don't see the problem. Like, okay, obviously this is a group that separate themselves. Even if I see the fact, okay, they are a group of people that purposely separate themselves away from the rest of Europeans, correct? They do that themselves.
So you're talking
obviously,
about 1500 BC. About 1500 BC.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I want you to find me something earlier than 1500 BC.
I'm not going to search for something earlier than 1500 BC.
Right.
I
so
am
what
not
I'm
going to do
saying,
that.
okay, so if you're not going to do that, right, and you can't find anything that can dispute the lineage of Ashkenaz, right, then you will have to accept the truth that Ashkenaz is a descendant of Japhet who migrated and populated the land of Europe. That's where they're from. That's why they bear the name. President Nasser, the second president of Egypt, you can find this online. He's on record in video.
You have a super chat booting me out.
Stating, hey, how can the people of Israel leave black and come back white?
You want to answer it?
That was the big lie.
They weren't black.
So what were they?
They're Middle Eastern.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Yeah, damn. So it says, Shadow the Time Wise. Bye, Bumpkin, sir. Also, we have Phil James with the $4.99. How many of you have food and are a source of heat if fish hit the fan for real? Great question. So Bumpkin been booted off for a 20 ball. Wall Street Willie, stop laughing, Wall Street Willie.
Hey, AR, I'm driving, so I'm not able to do it. Can you do me a favor and pull up what President Nasser said in 19, I think 60 something, where he talked about the migration of the European small hats coming to Israel.
All right, well, AR, hopefully AR heard that and he brings that up. Cuz what do you think about the whole idea? What? I can't believe my eyes. I gotta celebrate that.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Bubba Homeschool with the 10 ball. Azakanas, son of Joseph, correct? Japhet, correct? Azakanas became the name of the region settled by him. The Jays who came later were described as Azakanazi Jays, i.e., the Jays that settled in the land of Azakanaz. You want to comment on this, cuz, or you good?
Nah, he's basically agreeing with me and disagreeing with Bumpkin.
Okay. What I do find it interesting that, like, for a long time, the argument always has been that, hey, just admit your degenerate ways. He said that he is disagreeing with you. The degenerate ways of whatever we got going on in our culture, we just gotta accept it. Why is it difficult for them to now, I guess, accept they possible degenerate ways? If so, I mean, that's why it is important to separate ourselves for real, and not accept everybody, because we got to learn from that skill set, right? They're able to separate themselves, and hey, it is what it is. And separation is important, because as we separate ourselves from whatever degenerate behavior there is, we can get with like-minded people. And I think that's what's happening in today's time, to be honest. I don't know what you mean, Tato, but I think this is just showing more and more that we are more alike than divided. We just got to get past all the little microaggressions, the little micro situations, and just move forward so we can get all the people on one accord and get the evil people up out of here. I believe it's more good people, more righteous people than evil. It's just that we've been tricked by the evil people. We just got to be able to admit it. Hey, look, the evil people won in the past, and now we got to move forward. Simple as that. I don't know. Everybody want to be quiet. I don't know. Y'all tell me what happened.
No, I just think it's important, right, to not let them get away with that delineation, right? When the race thing is something that their ancestors created to delineate from us, right? So now we're finding that these people are participating in the most heinous, degenerate behavior, and now all of a sudden they want to make another delineation from them. It just doesn't make sense, right? You created this race thing to delineate from melanated people, right? So Epstein, he's white. All those people that's involved, for the most part, are white. And we're not just going to allow you to say they're not white, that there's something else now.
So what about regardless if they are the same, the fact that they got a different mentality and a different mindset, should we not give that some grace since they're not a part of the ruling class?
What do you mean they're not a part of the ruling class? I mean, Tyranny made a point, right? She said, hey, the problem is this is the structure, this is the power dynamic that y'all created, right? So when it comes to all this corruption, when it comes to not wanting to declassify all of the Epstein files and the unredacted, materials and everything that comes with it, right? Not wanting to bring the people, the perpetrators, the the proponents of this type of degeneracy to justice, right? This is, and saying that, oh, if we do that, then the whole system is going to collapse. Well, this is what you created. This is a product and a culmination of your structure, right? So we're not going to all of a sudden say, well, no, this is some different people. No, they were the same people.
So I don't know. So now with the same people, but they have different ideologies, then that what we say?
I mean, it's cool to have different ideologies now, but you didn't have different ideologies when you were spraying my ancestors with water hoses. You didn't have different ideologies when you were sicking dogs on the peaceful protesters who were melanated, right? You didn't have different ideologies when you were instituting laws that discriminated and put my people in a backwoods place, right? An oppressed place. You didn't have a different ideology then. So no, it's not that easy, right? You need to take responsibility, right? Take accountability of your actions and admit the truth. And then we can say, okay, yeah, now you got a different ideology. Now we can hear you out, but not before you take accountability and responsibility for the system and structure that you created.
Tyranny, I don't think this is a good episode to have a baby on the screen because we are talking about all the different things. Yeah. All right. So she dropped baby calls. Let me also before Shadow, you're on mute by the way. Aaron Tulugas with the $5 says race isn't genetic based. Germans, Italians, British, etc. are different, but still white. Why not them too? Go ahead, Shadow.
Yeah. Actually, what he said, they actually do separate themselves by where they're from. Because genetically, they are different based on micro things. Like Russians can actually deal with cold a little better. You can actually break down the muscular structure of some of them, just like you can with against blacks versus whites, where some of their bodies have adapted to the area they are in. So I don't know how real that statement is, but my whole point against the dude is there's J's and there's J-ish. Words have meaning. Just saying. There's a reason they're called J-ish. Just saying. I'm done. That's all I want to say.
Phil James with the 499. Go back and find me the time where there wasn't people who disagreed with the people in power.
Well, even if you were, let's say your ancestors were people who disagreed with the people of power, y'all didn't do enough to stop them. Y'all didn't do enough to stop them from oppressing, generations of melanated people, right? Y'all didn't do enough to stop them from essaying generations of melanated women, right? Mutilating generations of melanated children, right? So until you rectify that, until you are willing to admit, hey, yes, my people committed these atrocities and we got to make it right, then you don't get to delineate. You don't get to separate. You don't get to avoid accountability and responsibility for what your ancestors did. Peace and love.
Okay, my follow-up question is, why are people who didn't commit the crime paying for the crime that they didn't commit? That's my only if about it. Like, I don't really like that sentence.
And so, yes, flamethrower, we do stop gangsters from robbing people. Absolutely. Right? Black folks are police officers. Black folks are a part of the community. Black folks, yes, that's just a ridiculous question. Also, we don't even have, we're not even close to 100 likes. I'm not sure why that's an issue for y'all. Hitting the like and the share button is always confusing to me. Always confusing. Maybe y'all forgot, so I'm gonna give everybody grace. Make sure we get to 200 likes. Does it make sense?
Let's start some smoke. I guarantee you, this is too educated of a conversation. Let's throw some BS around.
No, we're gonna make sure we get people to understand that they got to learn how to respect proper conversation as well. We're not gonna give anybody excuses. Like I said in the beginning of the stream, I could go ahead and write a script, and I could go ahead and find me a fake person to go ahead and act like I'm cheating with, and we can make a scandal.
Oh, I'm gonna tell it.
Or we could talk about what's really on our minds. Conversations that we can't normally have in the public, right? We having it in the public where people can actually join the conversation, put their thoughts into the conversation. So we got to learn how to support that as well. Hit the like and the share button to support multiple thought patterns and personalities in conversation, not just one-sided, not just a echo chamber. We cannot only support echo chambers. Especially, we cannot only support echo chambers in a degenerate way.
Sharon, why do you think people are against productive conversations? Honestly.
Why what?
Why do you feel people are against productive conversations? Like educational conversations?
I don't know if they against it per se. I think they're against it when I think a lot of people are just afraid to have these conversations. And I also believe people want these conversations in certain places. They don't want to have it in a place like this. They're afraid to have real people that of all different backgrounds have these type of conversations. They just want to have it with the so-called intellectuals, the so-called PhDs of the world, right? They're the only ones that can have these type of conversations. But in reality, us normal people, we are highly intelligent as well. Just because we don't have a certain kind of education behind us doesn't mean we cannot have these thoughtful conversations. I'm pretty sure as soon as Ronald get his device back, he probably got a phone call or something like that. He'll be able to join back in the conversation. And so people just not adjusted to it, but we can have the same kind of fun and intellect and aggressiveness in productive conversations. We just got to train the people to understand that, hey, we could support great things as well, not just support clout. People don't even understand how the clout actually work, right? So a lot of times you just want to go to where the clout is at. It's like a club, you know what I'm saying? When the club got 1,000 people outside, they did not want it popping, regardless of it's 0 people in the club for real. But since everybody's standing outside, like, oh, it must be good. Instead of the club that got 1,000 people in there enjoying themselves, you know what I mean? So,
but even if you look at the standard,
we got so adjusted to deception, Shadow. Everything is smoke and mirrors for so many decades. So many people faking it till they make it for so many decades. All of these artists faking it till they make it. A lot of these YouTubers and streamers, they also was faking it till they make it. And now all that's starting to break down. And now actually people that have real talent are starting to bubble up now. And so that is very difficult for people to not follow clout and follow actually good content, good conversations. They are starting to understand that those places where the cloud is at ain't having no real conversations. It's right here in the trenches is where the real conversations are happening.
But I think those real conversations, conversations aren't what we think. Like, we can have these conversations because we sat down and we thought about it, or even if we just heard it and actually having a legitimate feeling. I think most people are afraid of either A, looking stupid, or B, being against somebody or opposing somebody, or even just not being agreed with, that they just won't have the conversation with the people around them. Like, if you're around a bunch of people who y'all kind of have a general personality style, y'all can talk about something. If they're your friends, most people don't want to fight with their friends. But I think people who are willing to combat people that they care about is an expression of that love. Hey, I respect you enough to tell you the truth. Hey, I respect you enough to have a conversation. We can disagree and we can move on and still have another different conversation tomorrow. But I think the social media takes that microcosm and explodes it. It's why all the BS wins. It's why you can have these conversations like this and they'll sit there at the bottom of the barrel, despite the fact that there are more people commenting in these about legitimate points of view. But in all the trash posts, you see a whole bunch of people talking and all of them are just talking shit about each other. So, like, but people, that's what people want. They don't want to live through their everyday life. They don't want to be challenged because what if you feel stupid at the end of the day? It's the 7 reasons. Look, those 7 fears aren't exclusive to black men. I'm pretty sure they rotate to everybody around the board.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that we still don't even got 100 likes is very telling. That is interesting, to say the least. We don't even have 60 likes. We damn near got 200 people here. You know what I'm saying? That's interesting.
Why do you think you have so many cloud haters?
No, I don't think there's nothing wrong with. I think people are they need confirmation from other people before they go ahead and confirm. So if I had 1,000 people in here and 800 people hitting the like, it'd be easy for them to hit the like button. It'd be easy for them to comment. That's why. So they are waiting for other people to confirm that it is okay to be cool and that this is where the people want to hang out and have a conversation. And then they'd be okay to hit the comment and say, hey, I'm from X, Y, and Z, a part of the country, whatever where they're at, hit the like button and be proud to support the show because it is Now everybody is showing that it is a popular place. I think people are afraid to go with their gut instinct, even though they hear every day, go with their gut instinct, like, yes, I'm enjoying this conversation. I'm getting through my day with this conversation. They waiting for everybody else to hit the like button. Everybody thinks somebody else is going to do the right thing. Right? Everybody else think that they believe that somebody else is going to do what they're thinking. So once people start saying, hey, I got to do what I'm thinking because that's going to benefit me, and then that's when it'll start to change. It's really that simple. It's a weird thing that us humans do, but they wait for everybody else to give them the confirmation. That's why they're afraid to hit the like. They wait for everybody else to hit the like, and then they will hit the like.
Well, how do we break the mob mentality?
We just got to keep on grinding. We got to keep on grinding and let people and get people to understand that hitting the like and the share, you don't even actually have to like the show to hit the like button. I think people also get confused with that. Hitting the like button doesn't mean that you necessarily even like me or the conversation. Hitting the like button is just showing that you are here, and that's your admission fee to the conversation. Hey, I'm here. Let me just hit the like button and be a part of something that I'm a part of. Doesn't actually mean that you have to like it. You don't have to like me or like what is being said or like what somebody else say. Hitting the like button is your entry fee. That's it. Hey, oh, doop. I'm here.
So the like button is more of a check-in.
There we go.
Yeah, the like button is more of a check. I think Ada4 got his situation together. Welcome back to the show, Ronald. 304. I mean 804. My bad. I'm sorry. I apologize.
What's up, man?
I'm doing well. Thank you. How you been?
Yeah,
Happy
I'm
New
okay.
Year. And what is your thoughts?
I was about to say I'm new to YouTube, but I guess you remember me. Yeah, I just want to talk about the Ashkenazi thing. Okay, this is pretty much how it is. Okay. Ashkenazi, Brownsville is right about something. Yes, Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? From the Japheth line, he had a son, Ashkenaz, right? When we say the Ashkenazi Jews, all we mean is
say Jays, please.
Sorry, the Ashkenazi Jays. All we mean is the Jays that is in this certain province called Ashkenaz, which is in Germany, right? When the Jews got scattered all around the world, right? The people in Germany, the Jews that went to Germany, the Jays that went to Germany, they mixed with the people in Europe and Germany, right? So that's why they look that way. There are Jays that went to Africa. I'm sorry, the Jays that went to Africa, so they look more African. There's Jays that went to Spain, so they look more Spanish, right? So that's the reason why they look that's the reason why they look the way they look, because they're mixed with Middle Eastern plus European. That's why the Ashkenazis look like that. So when they say Ashkenazi Jays, they are still Jays that moved from what we consider Israel to that Germany area.
But that's incorrect. And the reason why I say incorrect is because show me biblically where Japheth was in the land of Israel.
When they say, listen.
No. I ask you a question, right? Can you show anywhere in the Torah, anywhere in the Bible, where Japheth was ever in Israel?
Okay, when you say Japheth, you're talking about European people. That's what you're talking about.
Where so you're not going to answer that. So where did Japheth go?
Japheth went to Europe.
Right. Japheth went to Europe, and he had descendants, correct?
Yes.
His son Gomer was one of his sons, right?
Yes.
Gomer had a son. His name is Ashkenaz, right?
Yes.
Right. So that is the lineage, right? So then you're trying to mix up the exile, right? You're saying that that the exile, right? Now, obviously, when the exile happened, the people did scatter, right? But that doesn't mean that the Ashkenaz people are descendants of the 12 tribes, correct?
They are.
Okay.
They
Well,
mix.
so what I'm saying is you got to substantiate that, right?
So okay, you remember there are numerous times where they were scattered, right? The last one that we know in the Bible was when the Roman Empire was in charge, right? Do you remember where the Apostle Paul is from?
Where is he from?
He's from Turkey. He was from the tribe of Dan. He is also considered a J. So they got scattered all around the world. Just like when he was preaching to different Jays and Gentiles, he was going to he met Gentiles in he met Jays in Rome, he met Jays in other places in the when he went to Europe, he went to other places. Even when he went back to Turkey also, right? All these Galatians, Ephesians, all those places are places in what we consider Europe, all right? So there were Jays all over the place, just like how he was a Jay born in Turkey. All right, so he's a Turkish Jay, just like the Ashkenazis are a German Jay. Okay, because they're scattered all around the world. So when people just like us, when our ancestors were taken as slaves and moved from West Africa to America, we got mixed. We got mixed with some Europe. There's some of us that also have mixed with Native American, right? But we're still considered, but we're still considered mostly African. Those people, they got mixed when they left the Middle East. They got mixed wherever they went to. Just like I said, the African Jays, they look more African. The European Jays look more European. Is that there are Jays that went to that went to further Asia. They look more Asian because they mix with the people that's there. Is that?
But you're incorrect, Ronald. Right? Saul always considered himself a Hebrew, right? That was their name. They were Hebrews, right? He was a Hebrew, meaning he was a descendant of the 12 tribes, right? The Ashkenazi people, right? They don't come from Shem, right? So therefore, they are separate and they converted to Judaism later, which is why I'm asking you about Ashkenaz. I'm asking you about Japhet, right? If they were Hebrews, they wouldn't have to delineate and say that they are Ashkenazi. That's the point.
You're not making sense.
No, you're not making sense.
Just like we call ourselves African Americans, right? We have the our ancestors from Africa. We live in America. Ashkenazi Jays, their descendants are from Israel, but they live in Germany, right? Then eventually a lot of these people, eventually when Israel became a country back in 1948, that's when a lot of these people from Russia, from Germany, and Spain and North America, wherever these Jays were, they moved back to Israel to help form that new country in 1948. Right, so a lot of these people came back to Israel. So they are different. So just like for example, so for example, there are some Jays that was from Ethiopia. They believe that they're from the tribe of Dan, right? They also was able to go back to able to go back to Israel. But if we look at them, they look black. They look Ethiopian.
So when they
also
say
consider Jays,
a tribe, right? So who did the 12 tribes come from?
They come from Jacob, who
Right.
became Israel.
And who was Jacob's father?
Isaiah.
Okay.
I'm
And
sorry,
then-
Isaac. Sorry.
Okay. And then who was Isaac's father?
Abraham.
Right. And if you go again, who's Abraham's father?
Gosh, hold on for a second. I gotta remember this thing.
The point is, the lineage
I got
comes
it.
from Shem, right? That is the lineage, right? So everybody from that lineage, right? They're not gonna delineate from that and then become part of Japheth's lineage. That doesn't make sense. That's where you're not making sense, and you're falling for the great lie, right?
Terror.
That was co-opted, which is why the people in the area, in the region at the time when they started that Zionism, they all were upset and outraged about it, right? Because they knew that it was a big lie that was taking place. Now, you just one of the people who believe it, even though I'm showing you the lineage, where it comes from. You're still saying no, even though they call themselves Ashkenazi, right?
And I already explained to you why.
No, but that is incorrect, right? If they were one of the 12 tribes, right? If they were Shemites, that's what they would call themselves. They would call themselves Shemites.
Listen,
they
man.
would not call themselves anything else.
I already told you.
Before you answer, Ron, I just want to say, hey, Rahotep, you know it's 500 for you to come back, Rahotep. So I just want to let Rahotep in the back know. You pay your $500 fee, whether Cash App or Super Chat, and you can come back. I got you, my brother. Go ahead.
I already told you why they call them Ashkenaz. The reason why they call Ashkenazi Jays is because they are Jays that moved to Ashkenaz, which is located in Germany. Just like a Turkish Jay is a Jay that lives in Turkey. Just like today, they still have they have Jays in Yemen, they have Jays in Iran, Iraq, all over the Middle East. There's still Jays there, right? So Jays, even in the Bible, right? You go into Acts if you want to go. That's one of the last books that tells you about them being all over the place. That's why the Apostle Paul went and preached to not only the Jews, the Jays, the Gentiles also, right? So they're located all over, right? Now they're Jays all over the world now. Just like us, we're considered African Americans. We are West Africans who live in America. That's why you could consider them the Ashkenazi Jays. They are Jays who lived in the province of Ashkenaz, which is in Germany.
But you're still not making sense, right? Because the term African American, that was put upon us, right? We didn't choose that name.
It
right?
doesn't matter.
That it does matter. It does matter, right? They gave themselves that name because they come from that lineage.
Because they come from that, because they live in that area, man.
No, they come from that lineage.
So, Brownsville, so the Israelites are scattered all around the world, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So, like I said before, wherever they are in the world, right? They might name them something a little different.
That's not true. They would still call themselves Hebrews. They would still call themselves Shemites, right? Yeah. They're not going to take a descendant of Japheth and make that their name.
Well, most of them, there's a difference. Like they don't really consider they're still Hebrews, but they're mostly considered
They're not. They're not. They're not Hebrews. That's why they don't call themselves Hebrews. They are not Shemites. That's why they don't call themselves Shemites. They call themselves Ashkenazi because they are descendants of Ashkenaz.
So and they also call themselves Jays.
They call themselves J-ish. J-ish.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So there are some. Listen, Brownsville. At the end of the day, I'm right about this, man. All right.
No, but you can't substantiate it. You've been. Here's the thing, Ronald. What I noticed about you, right, is that you have been manipulated, right, and you're easily swayed to a lie, right, and even if I show you in your Bible, right, and you broke it down yourself. You said yes, Japhet had a person that came from his lineage named Ashkenaz, right? That's where the name Ashkenazi comes from.
Yes.
So any Hebrew, any descendant of the 12 tribes of Jacob would not take on a name from the descendants of Japhet. That will not happen. You can't come up with a logical reason as why they would do that if they knew they were actual Shemites, if they knew they were part of the 12 tribes, they would not co-opt a name that is not from, that doesn't represent who they are, right? They took the name. They took the name because that is the lineage in which they come from.
They took the name because that's where they live.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
You're making it a little bit more complicated than what it really is.
You
man.
brainwashed, man, and that's fine. I need my brothers and sisters to wake up and actually read and study. Don't just go by what people tell you.
Not only, hey Brownsville. Not only do I read and study. Not only do I read and study.
Said the opposite of that
I've actually been
earlier
to
when
these places,
Bumpkin brought up studies and genetics and stuff like that. You claimed it was a conspiracy theory. Now you're telling people to go read and study, which really sounds like go read and study stuff that I already believe in and that I, believe is to be true. Otherwise, genetics would show what you're saying, that there is no connection. But then Bumpkin says there is a connection based off of genetics, and you start going to a conspiracy about how the first people that helped with genetics, some of them were Jays and all this other stuff. So I don't think telling people to read and go study stuff that they can't even read and study in the first place. Nobody could. You're telling people that don't know how to read a study to go look at a study in the first place. And then you're saying that the ones that do go look at the people that can read the study and summarize it for them, that they're wrong because that study is, a conspiracy. So I don't know if that's, the best angle you should be taking, Brownsville. I think maybe you should just stick to the Bible thumping and just say whatever's not in the Bible is false or is, at risk of being, diluted or a conspiracy or whatever.
Yes.
So do you believe, let me ask you a question, AR. Do you believe that it's possible that there's people out there who are actively working to manipulate history?
Do I believe that there's people? Yes.
Right.
Revisionist whitewashing, like that type of, and not necessarily what you're specifically talking about, but that in that vein.
No, but it's a branch of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's one. But that's what you mean by manipulating history,
But
or do you mean
what
something
I'm
else?
saying is there's information available out there to where you can research what I'm saying yourself and come to your own logical conclusions from there, right? If you go down and go down their entangled web, right, in which they're trying to convince you of something that doesn't make sense, right, you'll end up like Ronald 804, who does not have the information to prove what he's saying. Somebody told him that, and so he just believes it, right? And he didn't bring up anything to substantiate what he's saying, right? Even when I showed him in his own Bible where it doesn't make sense what he's saying, but he still believes it because the manipulation and stuff is real, right? And that's all I'm saying, right? You got to get beyond the manipulation. You got to get beyond the history that has been co-opted and changed, right? To make it seem like, something else happened.
What Bible do you read?
So, all different kinds. You got the King James Bible. You got the regular Torah, You got, you know,
Well, of course not the Bible, right? That's like
that's
the J
that's
stuff.
that's
I know
part
it's like
of
the
the
big, yeah.
that's the
I'm
Old
saying like the
Testament,
Bible. Yeah, yeah.
right? That's the Old
So
Testament.
the King James, for example, are you saying that hasn't been co-opted and changed?
No,
Like
I'm
that
saying it
form?
has. I mean,
Okay.
all of it. What I'm saying is, right? Obviously, when people are in power, right, they're going to try to manipulate things in a way to make it seem like they have credence in being in power and authority, right? So they're going to change a lot of things. And we know that to be factual based upon what's going on right now. Laws are being changed right now to make it seem like everything President Trump is doing is legitimate. Is that right or wrong?
I don't think that's right. No.
Okay, so how is it not right?
I mean,
Is
the Supreme Court
not
just came out with a ruling that said his tariffs are unconstitutional today.
Right, but
They'll most likely strike down his bullshit birth certificate, birthright citizenship executive order. There's been several rulings that they've had against Trump.
But what about the Supreme Court ruling which allowed him to take office to begin with, even though he was convicted of all of those, felonies?
Well, there was no Supreme Court ruling that allowed him to take office for being a felon because there's nothing in the Constitution that prevents a felon from being president. I think maybe what you're referring to is the Supreme Court ruling about Colorado, where Colorado said they wanted to keep him off the ballot, and the Supreme Court nixed that. But yeah, there was no Supreme Court ruling that said something about
Right. Well,
him being a
you know
felon.
what I'm, what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, I didn't know if you were talking about that or another Supreme Court ruling, so that's why.
But what I'm saying is, if you have the people in power, right, you're able to get things done that makes it seem like what you're doing is legitimate, even if you're breaking the law, even if you're committing crimes.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's my question, or I guess that's what I'm confused about is why you can say that, but then go, well, the King James Bible, I can trust things in there when the King James Bible was literally built by someone in power and they picked and chose what could be in the power structure at that time chose what should be in the King James Bible. That's what I'm confused about.
Well, because sometimes they put things right in front of your face, right? Like the whole Ashkenazi thing, right? That's something that's right in front of your face that a lot of people just ignore, right? Where you find because these people are saying, hey, we are the true Israelites, or we are the true Hebrews. We are the people who's supposed to be in this land. And then when you do the research in the book that their people put together, you find conflicting information right in front of your face, right? From the lineage. So
I think. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think that's the difference between, people that hold the book to have no mistakes in it at all, and people that look at it with a critical eye. Because you're saying, well, in the Bible, the lineage isn't there, which I don't know. You guys have some different. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say you have different opinions about that. I think what you're saying is like there's nothing in the Bible that you can go, well, they came from this man, and this man came from this man, and this man. If I'm understanding what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is
because when you were talking about the father thing, I thought you were saying like trace the lineage back, like who is their father, and so on and so forth, all the way back to Israel.
Because the people
or Judah,
right? The people who have claim to the land of Israel is the 12 tribes, the Hebrews, right? And the descendants of the Hebrews, right? Those are the people who that was the land that God had promised to them, right? According to the scriptures, right? The Ashkenazi people, right? In that same book, it shows a lineage that goes to Ashkenaz, which separates them from the 12 tribes, the Hebrews. So that's conflicting information.
So can you? Maybe I missed that part. Why does it separate them? If you're saying that they came from they started from the 12 tribes and they went to Ashkenaz, and because they went there, they're no longer part of the 12 tribes?
No, what I'm saying is they don't come from the 12 tribes at all. That's the issue.
Okay, and so right there. So why is it that you're reading the King James version of the Bible and it says that, and you can say, hey, this is true, that, you know, X, Y, and Z. But then when he says something, or you know, say other people go look stuff up, because, you know, there's revisionist history out there. People that are in power will try to change history and whatnot. You don't go, oh, okay, maybe when the King James Bible was being built, that they didn't change some text in there or change some things or leave things out, because there's plenty of books not in the Bible that were written around the same time, canonically, maybe even have the same level of respect and Catholicism, at least, for example. When you look at the King James version of the Bible, why don't you give that same type of critical thinking eye, like that same type of critique that you give to other things?
Well, I
It
do.
seems like to me.
I mean, I mean, everything I read with a critical eye, right? Because I'm somebody who is interested in learning. I don't want to be indoctrinated. I don't want to be manipulated. I want to read something to understand it and to learn it, and then to test it and to see if it holds up. You know what I'm saying? From
Wouldn't
contradictions.
the testing have to, like, we're in 2026, you know, right? And we have a lot of science that they never had in the past. So, for example, genetic testing would be one of those ways to test, to verify what is in, you know, the Bible, whether that's historically true or, you know, X, Y, and Z. And so we would do something like that. And so for the Ashkenazi Jays, if genetic testing shows that they have lineage that traces back to Judea, then that would seem to not be a revisionist of history. That would be,
but not if the people who is prominent when it comes to the implementation of the testing are also the people who are part of the Ashkenazi lineage.
So you don't trust anybody. That's pretty much what you're saying.
Real quick, Ronald, real quick. So who, out of all the studies that you've read and out of all the genetic testing you've done, not you've done, but you've read or you know, heard about or whatever, which one of these groups has genetically tested them to see where they actually come from? Then if this study or if this genetic testing study is incorrect or manipulated, because you can't go, oh, well, that one's manipulated, and then provide nothing of your own. Like, it has to be peer reviewed. It has to go through things. And so if someone on one side is hanging this up and saying, hey, this has been done, peer reviewed, anybody can come out and critique the genetic testing and the markers and all that stuff, and where they're saying it traces to and all that other good stuff, someone else can come through and do the same type of genetic testing and say if it shows the same results. Where is that on your side?
That I don't know. You know, I don't know anybody who was able to you know, get in a position of power to where they can, you know, prove that it was a whole bunch of corruption and manipulation when it came to DNA testing. I don't believe that has happened yet. But just because that hasn't happened yet, that doesn't mean that it won't happen in the future. All I'm saying is, in the book, right? You know, the land. See, here's the thing, right? When it comes to the land of Israel, it's always been very important, right? That was the land that God had promised his people who followed him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they went against God, and God allowed them to be removed from that land. But they was always promised to return, right? So obviously it's powerful to you take some white people and say, well, hey, you know, God has promised these people to return to the land of Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that will be you know, powerful enough to convince guys like Ronald, right? Who is not is easy manipulated, right? Who will just take what they say as, you know, fact and won't do any research about it.
Those Brownsville
and say, well, hey, yeah, it makes sense. Even though it does.
Before
not
you go,
make
Ronald,
sense.
let me finish up, please, because I don't like listening to people debate the Bible, or you know, it's kind of like, you know, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, if you guys, like, Brownsville is just saying the Bible says that this is, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. This is what I'm hearing from Brownsville. He's saying the Bible says this, therefore this is what is true, and because there is no lineage or mention of them, or what, I might be misconstruing you a little bit, Brownsville, my bad, but because there is no lineage that you can draw from the Bible, therefore they're not Israelis from Judea. That's what I'm getting from what Brownsville is saying. and
Yeah, he's
Brownsville.
wrong though. He's wrong.
That's fine. I don't want to get into that because I'm not well versed enough to say whether he's wrong or right, and I don't see a purpose in going back and forth about that. But when it comes from Israel now, are you Brownsville? Do you believe that those who are in Israel now are descendants of the 12 tribes? Oh man,
Thank God.
no,
See?
it ain't no thank God. It was
All right, okay. So these same people that he claimed that do this DNA test, they also did a DNA test on Ethiopians, and they found that there are some tribes in Ethiopia that also had a Israelite DNA, and in Israel right now, a lot of Ethiopians were able to move to Israel. So when we go to, if you ever go to Israel, you're not going to see just people that look white. You also see people that look.
But Ronald,
black
you're not. I don't feel like you're getting what he is saying. He is saying that there is no no lineage for the Ashkenazi Jays.
But he's wrong.
And that they put that. Okay, that's fine. And that they put that name on themselves. When you're talking about these other ones, at least I haven't heard him, disagree with you on these other ones. He's saying they have always been known that by everybody else, and they always call themselves Hebrews, and the Ashkenazi Jays never called themselves Hebrews. They called themselves Ashkenazi Jays, while these other ones from Turkey, from Ethiopia, across the really just the Middle East, not the world, the Middle East, and wherever, they always refer to themselves as Hebrews. And so that's how or that's evidence of them being able to trace their lineage back. That's what I'm getting from his argument. So you keep on saying, well, the Turkish ones, they call themselves Turkish Jays and X, Y, and Z, but he's like, no, they've always been known as Hebrews, and Ashkenazi Jays have not been known as Hebrews. I think that's what he's saying, and you don't. I don't think you're really.
Hebrews really cover a wide variety of people. Like, for example, the guy who started the word Hebrew, that was like Abraham's great grandfather, something like that. So technically, Arabs are also Hebrews, right? So when we talk about the 12 tribes, we usually just say, when we say Jaj now, we usually try to cover like all the 12 tribes, right? Instead of just saying, but usually the best word, technical term is Israelites, right? And they have run DNA tests before, so I don't know where Brownsville is coming from. So Bumpkin was right. They ran DNA tests.
Those DNA tests were corrupt because the people that ran them were Ashkenazi Jays.
So why these same Ashkenazis ran DNA tests on black people and claimed that they were also from Israel? That don't make any sense. Why would those same people run the test on on people in Ethiopia and see that they also have the DNA match?
Well, that's what I was trying to kind of get to with my question about whether he believes the people that currently are in charge or run Israel and that have for the past, I guess we're going on 80 years now, whether they're part of the 12 tribes, because if he does believe that, then they would have a vested interest in making sure those that are not part of the 12 tribes do not get represented in any way, shape, or form, or try to, have stolen valor to say they are. And so I think that if you just take the Ashkenazi Jays in a vacuum, maybe you can come up with a conspiracy and say X, Y, and Z. But if you hold that Israel right now is controlled and has been controlled by members of the lineage of the 12, then they're not speaking out against it, and they're actually maybe supporting it, then I don't see what leg you have to stand on. Well, I'm confused, unless you're going to say like Israel is not actually held, because usually I see those in the black community that kind of talk about this stuff is, well, the ones that control Israel right now aren't even real Hebrews. Black people are real Hebrews, and that's where I usually see it go.
Ronald is also mistaken, right? Because even the word Hebrew, he talking about it came from Abraham's grandfather. That's not true. It came from Abraham himself, right? And it described the land of Mesopotamia, the land of Ur, and the land of Canaan, right? And that name was also given to his descendants, Isaac and Jacob, right? That's where the Hebrew lineage comes from, right? So the people then populated the area, the promised land, right? Which is the land of Israel, right? And that's where the 12 tribes are from, Judah and Israel, right? And then that land was conquered, right? And most of the people fled south, right? The people, Ashkenazi Jews or Ashkenazi-ish people, right? They are from Europe, and they took the name Ashkenaz because they were descendants of Japhet, right? So if you look at Europe, right, Japhet is the person who populated the land of Europe, right? And there's different lands in Europe which represents his descendants, right? When I'm trying to tell Ronald, and I think you also tried to explain to him, and he still doesn't get it, right? That no Hebrew, right, originally from that land would take upon the name of the descendants of Japhet, right? That would defeat their purpose. That does not make sense. That's illogical.
It's illogical for you because you don't know what you're talking about. All right.
No, it's
All right, man. Here we go again.
I keep on-
Brownsville, so with Israel as it stands today, do you believe that and since 48, or even before, if you want to count the settling until they, declared independence and whatnot, do you believe that those are members of the 12, or they descend from the lineage?
No. The majority of them are Ashkenazi, right?
Okay.
And that's why also the majority of them do not even practice Judaism, right? They don't even read the Torah. They don't even it's more like they follow more pagan traditions and things of that nature than Judaism, right?
Well,
Because
Judaism kind of started as a polytheistic more than a monotheistic religion.
they know, right, that is not their original, heritage or their original faith, right? It was something that was co-opted, right, to make it seem like, that they have this power from God. They have this authority from God, to, create this colonial ideology, right? And if you go back, right, to like, I'm talking 60 years ago, right? Different people who was in charge in that region at that time, they were all upset about this migration from Europe back to Israel. President of Egypt, president of Syria, president.
The Muslims. They're
Right.
always upset.
But what I'm saying is they were upset because they said, hey, these are not the people who was here.
Hey, Brownsville, I got a question
for you. Say that they have a vested interest in keeping the land that they're on, so they're always going to say these are the people that weren't there.
That's correct as well. But also,
are you saying that Palestinians, as we know them today, and these other Arabs are members of the descendants of the 12, or are you saying that Africans, like Ethiopians? I know, if I'm remembering correctly, a lot of people that have this similar ideology, I feel like I hear them talk about Ethiopia a lot, especially because Ethiopia, holds, at least from what I remember, the world's oldest Bible, and stuff like that. So they usually say like a lot of members of the 12 are in Africa, or
because the Bible says that most of the people who were exiled fled south, which depicts the Ethiopian region.
Well, I mean, south from where?
But
south from Judah and Israel.
That would be Egypt, right?
Right, and what's
Egypt,
south
Libya.
of Egypt?
Well, yeah, if you keep going south, but I don't know.
There you go.
Yeah,
but also,
I mean, I guess so. From what I'm doing this, I might be wrong about this, but I thought Ashkenazi Jays were considered 20% of the J population, or something like that. A very significant, but a minority of it. And so that would leave like 80% or so, or however many, to speak out.
There's just one group, but for some reason Brownsville doesn't think that they belong there. What I was trying to ask Brownsville is they were when when Spain was able to when Spain got rid of the Jays on the Iberian Peninsula in 1498. Oh, sorry, 1492. Was you know, do you consider them Jays also? The people was in the Iberian Peninsula.
What did they call themselves?
They call themselves Jays.
No, but they didn't use that term back then, right? The term back then was Hebrews.
Okay, whether they Hebrews or Jays, do you consider them?
That's a difference. You can't say that because that's a difference. I think this is where the issue is that he's saying that there is a difference between calling yourself a J and calling yourself a Hebrew, and a Hebrew would always keep the name Hebrew throughout the persecution and, you know, the emigration and all that other stuff. So you're saying whether you call them Jays or Hebrews, that doesn't.
For example, Abraham and Isaac would be considered a Hebrew, right? Even their son Jacob would be considered a Hebrew. His children would be considered pretty much Israelites, right? And then there was 2 tribes that broke off. They will be considered from Judea. They consider them the Jays, but then eventually we consider all 12 tribes Jays now. You know, that's kind of like how it is. So when we speak about Jays, we pretty much speaking about all 12 tribes. So yeah, so technically, yeah, Hebrews is Abraham and Isaac. You can't consider them Jays because Jays didn't exist yet, right? It was after Israel had his children, then you had your different the different tribes. Will be considered 12 tribes today. So when you talk about the Hebrews, there's a lot of other different people that make up Hebrews compared to just the 12 tribes.
I did have I think he might be busy.
You got a question?
It was a question for him, but so I guess I can. Well, he's
So hey, one second, Ronald.
Yeah.
Can you pull up Philippians 3:5
Sure.
from the King James version and read what it says? And this is the Apostle Paul, correct? Who you said was from Turkey, right? Read what it says.
Say that Philippians what again? What was the chapter and verse?
3:5.
Okay, Philippians 3:5. Let me see.
Now remember, AR. Hold on one second. So AR, this is the guy he's reading from, the Apostle Paul. He said he's from Turkey, right? You heard him say that earlier, right? Now go ahead, Ronald.
All right, Philippians 3:5. Circumcised the 8th day of the stock of Israel of the tribe of Benjamin, and Hebrew of the Hebrews, as touching the law, a Pharisee. Okay, what about it? What about it?
So what is he calling? Is he using? What name is he using?
He said the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew of the Hebrews, and he also said a Pharisee, and he also said Israel. So there's there's numerous things he had: Israel, Benjamin, Hebrew, and Pharisees. What about it?
Right. But what I'm saying is that's the name that they refer to themselves as Hebrews, right? The descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are Hebrews. And through persecution, through being enslaved, they always kept that name. That's what AR tried to explain to you, right? They wouldn't change their name and become Ashkenazi.
Well,
But
to be clear, I think that I was just saying that's what I thought you were saying, but I think what Ronald might be, or something that hasn't been said, I think, is that if I'm what year was Paul doing his messaging? That was right after Christ,
yeah,
which is well before Muhammad, so well before Muslims, and so I think what Ronald might be getting at, maybe I'm throwing him a lifeline, is that once Islam became a thing, Hebrews weren't just Hebrew because there were separate Hebrews. You had Jays and you had Muslims.
No,
And so
but Islam was already a thing. Islam became a thing
not during Paul.
through Abraham. Yes, through Abraham's other son.
No, it didn't. It didn't become a thing until Muhammad in the 800s.
No, that's not true.
Oh my goodness. When is the Quran dated? When is the Quran dated?
Ronald. Who is Ishmael? Ronald.
Yeah, that's what I understand, that they believe
Ishmael
that,
is Abraham's first son.
Right.
You could also consider him a Hebrew also.
No,
yes,
not
yes.
But
just like I said, Hebrew started from way before Abraham. Right?
was
Abraham's father was Terah, right? Tehran. So all these other people can be considered Hebrews.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Oh,
that is not true.
Okay,
But
so
to your point, the Islamic religion has their origins, and you can ask Islamic people; they'll tell you their origins start at Abraham too.
Yeah,
Right?
they
He's
say that that's where it stems from, because of the separation. Is going to go this son or that son.
He
Yeah,
is
they say that,
considered
and
the
they say that
father-
everybody. They also say that
father of
everybody's
religion.
born Muslim. So what are you talking about? They say everybody was born Muslim.
No,
Everybody is
but
born Muslim according to Islamic tradition.
The delineation is Isaac and Ishmael, right? So that's
doesn't-
where the delineation comes from.
The Islam, as we know it, as it started conquering by the sword and everything, where people actually started believing in Islam's message, and it's it being codified and all that stuff, comes from the 800s. That's well after Christ and well after Paul was preaching his message. So
But
there were no.
that's not the origin of the
You
faith.
can say that's not the origin, but it is for
But
all.
it's not.
For all. Nobody was
that
calling
is
themselves.
incorrect.
No. Okay, so what group of Hebrews were practicing Islam in Christ's day?
Yeah.
There was no group of Hebrews practicing Islam.
Because it didn't exist.
No, but that's not true.
So how does something exist? Oh, so none of them. But all right. So regardless, none of them were practicing it, and then they started to practice it later on. Correct?
No.
Hey, Brownsville. So you consider all of Abraham's sons were considered Hebrews, right? You can consider them Hebrews, right?
No.
No.
The Hebrew lineage, once again for the last time, comes from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That is the lineage of the Hebrews.
So okay, so nobody else. So in your mind, nobody else was considered Hebrews. Okay. Okay. All right. So Ishmael wasn't. So Ishmael can't be Hebrew.
No, he was not a Hebrew.
Why not?
Matter of fact, he was casted away with Hagar, right?
Isn't his father a Hebrew? So how he can be a Hebrew if his father's a Hebrew?
According to the word that you read, right? What is Ishmael's story? Did he travel to the land with Abraham? Yes or no?
No.
Or okay.
So okay. So, but like I said, you are who your father is. So if his father was Hebrew, he's still Hebrew, no matter what. That's
all right. Listen,
right?
Man,
just because he was sent away doesn't mean he's not Hebrew anymore.
No,
right?
but
how many sons did Abraham have?
Abraham, right? He had the son Ishmael with Hagar, right?
Yeah, Hagar.
Right? Then he had Isaac and Esau, right?
No.
Oh, who else did he have?
He had the two famous ones that we know is Ishmael, then Isaac, then after Sarah died, he had 6 more sons. One of the most famous ones is Media, who became the father of the Midianites. And the Midianites is one of the lady who Moses married. She was she married he married the daughter of the priest of Midian. He was from the lineage of Abraham also.
What's
So
his
Abraham
name?
altogether, they call in the Bible, they call him the priest of Midian. So altogether, Abraham had 8 sons. It's just the 2 famous ones is Ishmael and Isaac. You disagree?
He probably got a phone call.
Yeah, that's a good time to get a phone call. I don't just read. I've actually been to these places.
No,
So when I
but what
talk, I
I'm
don't just come up here
asking
just to
you
talk.
is what's your point? What I'm saying is, right, the origin of the Hebrews come from the lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Are you disputing that?
So Abraham's father, Terah, he's not Hebrew either?
No.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Hey, Sharon, why don't you like Google where the Hebrew come from or something like that? Why don't you help us out? Maybe Google could help us out. Because Brownsville is tripping over himself right now.
No, you're gonna find, he can Google it, and you're gonna find the Hebrews come from the lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Just what I said.
Yeah, okay. And I bet you if you do it, Hebrew comes like okay, you have Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? From the Shem lineage, there's a guy that started the first Hebrew. He became the first Hebrew. Then after it trickled all the way down to what we call Terah, then Abraham. Remember, Abraham also had 2 other brothers also, right? Along with Sarah, who was his half sister or his half sibling, right? So all these people were still considered Hebrews. But yes, today when we speak about the Hebrews, yeah, we mostly speak about the 12 tribes or whatever, but there were other people who were Hebrews also. The Midianites were also Hebrews, right? All these other people were Hebrews. Because like I said, Abraham, after Sarah died, he married a Ethiopian woman and he had more children. He had 6 more sons with that lady, with that Ethiopian lady. So Abraham had a lot of children. So there were a lot of
Did you
Hebrews.
find it, Cuzzo? He asked you to find something, right? The origin of the Hebrews. Can you enlighten them on what you found?
Or you can put in where we get the word Hebrew from. It's pretty much one of Abraham's great grandfathers.
Can you see it?
Yes. Can you put in where we get the word Hebrew from? That's what I was asking.
Just read what it say, Cuzzo. Just read it.
Can't see it.
Can you read it? Cause I can't see it. I'm
All right. Ebar, there we go. So let me that's one of Abraham's like grandfathers to the whatever power. Let me bring it. Let me see, Ebar.
I'm just telling you that the lineage of the Hebrews is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You won't find nothing that disputes that.
But what I'm saying is that guy right there, if you follow the genealogy in the Bible, that guy right there, Eber, is Abraham's great to the whatever power grandfather, right? So everybody who came after him were considered Hebrews.
That is not true.
No, what I'm getting from that is that it's saying that Abraham and his descendants are considered Hebrews because they were the ones that crossed over the river. But Eber, however it's pronounced, had other descendants. They didn't cross over the river, therefore they would not be considered Hebrew.
Thank you.
Let me read it for a second. It like describes.
Let me know if you find anything that disputes. The
Right, so
lineage
he
of
was
the
the great-
Hebrews is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
So, like I was saying, Eber was the great grandson of Shem. Do you see that?
So basically, it would be like this. It would be like we're called Americans because we live in America, but
Okay.
not all of Britain's like Australia is not considered American just because they came from Britain as well, right? Like the
no.
settlers of Australia come from Britain, but they're Australians. They're not American.
No, this Eber is actually Abraham's ancestor.
Yeah,
So this
and,
not
and
this
the
is not
UK is the UK is America's and Canada's and Australia's ancestor as well. The UK had children; they went their separate ways. The ones in America are called Americans. The one in Canada are called Canadians. The ones in Australia are called Australians. But you can't call an Australian an American just because we have a common ancestor.
Oh, okay. I'm a little confused about that.
Antigua Bossy with the $2. Brownsville is mixing up Hebrews and Israelites. Also, let me say welcome into the show, the man Williams. Good day, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing, big brother?
I'm doing well today.
What's up, the man?
Nothing much. I had to come over here because allegedly I heard my president was putting out some crazy videos, allegedly, right? So I had to just come over, see what he was talking about, debate that he was staying on the straight and narrow. It's my job to jump off the rails, my friend, not yours.
I don't think I did anything yet. Not yet, at least. So you good for right now?
I'm good right now. Yeah, I'm just joining the show.
Yeah, y'all lucky that the man and MJ just joined the show because I was ready to hit the button on y'all asses. Welcome to the show, the beautiful Conversation with MJ. Good day. How you doing today? What's your thoughts?
Good day. I thought we was gonna get back to aliens and vampires and not bum rushing Area 51. Please don't do that. I'm just saying. And talking about people, whatever. And people, pretty much dabbling in cannibalism. I thought we was gonna be talking about that. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy the history lesson, but I just think that it's a semantic type of talk because they're talking about lineage versus religion, right? And that's what I'm really getting from it. Like, we're trying to identify who's a part of what lineage, but also referencing who joined a religion and who has more stake in the game than the other. So I don't know. To me, it's a little kind of like circulatory. I mean, these individuals decided to call themselves this, you know what I'm saying, because they have pretty much adapted the religion. They fall under that. And that's just the way of the world that it is today. However, going by the Bible, they probably are not a part of that line. And there is a rule, I think, in Israel now, the new Israel, how it is now, that they're not even allowed to do DNA tests.
So, but
There's
a reason why they don't want them to do that. So
right, why? But why is that? I want you to explain why they stopped it.
Well, we don't know if that's true or not.
well, because according to the Brownsville, according to the religion, Judaism is done through the mother's line, not the father. So if they go get that DNA test and it doesn't show that they're actually aligned, to that lineage, they come from a different part, then that will, the claims that they're mentioning why they hold and reside that country will become false, right?
It goes to the father. It goes to the father.
Hello.
From it's
No,
always
it
the
doesn't.
father.
It goes through the mother.
You know the interesting part about this conversation is when I hear Christians argue this point. Like none of this matter because in Galatians tells us that Gentile Jew don't matter, woman or female doesn't matter. It tells us in Galatians that once you baptize and receive the Holy Spirit and Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, you all are one in the kingdom.
But
So
it does matter because it mattered when I was 6 years old. The first time I went into a church, right? I seen a big person that they said was Jesus. He was a white man with blue eyes. That mattered. The imagery does matter.
absolutely, I think that church messed up. I agree that it's a lot of churches just messing up with imagery. But once we
But
go into
what
the
I'm talking about,
go ahead, sir.
I'm talking about in the early 1980s, right? So do you think in the early 1980s the majority of churches had that image? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Listen, I think you putting up a picture of any Jesus, any color is wrong because, that's my point. I'm telling you, I think that it's a low level of thinking when we talk about serving God that we bring race into it. That's my opinion. I
But
think
we
God.
didn't do that. What I'm
I
saying
know.
is somebody else did.
They listen. I'm not arguing with you, brother. I agree that we should not have imagery when it comes down to what Christ looked like. We should actually accept him as our Lord and Savior. And with that being said, that's the point that I'm making is that Galatians clearly want to tell people that race, gender, also gender too. This is something people don't talk about. God don't look at women different from men when it comes down to the faith. Now I'm not talking about for marriage and relationships when it comes down to the faith.
What we
And
talking
that's
about
what
right now?
Galatians is breaking down for
But the
us.
But who
problem,
cares what
Edomim,
Galatians says? The issue is the systemic racism that was used
right,
and the religion being used to oppress
right.
the black community. What the hell? What does it matter? Like the issue is that like that's what he's talking about. What does it matter if Galatians says this or that? It's not what has been done in the country.
Well, no,
Right. It's
absolutely.
the
Listen,
indoctrination, right?
the
Which
Bible
is
also
why
tells us that
Ronald,
wolves,
which is why
we will see
Ronald is
wolves in sheep
confused.
clothing. No. Listen, brother. I'm saying I'm not. I am the Bible. The Bible told us all of this would happen. They said that we would see wolves in sheep clothing. And what I learned is it's some wolves out there. Matter of fact, most of those slave masters was wolves dressed up as shepherds. I am 100% agree with that. Some people have misused the Bible. Matter of fact, most people misuse all religions because it's wolves in every religion. But what I do understand that it's still a level of truth in the Bible, and I think we should focus on the truth instead of the wolves, because we give more attention to the wolves than the truth in the Bible.
But so if the Bible says, hey, the children of, let's say you take the Bible, I don't take it to be truthful, but let's just say it's you take it to be a historical fact and, ordained word from God and all this other good stuff. If that book says the children of these people are to inherit this land, and then for the past 400 or so years, the people that were supposed to get that land were told that they're nothing but dirt, essentially, and the people telling them that then took the land, then it's not just kumbaya, right? Like there's a wrong that needs to be righted. You can't just go, oh, well, Galatians, it says we all need to be accepting, so therefore whatever. But I don't understand. I don't understand that.
Listen, people going war to the end of time, AR, and I get what you're saying. You said, hey, if the Bible says that at this point in time, this is the rules and things, this regulation. I go through this with people all the time. The Old Testament was the law at the time. It have changed. And certain things like God have no problem with me laying in the bed with my wife while she on her cycle. Let's be clear. Like if you really start understanding, it was ancient Israel law and it was God law, and both of those things are in the Bible. That's why Jesus came to fulfill the law, and he gave us the greatest law of all is that we should love our neighbor. So love is the new law that we supposed to be operating in.
But you can still love your neighbor and still want wrongs to be righted, correct? Isn't that being more because you're not letting your neighbor, live this sinful lifestyle?
Absolutely. Listen, I am 100% agreement that you can love somebody, and it's called tough love. I think me and Brownsville give each other tough love, but I love that brother. And I believe he loved me. But what I am telling you is a lot of things that people think that they should actually follow now. Jesus told us that he gave us the ultimate law, which is to love.
I don't remember Jesus saying, "Hey, disregard your inheritance," or what. Let's say, for example, we were both Christian, or everybody up here was a Christian or whatever, and I didn't know about like this. Hey, they replaced the correct lineage, or they replaced the people that should have been given the land of Israel or whatever, with different people. And I was up here supporting Israel, saying, no, those Jays are the right Israelites and all this other stuff that, we have to, support them or protect them as the Bible would maybe indicate or whatnot. Isn't it right that they would bring up the fact that may be incorrect, that may not actually be the right people in the land of Israel right now, especially if you're going to count like Revelations and think like the
Absolutely.
end times comes.
Yeah, listen, I am telling you that
people have to be in control of Israel.
what I am telling you is the enemy gonna give you every distraction possible for you not to focus on the Lord.
But how is it a
Hold
distraction
on.
if religion is held to this standard in this country, which it is, unfortunately, it's held to this like infallible standard. If you don't want to get vaccines, you can use the religion as an excuse. If you don't want to do X, Y, and Z, you can use religion as an excuse. They have all these cutouts for religion because it's held to such a high standard, right? Then it's not just a distraction, because this is something that people hold near and dear to their heart. Like, people will live their entire life, and everything about their life is centered around their religion. Everything they do, whether they're Muslim and they pray this way every day, 5 times a day or whatever it is, or 7 times a day in the 5 pillars, whichever number is correct, or Christians and they say, Jesus says this, Jesus says we should love our neighbor and we should do this, so I'm going to do that, or whatever it may be. They and their entire life is based around the premises of the book, their holy books. You can't say it's just a distraction when it's trying to figure out, the end of people. If you subscribe to Revelations in the end times, that the way the end times gets ushered in and everybody gets raptured and this kumbaya happens or whatever, is for the right people to hold the land of Israel and Judea. You can't say it's a distraction, right? That would actually be the opposite of it. The other stuff would be a distraction, because it's the end goal, right? The end times is the end goal for religion.
So what I'm saying is the distraction part. People have an option to focus on Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, right? To be saved, to be baptized, be filled with the Holy Spirit. When people get to say, let me go back and forth, who haven't received Jesus Christ, and it's just my opinion, and they're going back and forth about the color of the sin, I'm just telling you, I personally believe that it's a distraction for people, because I know people said, Jesus Christ ain't white, that's why I don't serve him. Like they justify these things on why they don't accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. And I believe it's ways to distract and divide people from truly and honestly accepting God as their Lord and Savior. But like I said, we have the right to talk about what we want to. AR, I'm just telling you that I just came with my truth today.
One thing that wasn't done away with.
kids?
What do you say?
Are you talking about the kids of Abraham?
No, what about them kids that they found on Rocco Island? What about the things that have been put in the files about cannibalism and blood drinking and aliens and stuff like that? I mean, that was like the original topic, and I mean, like I said, I understand how it got to this point, but are we gonna revert back to that?
I think I came with pure intentions. I told the host I did not know about what they was talking about, but we want to talk about aliens and drinking blood and people eating people. We definitely talk about that, MJ.
That sounds bad.
But what I do find interesting, MJ, is that while that is the topic, that it turned into this talk, but those books also have little terms in it where you drinking blood, the wine, you eating the flesh, cannibalism. there's things in the book that shown that things came from other places, possibly
talk to him,
not from
Sharon.
this world.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of paganism.
Sacrificing children, Sharon. Don't
That
forget
is-
that one.
There's a lot of paganism rituals. Yes, absolutely. You know,
So y'all
yeah,
think
go ahead.
Sexual assault.
We
don't
don't
forget
drink
that one.
Christianity. Don't drink blood.
I made this.
Racism definitely disagrees with you there, buddy.
I made this statement a long time ago, right? Just because gay people do it and straight people do it, it doesn't make them gay to do it. If straight people do it, gay people do it for man and woman.
Yeah, man, we do not
this is
talk
what
about
we
pegging, bro. We do not. This is not the conversation, man.
The point that I'm saying is what we would do is say, oh, since witches do this and they do this, they're practicing paganism or pagan, a pagan ritual. That is not true. Two people can do the same thing that does not have the same meaning.
Well, see, I think that's how we got off the initial conversation, because the panelists that was on prior, they wanted to separate themselves and pretty much try to make a subgroup. Like the main ones are the ones who are responsible to all those cannibalism, the drinking of the blood, and aliens that we was initially talking about. And I really just thought it was a crazy switch to now be talking about this particular type of lineage and religion, due to the fact is that none of that matters when the concept of white started in 1900s, and majority of the individuals who falls under that race category consider themselves white. So there is no separation at that particular point. So I don't know how we was able to let them flip that, you know what I'm saying, to the point where now we're discussing the lines of Abraham. Like, that's crazy.
I rather the Bible. Anyway, when it comes to the Bible, if you know it, when they're trying to trace Jesus,
You just said forget what MJ said, huh? You said
yeah,
who
forget
cares
it.
what
Yeah,
MJ
we
got to
don't.
say?
I don't care about
crazy.
people
Hey,
drinking
Sharon,
blood.
you was
Yeah,
right.
right. Okay, so we don't care about the kids. Got it.
Sharon was
That's
right.
why
Just end the show. Just
we
end the
don't
show.
care.
You're right.
We don't care about the
Just end the
kids.
show.
MJ, you know the
That's
Bible
good.
is the Old Testament is filled with stuff, disgusting stuff. The stuff that a lot of the stuff that is in the news about the island and stuff. A lot of that is also in the Bible.
Like what?
Sacrificing children.
Who was sacrificing children in the Bible?
Who was it that was told to go to the hilltop and sacrifice a child, and God only stopped him at the last minute, but he was told to do it to represent to show he really loved him.
It was a test, so he didn't.
Yeah. So okay, yeah. So and then also, what happened with Job again? Was it Satan going to God and saying, "Hey, watch this. I bet I can make him not love you anymore." And God was like, "No, you can't. Try it." And Satan was like, "Okay, bet." And then he did something to him. What was the first thing he did? Killed a sheep at first, and then Satan came back. Hey, no, man, that wasn't good enough, but I'll do it again. Well, I trust me, I can show you. And then he killed his wife, or he killed his children, and he was like, I can do it again. And then he killed his wife. Like, how did that go again? I'm just wondering.
No, he did. He actually did all that at the same time.
Okay. I just wondered. So that stuff is in the Bible, and then you get a reward out of it. You get a reward out of it.
Yeah, it all happened the same time. So that
no, it didn't happen all at the same time.
Could you hold on for a second? Let me tell you. Okay.
Well, it was rhetorical, honestly. It didn't happen. It doesn't happen all at the same time. I think most people here know the story of Job, or at least
yes, and I know the story of Job also.
Yeah.
What happened was different.
The point is that you get this sacrifice, and then there's a reward out of it, which is very similar to the same type of theme that happens with the drinking of blood. Oh, there's a sacrifice, you drink it, and then there's a reward out of it, or you sacrifice a child, and there's a reward out of it. How did Jesus? Wasn't Jesus sacrificed? Isn't that God's son?
Yeah,
he was sacrificed,
he
right?
died for. Yeah,
he was sacrificed.
He was our.
It's a reward of it.
Let me go to work, Sharon.
Hey, you tried.
You were right, Sharon. You were right. That's all I'm gonna say. You was right. Have a good day.
Yeah. So but whatever she was talking about, yeah, we come from our fathers, so we don't follow the mother thing. If you follow the Bible, most of the people in the Bible you hear is about father, right? And when you trace Jesus, it was from father. Then they talk about his earthly father, which was Joseph. Then they talk about Jesus. So they don't trace the lineage of the mother, right? If that was the case, you remember if you remember the story about Ruth and well, gosh, what his name is? Ruth. I forgot the name of the guy with Ruth was a Midianite. Oh, no, not Midianite, a Moabite. So she married a guy who was an Israelite. So their children were considered Israelites. If that was if we went by the lineage of our mother, Jesus would be considered a Moabite or a Moabite. So we always go by the father when it comes to the Bible. Was she married again? Oh gosh, I can't remember his name right now.
Boaz.
Thank you, Boaz. Yes. So Boaz, yes. So Boaz was from the tribe of Judah. So that's the reason why when you keep on going down the ancestry of Jesus, that's why you consider Jesus from the tribe of Judah, right? So even though Boaz was from Judah, and Ruth was from Moabite, you take the tribe of your father. That's the reason why Jesus is considered from the tribe of Judah.
And I wanted to shout out everybody. It seems like they interested in the conversation, but they not interested in the conversation. They're a little confused about if they like the conversation or not. It's interesting to see. We got a good amount of people here, but it's interesting. So let me welcome in Playboy Williams. Good day, sir. How you doing today? What's your thoughts?
What's up, man? Yeah, like it's interesting to see everybody's views, different views or whatever. I think everybody needs to study the Bible a little bit more, though. If you're going to use it as a talking point, you really need to do your due diligence and study. You know, too many people try to quote the Bible, but you're not doing a good job at times because you're only reading what you wanting to make your point on when it's bigger than that. You need to read before the beginning of the chapter and the end of it, not just the middle. You know, so that's my take on it. You know, it's interesting though. That's why I came up. Long time no see, Sharon, man. Salute to you, man. Proud of you, man.
Appreciate you. What you think about these goddamn aliens that Barack Obama and Donald Trump talking about?
Man, I don't believe it until I see it, man. That's something I can say, to be honest. Like, we've been hearing that since I was a kid. So, you know, I just have to just wait and see like everybody else. I just know what I got for them.
What you got?
Hey, Iraq.
And listen, now what happens if you wake up and then they had this thing, and now we can see everybody who they are. We can see the aliens for who they are. They take down the cloaking, and then it becomes that your wife is a alien. What you gonna say then?
Man, how you gonna use my wife? Damn, you got me on that.
What you gonna say?
She might have to go, man.
They take the cloak off, right? And the next you know, our wife and half our kids is green, the other half is human, and we like, damn, we got an alien kid. Like, you know, all these. What if that happens? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the name? What's the name of the movie? Played back in the days with Roddy Piper.
What did he say? What the movie that he was in?
Yeah, what was that?
Are you talking about Z?
No, I think They Live or
V.
something like that.
It was V, wasn't it? V.
No, not V. But anyway, but you know what I mean? Where like they did something that now we could see them all of a sudden. People realize that some of their girlfriends and whatever was.
Hey, it is what it is at that point. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you know what I'm saying?
You've been doing it that
good
long.
So far, ain't nothing gonna change, right? You know what I'm saying?
Guess we family now, huh?
Hey, we don't share fluids and everything. I'm part alien at this point. It is what it is.
Yeah. So I guess I just have to stay. I did make an honor to God, so I got married last year, Sharon.
That's what's up. Oh, They Live.
Congratulations.
They Live is the movie I was talking about. Playboy with Roddy.
They Live. Yeah, I remember that too.
Yeah. When they put the glasses on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. At this point, that's what this is going to be, huh? Be like, damn, you little alien ass.
Yeah, that's about it. You get it from your mama. That's all I can say.
That was a good one.
I just hope if they are for real, that it comes with some new technology that we don't know.
Yeah.
And some new
F-35 ain't good enough for you, man?
Nah, I want that.
SR-71 wasn't good enough?
What's that? What's that other? That Tatars or whatever.
Yeah. But you know what? If they've been here all this time anyway, they know what we know.
I mean, that's how I would look at it anyway. They just know what we know.
You know what I'm saying? I want to know about all the underground. I want to know about Atlantis. I want to go to Atlantis. Show me where it's at. I want to go beyond the ice wall. You feel me? Take me beyond. I want to go to the unknown.
I've been to the Atlantis, cuzzo. It's in the Bahamas. So
Yeah, that's the hotel.
Paradise Island. It's
Yeah, nice
If you-
hotel.
If you get there, go stay at the cove side. You know what I'm saying? That you have a good time.
Hey, so Brownsville, so who you consider to be the real Jays today?
The descendants of the 12 tribes,
Where are they?
wherever they are.
Oh, so okay.
The original Hebrews, wherever they are.
So you don't know where they are. It's just those people are definitely not them. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, the Ashkenazi,
Okay, all right.
They're definitely not. No.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, last Thanksgiving, y'all was having a nice little debate about the Bible. Izzy Bands was up here, so I gotta give a shout out to Izzy Bands. He was correct about it, right? The conversation was when the serpent was being tempted by Eve. Where was Adam? One Izzy Bands was saying Adam wasn't there. The other person was saying Adam was there, right? The way Genesis is written, right, is really hard to like understand sometimes. But Adam wasn't right next to Eve when she's being tempted. She got tempted by the serpent. Then eventually she took the fruit to Adam, who was in the garden. So the way it worded, people think like they was next to each other, but no, all of them was in the garden, but they wasn't next to each other. That's kind of the way. If you follow Genesis, it's kind of worded kind of badly. Like I'm gonna have to show you something in the Bible also when it came to let me look at it real quick.
So
how bad the wording is.
who was?
Get back on this.
I don't know. So what
Izzy Bands was correct about it.
He was correct that Adam was the one that should have got the blame first.
No, Adam wasn't. No, the argument was when Eve was being tempted by the serpent, Adam was right next to her. That wasn't true. She was by herself.
He brought and took the apple to him.
Yeah, yes. She ate it, then she took it to him. Right? And the way it's worded, people were saying, oh, they was right next to each other. No, it's the Genesis is kind of worded kind of badly sometimes. Right? That's the reason why it's hard to understand. But no, like,
and then what did God say to Adam?
Oh, it kind of went down the line. God asked Adam first. Adam blamed Eve.
What did he say? Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Then after Eve blamed the serpent.
So now we know. Now we know the difference between men and the Adams. We got a bunch of red pill Adams out there that just want to blame the women for everything. But you ate the goddamn apple. Don't blame Eve because she was all tempted. What I was supposed to, you gave her to me. Shut your punk ass up and take the blame. It's your fault. You got tempted.
But that's kind of like for the most part humans in general, right?
No,
we always want to blame somebody else, just like how Adam blamed Eve blamed the serpent, right? So that's like kind of like when you guys have this manosphere and like the men blame the women blame the men.
Big dog. Nah, I don't blame nobody else. I take all responsibility for anything that I've done.
Good. That's good. You are different. You should be proud of yourself.
I am very proud of myself. You ain't saying nothing. That's how it's supposed to be. We ain't supposed to be like, it's all her fault. What I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to pull out and put a condom on? That's my responsibility. Shut your punk ass up.
Couldn't be me.
All right, let me give you an example. In Genesis, right?
Ron, what's
Genesis?
Just real quick before you do it.
Go ahead.
What we talk? I walked away. I thought we had gotten off this lineage stuff, but it seemed like we back on it. What point are you trying to make?
I was just trying to make a point when it came to that the Adam thing. I was just trying to make a point of how Genesis is worded kind of badly. I was kind of give you an example real quick. All right. For example, in Genesis chapter 3, verse 8, right? This is after Adam and Eve ate the fruit, right? And it says, and they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, right? If you hear it, they said they heard the voice of God walking. Does that make sense to y'all?
Say it again.
Okay, I'll say it again. And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in
Pause.
the garden in the cool of the day.
Pause. Go back, read.
You heard it, right? So according to the Bible, if you read in the Bible, God's voice was walking, right? To us, it doesn't make any sense, right? But if we kind of fixed it, it'll be like, and they heard the voice of God. They heard the voice of God while he was walking in the garden, but they left some words out. So to us, it seems odd that why is God's voice walking?
To you, it seems odd. That's the whole thing. When it comes to the Bible, it lays it straight out the way it said. But we want to say, well, this is what they were trying to know. He said what he said. Those was his words.
So God's voice was walking?
Yes. Do you know what that means?
What does it mean?
You don't know.
Think
about it really quick. If God's voice is walking, that means it's around you. That means if you were about to do something, it's like you being a parent and you raise your child. Your child is supposed to act as if you're over their shoulder. As if you are in the room is how they're supposed to behave. So what does that mean if God's voice is walking? That means you walk accordingly to what his instructions are, which don't deal with a damn demon. I mean, that's as plain as I can put it to you.
I mean, all the time, Ronald, we say, hey, hold on, let's have this conversation. Take this walk with me. We say it all the time. And we know we ain't walking nowhere. We literally having a conversation through the internet, not walking, sitting down in places. We say, take this walk with me, though.
Okay. All right. As long as everybody kind of understand that. But
That
like
you
I said,
wrong. Yeah, like we understand that, like, you know, like I understand that you be trying to manipulate your wrongness, and it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. We still love you, goddamn.
Yeah. So what's going on, man? I'm happy that you're back. I haven't been back on here since you was off for like some months or whatever. Did you ever find out why it happened?
Yeah.
What it was somebody set you up, or it wasn't on your part?
Yeah, it was a whole bunch of Adams blaming me for something that I didn't do.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry. Well, I'm happy that you're back now.
Yeah, they had a whole like strike team. It was a bunch of men crying and complaining and saying Sharon he let the women talk over there. Why do women get to talk?
They get to spend their money. Their $20 is worth my $20. Like, what's happening here?
Like, don't he know?
I see you got a lot new panelists now. Also, got a whole new team. No, not a whole new team. You know what I mean? You got some new people.
That's why they be trying to strike me down. They don't understand how I could be authentically myself and still maintain conversations. That's a real problem. A lot of people out there, they get mad because I don't use no bots. I don't buy my likes. I don't buy my shares. I don't have fake cash apps and fake super chats. They cannot understand it.
Yeah, I'm out of a lot of money.
Right.
I can get that shit back.
He got, you know how much dishes y'all gotta wash nowadays?
Bro,
Shit.
we ain't gotta bring it up, man. This shit crazy. I started sweeping the floors. She's like, dishes ain't enough anymore. You spent too much. You gotta start doing some other stuff. All right, babe. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it.
So, you know, so like they try to make it as something that it's not, and they try to make it seem like somebody else's voice is mine, right? Because I allow people to have a conversation. So whatever Ronald say, hey, I'm gonna blame Sharon for what Ronald said because Ronald he made me feel a certain way, and especially if it's a woman. A woman say something on it, it gets some people blood going. It's just what it is. And then sometimes, you know, people just want me to just talk about gossip too. They want me to talk about possibly side chicks and cheating husbands, and we don't really know for sure. Well, like, hey, we expose it. he's a liar. If you still choose to hang out with the lie, hey, it is what it is. I don't know what to tell him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, by now, you know what it is. If you still go there and patronize it, then you like the lie. And a lot of people enjoy the lie. They want the lie to be truthful. And it is what it is.
Talk to
You
him.
know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only thing I could think about it. Welcome to the show, the beautiful, the real Prism. How you doing, beautiful?
Hey, everybody.
Good day. It's good to hear your voice.
So, Sharon, somebody woke me up.
Uh-oh. What happened?
And you know why they woke me up?
No.
Hey, Ronald, I need you to go read Genesis in its full context. I need you to go read Genesis 3 and 6 for me, please.
Ronald, they on your ass, bro. I don't know what you did, but hey, boy, they coming for your neck.
Because I'm tired of you guys lying. That's why. You're wasting my time, too. But go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Wait,
what you said?
Whoa, what do you mean, you guys?
Read Genesis 3 and 6, please.
What you mean, you guys?
Sure.
Oh, she wasn't talking about me. All right.
Yeah, I believe that's what you're about to tell me is what I was telling you about how it's worded in the Bible.
So let me ask this question to you. So what you're telling me is that the Bible's supposed to be the divine word of God, and everything else, the way that submission goes and everything else is perfectly written, but that one part of the Masoretic text is wrong. Is that what you're telling me, sir?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay,
I
but
just said I remember there's different authors.
Cancellation, please.
Say again.
What is a cancellation, please?
What do you mean cancellation?
What is a cantillation, please, sir? From the Masoretic text. What is it?
Why you asking me about that?
Okay, because you came up here and you said something that is absolutely
Blasphemy.
wrong. It's in error. The Bible clearly says, first I'm going to talk about continua scriptura, which is the way that the original text was written. It was not written with commas, periods, any quotation mark. There was originally no space in between any of those words. They were mostly consonants, and all the vowel markings were later added for English reading. The original tradition, which is called the continuous script, means that there were no type of commas or anything in there. So when the Bible says that she was with her, she gave the fruit to her husband who was with. So I'm going to ask you, what does the word with mean?
Who was there?
Who was there with Eve?
Yes.
The Bible says that she gave the fruit to her husband who was with her.
Yes.
Where would Adam have been?
He's in the garden with her.
Okay, he was with her right where she was.
But when she gave it to her, when she gave it to him, yes, they were together at that time in the garden. But when she was tempted, they weren't together.
Where's the scripture say that at?
That's the reason why I tell you. That's the reason why I tell you the way it's worded in Genesis.
We're not going to do any type of adding end of that word. We're not going to read into the word. You're not going to take out of the word. You're going to read the scripture itself. Where does it say? No, sir. Where does it say in the word of God that he was somewhere else in that garden? We're talking about the divine word of God. So you're telling me God is a liar, that in the written word is inaccurate? So what you're saying is that everything else was written perfectly for everybody's understanding, but that one part that you're trying to tell God he's a liar in his word, that's essentially what you're doing. You're thumbing it in his face.
What I'm saying is the way Adam and Eve were in the Bible was in the garden together, right? Just like, for example, if you ask me, let's say my son is home, right? I could technically, he's with me, but he's not in this room.
Sir, we're talking about
the
word with.
So
we're not don't play these games with me.
Hold on a second. Let me talk. You could I'm not, and please we could have a good conversation. We don't have to argue nothing.
Not with somebody who's a heretic.
All right. And now we calling names now. So let's just have a good conversation. All right. I don't do this stuff. All right. So for example, like I gave you the example, my son could be in the house with me, but he's not in this room, right? That's what happened in the Bible. Adam and Eve were in the garden together, but when she was being tempted by the serpent, Adam wasn't there with her, right? But the way you reading it, you think that the serpent and the Eve had a full-blown conversation, and Adam was there like dumbfounded, didn't say nothing at all, which is ridiculous.
Sir, what
right?
you're doing is eisegesis, which is what a lot of you do. Basically, what you do is you add your own assumptions, your own interpretations of whatever you think the Bible says, rather than to draw out of the word what the word is trying to tell you. At the end of the day, no, sir, at the end of the day, Adam was responsible and he failed in his responsibility, i.e., that's why they got kicked out of the garden. That's why God held him accountable. It wasn't the woman's fault that he did not explain it to her. There is nothing in that scripture that says that he told her anything. You're not going to play the eisegesis game with me.
Did she know the rules?
And Izzy was wrong. And Izzy has been wrong about multiple things scripturally.
He was right about this one.
It's not my fault that I had a black father and a black mother that taught me the word, and you guys are sitting there picking up stuff from some other place that you don't even really understand. So if you're a chaplain, you need to get in your word, just like I told somebody else, break that word open and then go through the net Bible, because you seem like you don't understand. Go through the net Bible and read it.
Fight back, Ronald.
Didn't Eve know the rule? Eve knew the rule, right?
Sir, what does the word with mean in the English language? I'm gonna ask you one more time.
Be together.
Okay, so they were together when she handed it to him. The Bible says she was with it. She gave and handed it to him.
Right.
So what did she do? What is the imply? What are you trying to imply?
If you hand somebody
was he working? Was Adam in the garden working? Because we're going to tell you that you're a liar there too. Let me tell you why you're a liar. Because work was not given to the man until after the fall. So I'm going to ask you again, where was he?
He was in the garden with her.
He was with her.
They just wasn't together.
Okay.
But they were in the garden.
Hey, Sharon,
when she was tempted.
I'm going back to sleep because this is why I don't like having conversations. This is why all of these heretics are all over the place in these streets.
You need to go back to sleep.
This is why we have white men talking about using the Bible on a way of Deuteronomy to put black men and black boys under their thumbs, and you don't go read that either. This is also white men saying that black men need to shut their churches down because you guys don't understand the Bible. See, this is what I'm talking about, why all of this stuff is out here. You lack understanding, you lack reasoning, and you lack the English proper definition of the word. Don't get mad at me, sir, because you don't understand the word with. But the next time you come up here to Sharon's channel and try to correct somebody without knowing what you're correcting, you might as well leave it alone.
It's okay to be wrong. It's okay.
He was
like I said.
Her.
That's crazy.
Izzy was wrong. Izzy was right. You was wrong about this. It's okay.
You said it right. You said it right.
I got a question.
Wrong.
Izzy was right about
wrong. And that is the problem with your God, the God that you serve. God does not allow ego.
Ooh.
Right?
She said no
ego. This is not about ego. It's about truth.
No, it's about truth, and that's what I'm telling you.
And that's why I'm telling you that you are a lying serpent-toothed devil. That's what you are.
Wow.
She said you're basically saying himself.
Fork-toothed devil, just like Izzy is.
Wow. So now I'm a fork-toothed devil.
You are, because anybody would sit there and read the word of God and deny God's words. You are a liar, and the truth does not live in you.
Yeah, well, if you could say that about somebody like me, something's definitely wrong with you.
No, I definitely don't. I go by what people say, not what they look like or what you think you are.
So
the ego is always beneath anything.
So you following the Bible and you want to call somebody a devil after they tell you we're going to have a respectable conversation.
He lied about the word. He lied about what God told him. He lied about it. So the father of lies is who? Who is the father of lies, sir?
The father of lies is the devil.
Okay,
right?
So if you're sitting here telling me that the word with in the continuous script was saying that he was with her, she gave it to him and handed it to him. She didn't walk anywhere. She said it handed it to him.
So
She
the
handed it to him.
So Genesis. So what you're saying, just like how I showed you,
You know,
the example.
your issue is, let me tell you what your issue is,
Oh,
that you
Lord.
hate. Let me tell you what you,
Yeah,
let me
you got
tell
issues.
you what you Pharisaical demons hate. You hate
Now
when
you
a
want to call
woman
somebody?
corrects.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
hate when it comes from a woman. But if it had been
No,
a
no,
man,
no.
I can get 15 men to come over here who are apostles and
There you
teachers, and they'll tell you the same thing. You are a
Bring them on.
fork-toothed demon liar. That's what
So
you
he can
are.
take. He said he can
You
take
need to
15 men
get
at
in your
once.
word and stop playing like you know God and really get to know him.
Yeah. I tell you one thing, man.
Don't want
Yeah.
to correct everything, but the one thing that you don't want to correct, you can't lead people to God without love
You got issues,
and
lady.
truth. And you're sitting here lying, and you're going to stand before God one day. I'm the least of it.
Listen,
He's
God
greater
ain't.
than I am.
I tell you one thing, you're not even gonna see God. Because the way you
don't
talking,
know
you ain't gonna.
what
You ain't
would
gonna
you
say.
know about me
You
seeing
ain't
God?
gonna
You
see
think
him.
you're better
Look
than
how you
me?
talking.
Did
Look
you
how you
open up
speaking
your
right now.
hands and put yourself nailed to a stake? Did your blood run anywhere for anybody?
Look how you
Did
speaking.
you break open the earth? Did you rise on the third day? Did you stand in all glory in heaven and said what? Who are you to tell me where I will reside at the end of the day?
Are you a follower of
You know
Jesus?
what you need to do?
Are you a
You
follower
need
of
to
Jesus?
humble yourself.
Are you a follower of Jesus?
Now, you need to humble
Are
yourself.
you a follower of
Have
Jesus?
a nice day. Hey, Mr.
Wait,
Brown.
wait,
Are you a
Prism.
follower
Wait,
of
Prism.
Jesus?
I got a question.
Love you,
Hey.
Sean. Back to
Peace and love.
Have a great
Apparently,
day.
you're not a
Peace
follower of
out.
Jesus. For you
The
to get on
next
here
time
and
you
talk
want
to
to tell
me
a
like
lie,
that.
sir, come with the truth first. You're sitting here, you look like a fool in front of all
Are you a
these men.
follower
I'm
of
burning
Jesus?
you as a girl.
Are you a follower of
Now,
Jesus?
let me tell
I'm
you,
asking
do
you a question.
you
Yes
know
or no?
Jesus?
Are you a follower of Jesus?
Are you a follower of Yeshua
Yes,
yourself?
yes, I am. Are you
How
a
can
follower
I
of Jesus?
tell? Because the Bible tells me that truth lives in him. The Holy
you a follower
Spirit
of Jesus?
who has come alongside will bring the truth to you. So if
Are
you're
you a
sitting
follower
here
of Jesus?
telling me that the word with, I can't have a conversation with you, sir. Please, please.
Are
You know
you a
what you
follower
are?
of
You are a
Jesus?
whitewashed tomb, just like the rest of these people that are on these spaces in these places. You're a whitewashed tomb.
Apparently,
There's
you're not a
nothing
follower
in
of
you.
Jesus.
It's dead and nothing but dead men's bones.
Yeah, go back.
And the spirit doesn't live in you, because the first thing I would do is break down every one of those words, which is why you are sitting here looking goofy with a smile on your face as if you said something
Yeah,
like you've been
because-
breaking bread, bro, and all you've been doing is bringing nothing but dead works.
Because
Have a
when it
nice
comes to
day.
me and you, only one of us
Have
are
a nice
speaking like
day.
a follower of Jesus.
Have a nice day, sir.
Right? You're definitely not a follower of
Bye,
Jesus for you to talk like this. Yeah,
Bye,
please
Sharon.
go.
Wait, can
I'm
I
going
ask a
back to
question?
my
Can I ask
girly
a
stuff.
question? Can I ask a? Can I wait before you go? Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, so what does this all stem from?
It all stemmed from him saying that the
Don't-
woman,
yeah.
the
Okay. Sorry.
woman that Izzy said that it's always the woman's fault. Here's the problem. This is the problem. Whether it was the woman's fault or the man's fault, it does not matter anymore. The blood of Jesus was the one that was always intended to save us all. So at the end of the day, you can continue to be just like Adam. It was the woman that you gave me, and you can continue to live in that lie. And you know something, and it makes no difference, because you have nothing, but you're going to go to the same place that I'm going to go, in that 6-foot vault, dropped in, covered over. And at the end of the day, your blood is no better than mine. Now have a good day.
It's better. It is better than the way you're talking. It is better than yours. Trust
Why?
me.
Because I'm sounding
Because
you
because
sound like
you're
an
talking.
idiot.
Look how you
sound
speak.
like an idiot, sir.
Look
Sitting
how you
around
speak.
talking about you, some educated chaplain, and you don't even know what the word "with" means.
Oh my gosh! I already told you
How
what it is.
elementary? How fifth
I already
grade?
told you what it is.
How fifth grade, sir?
Sharon, I got a
Okay,
question.
Can I ask Ronald a question now?
Can I ask Sharon a question
I'm
real
gonna
quick?
leave. I'll talk to you later. Bye. 'Cause
Yeah, please
I
go.
can't deal with ignorance.
Please go. You're ridiculous. Right?
Oh, am I ridiculous?
Yes, you are. You want to come up here call people a demon when you're the demon possessed person over here,
Am I?
right?
Am
Yes,
I?
you are. Yes,
I know
you are.
embarrassment
Look
is
at how Christians.
harsh.
Look how this is why.
Embarrassment,
Look at how Christians
humbleness
fight,
is
man.
harsh.
The religion
Yeah.
of peace, huh? The peace and love.
Yeah, she's definitely of her father, the devil.
All right.
Right?
Can I ask
Why?
a question now?
Hold for a second, please.
Oh man.
Right? Sharon, how come me and Brownsville for like 45 minutes, right? We disagreed about certain things in the Bible. Nobody called each other demon. Nobody said they're heretic or nothing like that. We did disagree. And that's what happened. The reason why there's so many denominations, right, and different religions is because people watch the same Bible and have different interpretations, right? Why can't we have a respectful conversation and just disagree? right? You want to call somebody a devil, the demon, a heretic, and all kind of stuff, right? She's an idiot, right? Plain and simple, right? And whoever she learned from about this chapter and verse, they're idiots too.
Oh,
okay. It's okay. Like I will call out Izzy Bands every time he's wrong. But in this situation, I told him, yo, he's right about this, right? And just because we disagree about this in chapter 3 in Genesis doesn't mean that somebody's a demon, somebody's a heretic, right? If she's a follower of God, she needs to act like it, and she's not acting like it, right? As soon as she jumped up here getting all loud, I told her, hey, it's okay, let's have a respectable conversation. What happened? She started calling people heretic and demon and all kind of stuff,
well,
right?
I think the thing was that you said.
I want to answer it first. So if you are lying on the words and you agree that the liar is the devil, wouldn't it be proper for her to call you by your name?
No, that's wrong. Between me and, like I said, me and Brownsville was having a conversation about the Bible, right?
Right.
Did I say
you and Brownsville was having a conversation? Right.
So
but
when you have
hold on, but I want you to answer my question. If you are lying, right, and the devil is the what's his name? The what? The father of lies.
The father of lies. Yeah.
Okay, so like if those are things, and that's why she's looking at you, right? She's looking at you, the false lies, the devil, and the demon. What is wrong with her calling you by your name? If that's what you are,
that's not my name. It's because, like I said before, the reason why there's so many different religions is people look at the same Bible and have different interpretations, right? She looked at that chapter,
but what you
different
missing,
interpretation.
But what you missing, she was saying that you are looking at the word that you are reading and lying on it.
Right.
For you are purposely misinterpreting.
Yes. So for she to call me a liar on that chapter, it called she's an idiot. Right? Plain and simple. All right. We could have, like I said, me and Brownsville could have a conversation about the Bible and be respectable about it. That doesn't mean Brownsville is lying. That doesn't mean I'm lying. We just have different interpretations. The way she interprets chapter 3 is different from how I interpret chapter 3. Right?
So
that doesn't mean somebody's lying.
The issue is that you are interpreting a word differently on purpose, is what she's saying, and that's where it becomes deceitful and lying.
she's wrong about that, right? So listen, common sense wise, right? When we go back to chapter 3, you trying to tell me Adam, the first human that was born, right? His wife was having a full-blown conversation with a serpent.
Whip. Give her this word again. This word whip. What does that mean now? This word whip just came up. What does it mean?
The serpent and Eve was speaking
with each other. So that means they was all right. So when you say whip, that means they was in close proximity.
Yes, because we know they was in close proximity because they were actually speaking to each other.
Okay, keep
right.
going.
So in her, this is her interpretation of the Bible. In her interpretation, the first person, right, who God created, Adam, was right next to his wife in an area where God said don't even go. Not only did God said don't eat of that fruit, he said don't even go in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So he's trying to say that the according to her interpretation of the Bible, the serpent and Eve was speaking, and Adam was right next to Eve like a doofus. They didn't say nothing at all, right?
Does it say they was with each other?
When they said they was with each other, that means they was in the garden, and when Eve brought him the fruit, that's when they was together at that time. But when she was being tempted, she was by herself. That was the plan of the devil. The plan of the devil was to get Eve by herself in order to the pretty much what the devil
you
wanted.
See how you struggling right now? See, you see this is what she's saying. Like that's why she calls you by your name, and she was pulled.
Okay, the purpose of the devil was to get. All right, the purpose of the devil was to get Adam to sin. Okay, is that yes or no? Right. The purpose of the devil was to get Adam to sin. So that's the reason why he tempted Eve when she was by herself. So once Eve ate, and give it to Adam, right? That's what made Adam eat. If he would have tempted Adam first, most likely he would have done it. Just like
But what, based off of what?
That's what the devil does. Even in
No,
Job.
no. But you said that if he had tested, I think this is kind of where the issue
She
comes
was going
up,
with it.
is
Yeah.
that you're reading into stuff like that is nowhere supported in the Bible.
Right.
That if he had
So,
asked,
okay, let me ask a question.
or
Let
tempted,
me ask a question. So
Adam
why
first.
didn't
So do you see why she? Hold on. Do you see why she was calling you by your name now? Because it
No.
seems as
So
if,
let me ask a question. Okay, so
hold
why
on,
why you
no,
think?
Hold on. Hold on. Before we move past it, this is why she was calling you by your name.
Yeah, that's not my name. So let me ask a question. So why didn't
What's your name, demon?
why didn't the
your name,
serpent?
demon?
Why didn't the serpent? Why didn't the serpent
what is it?
tempt Adam?
Balthazar?
Why didn't the serpent tempt Adam first then?
Well, the Bible is not very detailed on pretty much
Okay.
anything. Is very ambiguous,
So
so we
just
don't
like-
know. We don't know what the like. Was it the next day that it happened? That after he
Right.
created Eve from his rib, that happened? We don't know.
All right. Just like when just like in the book of Job, right? When
Job is much more detailed.
yes, when we call it when the devil wanted to get Job to curse God, right? In his first attempt was when people stole his
Why you
his
can't speak to the
animals.
story that we talking about first? See,
No,
this
I'm
is
giving you
what-
examples. I'm giving you
Well,
examples.
no, we can use Job as an example.
Right?
So how come in all the other stories, if you're going to bring up, because the one with Jesus in the desert being tempted is also another one. The one that you're bringing up right now with Job, how come the devil goes to tempt the man rather than the woman? So it's obviously there's no woman in Jesus's, but in
Yeah, yeah,
Job he had a
exactly.
wife. So how come he didn't go and tempt the wife to get Job to curse God?
He
Why
did.
did he go straight to the man? No, he didn't. What
Okay,
did he
let me break it down for you. Right? The first thing
Are you gonna
the
break it
first thing
down by your interpretation or by the actual Bible interpretation?
the Bible, right? The first thing he attacked for Job was his livestock and his children.
Yes.
Right? He didn't curse God, right? If I
So
remember
he-
correctly, the next thing he did was put boils and stuff on, and give him all kind of diseases or whatever like that, right? He still didn't curse God, right? The next thing he did was Satan used his wife. His wife came and told Job, "Why don't you just curse God and die?" And Job replied, "You speak like a foolish woman." So in this situation, the devil used his wife, just like how the devil is going to use Eve in Genesis, right?
But
Am I correct about that? Am I correct about that? That he
I
used
would have
his
to go back
wife
to the verses.
to ask God to
You're
curse.
asking the wrong
He
person.
said, "Why don't you curse God and die?"
It
And
sounds-
Job
it sounds
replied
accurate
to
to
his
me.
wife, "You speak like a foolish woman."
Maybe.
Right?
Mhm.
So when it comes to back to Genesis, the serpent used Eve because his goal was to get Adam, but in order to get Adam, he used his wife. Right?
Well, hold on. Did Job curse after his wife said that?
No, he said, "You
Okay.
speak like a foolish
Didn't the
woman."
wife die?
No, she never died. They actually
I
had children after that.
thought she died and he remarried or whatever. But regardless,
No,
so he
no,
didn't
they
do it
had-
after. So then that would make Adam weak then.
They were,
Easy to tempt because it only took one time with Eve.
Woo!
I know it's the first time seeing a naked woman, but
Well, he
It's
didn't know
just-
they was naked.
well in the Bible it says they were naked, so maybe he didn't know at that time
After-
because he had to eat the fruit first. But
their eyes were opened, like they were covered with the Holy Spirit. But
Mhm.
then eventually, once they ate and sin came to the world, then the Holy Spirit departed from them. That's where they saw
Well,
that they were naked.
sin was already in the world, right? Because
Yeah,
otherwise,
from the
he
devil
never would have
itself,
ate.
but not sin. Never entered. Is when sin entered humans. That's when it kind of like really
When did it
contaminated the
enter
world.
humans? It enter humans when what?
With Adam and Eve.
No, when did it enter humans? When what happened?
When they ate of the fruit.
Who's
When
they?
Adam
No,
Adam
it's
and
not
Eve.
because of they.
Adam and Eve.
No, it's not because of Eve.
Is
Both of the-
disobeying
them-
God sinning?
Listen. Both of them.
This
Okay,
is,
so
this is the problem that women have with y'all, the devils, the demons. It's because Adam. It don't got nothing to do with Eve.
Yeah, Adam.
Ronald.
Adam was given dominion, right?
Yes.
Right. So God entrusted Adam
right
to make sure he followed his
Yes.
instructions.
Yes.
So that's why after they both ate the fruit, God was looking for who?
He looked for Adam.
Right. So it all comes back to Adam. The problem that people have is when now you want to bring up Eve, right? When you got to stay with Adam because he was the one who was in charge. He was the one who God entrusted to follow his instructions. And then he was the one who disobeyed God and then hid from God. And God called him, say, hey, what is going on? Adam, where are you?
They all disobeyed. They all
Dan,
disobeyed, man.
what happened? You just turned into a.
They all disobeyed.
Did y'all see that? His lips is moving, but nothing was coming out.
They all disobeyed.
Shit.
Eve also knew the rule, whether God told her or Adam told her. She still knew the rule. So she also disobeyed. She was the first one to disobey. Then she gave it to her. Then she gave it to her husband. Right. That's why God punished Adam. He punished Eve, and he punished the serpent. Really and truly, when it came to the punishment, the serpent got punished first. Then Eve got punished. Then Adam was the last one to get punished.
I don't even know why the serpent got punished, because there's nothing in the Bible that says the serpent knew not to, get them to eat the fruit.
But like I said, God punished just like how Jesus punished the fig tree in the New Testament. God decided to punish the serpent also.
But shout out to Detroit Coalition with the 2-ball. He says that barbell's looking mighty light back there. 804. Yogi Fish with the 499. Let me pay my offering. Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
The lie detector with the 10-ball. Adam was given a mission to protect his dominion. He passed the order to Eve. She broke the rules, said, oh, well, God didn't tell me. He went crying to God. The woman. 1 week, one disrespectful.
Yes.
So one of them is weak and one of them is disrespectful.
Ronald, I think the thing was that you were saying that.
Call him by his name, AR. What's his name?
No, I don't do that stuff. You were saying that it was not a lie. You were saying it was badly worded.
Right.
You were saying the Bible was badly worded, and I think that's where maybe some of the issue came in, because who are you to say that the word of that people say is manifest from God Himself, or whatever it is bad. You're essentially, but if the word is God's word, as He said to write it down, and you're saying this is badly worded, you're saying God made a mistake essentially, and that his
what I'm saying is the way we speak today is different from how, like, this is a King James Bible, right?
Well, I get you, but let's say if it's God and He's omnipotent, all this stuff, omni, all the things, then wouldn't He be able to write in a way that was universally understood across all eras?
I understand, but like I said, there's some things, like I said, the people who wrote the King James was what I forgot what year they wrote this thing, but it was a long time ago, right? And we speak more the American English compared to the British English, right? So the way it's worded, just like the people in England right now, the way they speak might be a little different from how we speak. Even when it comes to spelling, right? The way they spell some words is different to how we spell some words, right? So that's why when we're reading this King James version, some things might sound a little odd to us, right? So that's the reason why we might argue about, okay, what this means this means this, right?
But that's not the issue, Ronald. The issue is when it comes to responsibility and accountability, right? So let me run through this hypothetical with you. Let's say you come visit, right? And I'm going on vacation. I say, hey, Ronald, I'm gonna give you the keys to the house. You can stay at my house, right? You just need to take care of it. And I go on my vacation. I come back from my vacation. My house is destroyed, right? I come to you, say, Ronald, what's going on? What happened to my house? You're telling me that you can legitimately say, well, hey, man, my wife did it.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the wife, he allowed the wife to come to the house and she destroyed the house.
No, I'm talking
So,
about this is me and you. Well, I gave you my keys, right? I leave. I said, hey, Ronald, make sure you take care of my house. You can stay there. Just make sure you take care of it, right?
Yeah.
I come back from the vacation,
Mhm.
right? My house is destroyed.
Yeah.
And I say, hey, Ronald, what's going on? You think that a plausible excuse for you to use is to then say, well, my wife did it?
Yes, it's
Oh
an
my
excuse,
God,
but still,
Ronald.
hold a second.
Hold on.
Hold a
That is
second. So
let me try to curse you out in biblical times. Thou
just
art
don't call me a
plague
devil.
upon
Just don't
my
call me a
people.
devil. Ah. All right. Okay. Yes. So even though my wife destroyed the house, it is still yeah. So she destroyed it, and also the fact that I had give her access, it's also my fault. So it's actually both our faults, just like in Genesis.
No, but what I'm saying is, I gave you my keys, right?
Yes.
So who am I coming to hold responsible for it?
You're coming in your scenario. You'll be coming to me because you never told my wife.
Right. So why can't you understand and apply that logic to the Bible?
But in the Bible,
But who told the wife? Who told the wife then?
In the
'Cause I'm
Bible, we don't
confused.
listen. Okay, in the Bible, we don't know if God told Eve or if Adam told Eve, but we do know that Eve knew the rules.
But who do we know that God told?
We knew that God told Adam.
Right.
But it doesn't matter. She still broke the rule, whether God told her personally or Adam told her personally.
Here, I'll throw you a lifeline. I'll throw you a lifeline, Ronald. When Eve was talking to the serpent, since you know everybody wanted to get on you about saying "with" doesn't necessarily mean right there, but just in the garden, generally speaking. When this is from Niv, the Niv version, when Eve was talking to the serpent and the serpent said whatever the hell he said, she responded, "God said this." She didn't say, "Well, Adam told me I can't eat from this." She said, "God said this." So
Yes,
based
that's
off of that, well, if we're just not going to, do our own assumptions, then she only one that she heard say it was God based off of her word. And I'll throw you the lifeline there. There you go.
at the end of the day,
So you can tell him that God was the one that told her.
At the end of the day,
But
it doesn't matter.
Does it say that in KJ?
God said.
It says it in the King James version also.
Yeah, God definitely told both of them, but it was man's responsibility to enforce it.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether God told her or Adam told her. At the end of the day, it came from God. That rule came from God. So she still broke it, right? I know a lot of times, I know this manosphere stuff. The men blame the women blame the men. At the end of the day, why relationships are so bad? It's both of our faults, right? It's the men and the women.
Well, let
Just
me
like in
ask
Adam and Eve.
Let me ask the question. Well, why didn't we fall when Adam ate the fruit first? We didn't fall until man ate it.
We didn't fall till what?
Until man consumed the fruit.
You mean Eve then? You mean when Eve?
No, Eve.
Okay. I think you meant
ate.
Eve consumed it first. You said Adam.
Eve consumed it. Nothing happened.
Yeah.
We didn't fall until man consumed it. So how can you say
that's not the case? It didn't happen until God came down. So we don't even know the difference in time between the two, but we can assume that it was close because, whatever. But it wasn't that he ate the fruit and then immediately man fell. It wasn't until God came down and then cursed man.
No, because they was looking for before. As soon as they ate the fruit, the punishment it happens. So it said when man ate it, not when woman ate it. I believe that even woman could have ate that fruit and man could have said, "Nah, God told us not to do that."
No, but what do you mean by the man? What do you mean about the downfall then? Because I guess I'm confused. The downfall technically didn't happen until God came down and cursed, because up to that point, man and woman were just in the Garden of Eden, and now they had the ate from the tree of knowledge, so they knew things, but they weren't necessarily. It wasn't a downfall. They still would have had everlasting life, I guess, or however long you can expect to live in the Garden of Eden. It wasn't until God came down and literally cursed them and said, "Hey, you will, have child pain or bear pain in birth," and whatever the hell he said to God or to man.
It happened once the fruit was. hold on, sir. AR, you said that you think that the curse did not happen at when they ate the fruit. You think it was after God told them that they
Are
was
you?
cursed.
Yeah. Are you saying knowledge is a curse?
No, I'm saying that they.
Well, then yes.
That's
The
the
curse didn't
first
happen
time.
until God came
Hold
down.
on. Well, no, the first time we seen that fear enter into humans. Hey, we was afraid.
Yeah, that's
Afraid.
knowledge.
No, afraid is a curse. To be afraid and
No,
fear
that's
is
the
a curse.
knowledge. He
Hold on,
said,
no.
if you eat from the tree of knowledge, you will know things that
I
we
know,
know.
but listen, do you think being afraid, these two people being afraid and in fear, is that a curse?
No.
Okay. Well, I think that's what we think different.
So
You're
hold
doing
on. So
exactly
let
what
me
they just
ask this.
complained about Ronald doing, reading
Let
into
me
things
ask
that's
this to
not
Eda
there.
Man and Ronald, right? So Eda Man and Ronald, when God gave the command, right? Did he give it before he created Eve or after he created Eve?
Before
Eve
he
was
created
already
Eve.
there. No, Eve
No,
was
no,
already
no,
there. No,
no.
Ronald, you just talking. If we
Go
go to
to the scripture.
Genesis,
No,
I'm
Like I
about to
said,
go.
go to
I can
told
go
chapter.
him
right now. I'm gonna
He
go to the scripture
before
and
in
show
Eve.
you
chapter
that
two.
Eve.
In
Hold on, no,
chapter two,
because
he's correct.
no.
Brownsville. I mean, Brownsville is correct. It's
Well,
in chapter
you
two.
just
Before
talking,
Eve.
Ronald. I
No,
can go.
I'm not.
Hold on,
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Ronald. I can go to Genesis 1:26, and it shows that Eve was already there.
Yeah,
It's because it's two
okay.
creation
Let me
stories.
break it down again. All right. Like I said, Genesis is a little different, right? In Genesis chapter 1, they go from the first day to the sixth day, right? The last part of Genesis chapter 1 is when they speak about he made a man and woman. But then when you go back to Genesis 2, he elaborates. He goes back to the sixth day when he made Adam first. He told you how he made Adam. Then he
That's not
told you he made
true.
Adam. If you just listen for a second, you'll learn
That's
something.
not true.
Right? In Genesis chapter 2, he goes back to the sixth day of creation. When he made Adam first, he told you how he made him from the dust of the soil, right? The dust of the ground, sorry, right? Then he even told you that he told Adam to name all the animals. He even told you that he told Adam not to eat of this certain fruit,
No,
right? Then
hold
eventually
on.
Wait,
go ahead.
That's
hold
what.
on,
Hold
Eden
on.
man, because I got a question for you, Eden man.
Yes,
I
sir.
want you to tell me. You know how I want you to know this. You know how I know Jesus black, Eden man?
How you know Jesus black?
Because Jesus' father got his mom pregnant and left another man to raise the baby.
Oh, you gotta finish it. You can't make just the one. You gotta give me all of them.
Sharon with his talking
listen.
points.
No,
Do
no,
you
no.
guys
Hold on, hold on, hold
recognize
on,
that
hold
there?
on.
Do you guys
Hold on.
subscribe to the belief? God damn.
Hold on,
To the
hold on,
belief that
no.
there's two creation stories in Genesis.
No, yes. Hold on,
Okay.
yeah, let me hold on. Let me
Then you
now
do?
let Ronald talk.
No.
Listen. Genesis 1:26 is when God created man into his image, was man's spirit. Man's spirit was created way before
He
the
said he
body.
created man and woman in the image of God, not just man.
Yeah, man and woman spirit. Okay, yeah, I was talking about mankind. When I said man,
Oh,
I meant mankind, okay? Because
a little sexist, my bad.
yeah,
I didn't know
cool,
what
cool.
type of time we was on.
So this idea, so if he created the spirit in Genesis 1:26, Eve was already there. I don't know, like everybody say, well, her physical body was not there, her spirit was there. That's why she said, God said that we should not fulfill it, because your spirit can hear. It tells you that she was there, like, and this is the misconception in the manosphere. What people don't understand is when God gave dominion in Genesis 1:26, he gave it to man and woman. He didn't just give it to men.
See, and now you're doing exactly what they just got on Ronald's ass for doing, which is reading into the word something that isn't there.
It's literally there. We can read it together.
It's
How
not.
about
It's
this?
not
Hold on.
there.
It is there. Hold on. We can read it together. Let's pull up our Bibles. How they say, read? Hold on.
The Lord,
How they say,
I got you. No, I got it. I'm already there. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work and take care of it. And the Lord commanded the man, not the man and woman, not everybody that was present, the man, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and
didn't read
evil.
what
For
I
when you eat
told you to
from it,
read.
that's
You
the point
didn't.
I'm making, man.
No,
Is that you're
go
saying
to
she was there in
Genesis. No,
spirit. You're
no.
saying she was there in
Come on,
spirit.
man. You know
and that
how
she
I know
heard it.
Jesus is black?
How you know Jesus is black?
Because even after he got locked up, he was still on the grind. They got brothers right now locked up, turning fruit and water into wine.
Let's go.
And he broke out in 3 days.
All right, so let's go to
And
Genesis
so
1
the
to 26.
reason I asked
Hold on,
about the reason I asked about the two creation story thing is because it is I don't know if
hold on, but hold on. AR, you made your point. Now I'm gonna make my point.
well, your
So if I
point is
go
kind
to
of dumb.
Genesis, no,
I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't make any sense.
well,
You're
because
reading
maybe
and you're saying, oh, he
maybe you
created the
didn't.
spirit. It doesn't say anything about spirit in there.
It,
It
it
doesn't say that. He
does.
said,
Hold on, let's break it down. I'm gonna break it down because I just did you and you didn't even see it. So we go to Genesis 1 and 26.
yep.
What it says.
Then God said, let us make mankind in our image and our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground. 27.
Okay.
So God
Hold
created
on. Let's
mankind
stop at 26. So is this a creation of man?
That's correct.
No.
No. Okay.
No.
So God said, "I
The
created
the creation of man does not happen until 27.
No, in 26, when he said, "Let us create."
Yes, he's saying that's what we are going to do. Let us go build this thing.
Yes.
You saying
Okay.
let us go build this thing does not mean that thing has been built. Now, when you build it, i.e., 27, so God created man in his own image. That's literally the verse of 27. It's him doing the creating.
Yes.
So God created mankind in his own image.
Okay, mankind. So human. Hold on. So woman and man was made at that point, correct?
And this
In
creation story,
27.
yes. And this
Yes.
first creation story, yes.
Yes. So first, something was created right here.
Yes.
All right.
Nah, you know how I know Jesus black either man?
How you know Jesus black?
Because he told his children he was coming back in that, and we're still didn't show up yet.
That is not a true statement, sir.
That's very true.
No, listen. Hold on.
All right. Hey,
it is true, but we still wait on them to come back. That is a fact.
At least he gave us a comforter.
I know.
He left us a comforter.
Yeah.
Wait, he did come back the first time. as Jesus.
No, but he's right though. Jesus telling us he's coming back, and he don't know the day and the time, but he coming, and we waiting. I'm waiting.
Well, actually, he did. He
also.
also told his followers that that generation wouldn't pass before he did come back. But that's neither here nor there. The issue with
Hold on.
you're talking about Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. If you look at them as two separate creation stories, then you don't have this conflict. You can also look at it as what Ronald is saying, which is the first one says something and then the second one elaborates on it, which is why you have in Genesis 26, he created mankind, blah, 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 blah. And then verse 2 or chapter 2 or whatever, he says, Adam was created. Then I took his rib from him and created Eve. It's obvious that one was done before the other, and one was there well before the other. But in the first one, it doesn't say that they were created at the same time.
Yeah. And let me give you an example.
Hold on, Ronald. Ronald.
Okay. I'll go after you.
Well, I believe. Hold on. I believe you misspoke. You said that God went back to day 6, and if you look at Genesis chapter 2, it say day 7. It was a reason. Right. It was a reason. Hold on. It was a reason God said, let me write down that this is different days so Ronald won't make no lies on YouTube that say that he went back to day 6. God himself said day 7, he created something else. Ronald?
Now, can you
Either man, hold on, can I say real quick? Either man, you never learn when you're dealing with me, man. Okay. All right. Like I said before, chapter 1, it went from the first day to the 6th day. Chapter 2 started on the 7th day, right? Then they went back to elaborate about the 6th day when he created Adam first, then he created Eve. I'll give you an example. In Genesis, hold on a second. In Genesis,
show me the scripture that he went back.
Okay, in Genesis chapter 2, verse 5, it says, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. So in chapter 1, he made a man and a female. But when we go to chapter 2, verse 5, he said there's not a man to till the ground. So in chapter 2, he's going back to when there was no man on earth. He told you about the
No,
trees
so
and the herbs, but there was no man to till the ground at that time.
no,
That's when he created Adam.
no. So let me break this down for you, Ronald. What he's
Yeah.
saying is their spirit could not till the ground because their spirit was already made. So he had to go to the ground and make their flesh. Hold on, let me
Oh,
ask this
Lord.
question. Do you think that we have a spirit in
Oh man, hey, ain't God good?
All,
Yeah,
Hey, won't he
God is
do it?
really good right now. Because you
Won't he
tripping,
do it?
Edom,
and
man.
all I want to know, Edom, man, did I prove the fact that Jesus is black by my 3? Hey, y'all, what you think? I think I proved those 3.
It's the 20th. Am I white today or black? I don't know. I will say that, looking at the Constitution and seeing, I'm telling you, this is a good one because they actually, they were very religious. Most of them were at the time, and so they like to grab inspiration from the Bible and stuff like that. When you're looking at it and you see like some of the structure that it has, it's like it talks about one thing here and then it doubles down at a later point or whatever. It's you read it all together. And so I decided, like what we're talking about, I was like, let me look at the Bible and see if it's kind of similar to that. And so I'm looking at Ronald's point about 2 being a elaboration of chapter 1. And if you look at chapter 2, it does seem like there is a flow where, for example, going backwards, in chapter 1, at the end, he says, he creates mankind, X, Y, and Z. Now, if you go to end of chapter 2, or chapter 2, he elaborates on how he created that man. If you go before he created the man in chapter 2, he's talking about how the animals and stuff from Earth were came about or whatever. And chapter 1, he does the same thing. Right before that, verse 15, he talks about verse 19. And then so it's kind of like in a structural order where he talks about going backwards again, man to animals on the ground, to animals in the river, to the plants. And he does the same thing in chapter 1, plants, river animals, ground animals, humans. So I just think it kind of leads credence or gives some validation to what Ronald is saying, where 1 is what he does and then 2 is an elaboration of what he does, if that made sense. That was kind of
Right. So now that Edom man's gone, right? Ronald, can you answer my question?
What's the question?
When God gave the command, right, to not eat of the forbidden tree, tree of knowledge of good and evil, was evil created at that point according to the Bible?
No. Eve wasn't created. It was Adam.
He said evil, right? Or Eve?
Adam. It was Eve. Eve wasn't created as yet.
No, I'm not, because you said evil or Eve?
Eve.
Okay.
Eve. Yeah. So, right? So it goes back to my hypothetical, Ronald, right? God gave the command to Adam, right? Eve wasn't even there. I gave you my keys. Your wife wasn't there, right? It was just me and you talking. And I entrusted you to take care of my house. So if I come back and my house is in ruin, in shambles, how can you then expect me to blame your wife?
You can blame her. And who's going to be thrown in jail? She could be thrown in jail. So when it comes to punishment, according to your story, you could call the police on her and she'd been thrown to jail, right? So back to the Genesis story, right? God punished everybody who played a part. God punished the servant. He punished the servant first. He punished Eve second. Then he punished Adam, right? So Adam ate the fruit, and Eve ate the fruit, and the serpent gave it to Eve, right? So that's why God punished everybody. So we got to get off it's the man's fault, it's the woman's fault, it's both of them fault. Adam should have never eaten of that.
All right, so what would have? All right, so in your mind, what would have happened if Adam didn't eat it?
Sin. That's me personally. Sin was still be in this world.
How?
Because Eve already ate it, right? And the purpose. So check this out. So even though Adam didn't eat it, right? Let's say Adam never ate the fruit, but Eve ate the fruit. If they have children, what's going to happen?
So you saying he would have punished Adam even though Adam didn't do anything wrong?
No, I don't think he would have punished. I don't think he would have punished Adam. But I think the devil knew what he was doing. I think the devil knew.
So I need you to. Okay, so if Adam never ate the fruit,
sin will still be in this world.
All right, so then therefore he's punishing Adam as well.
His offsprings would have been punished because his
Adam would have been
Eve already ate of the fruit.
When they ate the fruit, they got kicked out of the garden, and so he's going to let Eve stay in the garden, and Adam stay in the garden with her, or is Adam going to have to choose to leave the garden?
Yeah, that'll be. I think.
Or would he create a new woman?
Both of them probably would get kicked out because at the end of the day.
Okay, so he would be also punished.
Punishing Adam, right? Brownsville,
Because,
did you get?
Hold on, no, we gonna make it sure his brain melts properly. We gotta get the demon up out of him. We gotta, because this one is strong. God damn it! Hey, I'm trying to. Yeah.
I don't even know what the points are. Like I don't understand.
Brownsville,
Hold on, because I ain't getting no goddamn support. Y'all gonna hold on.
It's a yo.
I'm gonna send you the support. I'm gonna fight this.
Hold on, I ain't get a goddamn like. I ain't get a goddamn share. I ain't get a goddamn dollar. Done with y'all.
Sharon, I shared your link across all 5 of my
Don't you dare try to single don't you dare try to single yourself out.
Yeah, I did because I did that, and I know I did it.
Don't you dare try to single yourself out. You know what I mean. I ain't talking about my people.
All right, because I was a little fucked up about that. I was like, how dare you say you didn't get no shares? I know I did it.
I ain't talking about the people that actually rock with me.
Yeah. In my 49 years of being on this earth, I've never been called a demon before.
You see how he just want to glance over what I said? We've been here for how long? We've been here for 4.5 hours that we still didn't get to
a long time.
4.5 hours that we did not get to 100 likes. Hey, listen, I think the people decided what they want to talk about, what they don't want to talk about. It is what it is, right? I don't know. I thought y'all was having a great conversation. I ain't mention anything. I ain't say anything. I didn't tell nobody to hit a like. I didn't tell nobody to hit a share. I ain't say, hey, you got to give me $1 to have I didn't say anything. I let the conversation build and see what the people was going to do with the content themselves. And they chose what they wanted to choose. Am I right or wrong?
They did run from Jesus.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, my goodness. It's because religious talk always be fucking, oh, my bad.
Yo, I got a question.
Circular.
Uh-oh. What's up, Reese? There you go again. You don't believe in this stuff. I know, Reese.
With that being said, we will see y'all later. Yeah, you can ask your question, then we leave. Go ahead and ask your question.
Earlier, somebody said that God was using Eve to try to fool Adam. Right?
Yeah, that was Ronald.
I want to know how they know that.
He was saying the snake was, or Satan was.
Yeah, but all right, I got whatever they were saying. But how does the person who have said that, how do they know that?
Because when we look at other places in the Bible and how the
About to be a situation.
I just we want to have your conversation. Y'all don't give a damn about the damn show. The lie detector with the $10. Adam had 2 women who couldn't lead. He's still ultimately at fault as a leader. However, what wife goes against her husband? Mika. Duty, and only he takes all accountability, and she would let him by himself.
So Adam had 2 women?
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, there's a theory, or whatever you would want to call it, that there was a woman before Eve called Lilith.
Yes, that's wrong.
Right, because Adam had 2 ribs. They took the entire lower rib cage. That's why that theory exists.
What
Yeah,
about
that's wrong? There's no Lilith.
What about the question?
Lilith is a figure of somebody's imagination.
Also,
wait a minute.
Also, Ronald 804 to 10 more. He says, great conversation, Sharon. I appreciate you. God is good.
I'm still waiting on the answer.
Hey, how short are we from our
right.
goal right now, sir?
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
You know I'm about to
It's
do
like
it.
it's like $80, bro. I think that might be our true tax bracket, bro.
Yo, what
Hey,
about the
Reese.
question, though?
Wait, who
What about
just
the
said that?
question?
Oh
Nigga.
Lord, no, we're not. No.
Hey, Reese. Okay, let me tell you. When the
I will
devil,
play
when
that
the,
game.
They're cutting you off.
yeah, when the devil tried to, a lot of times when the devil's trying to tempt somebody, they use either their wife or he even uses Bible verses, right?
How do
In
you know
Job's,
that?
because for example, right? In Job's
That's no
situation, right?
example.
You
How
remember,
do you know that?
look in the Bible, in the book of Job, right? He used his wife to tempt him. When it came to Jesus, remember Jesus got tempted also, right?
Okay.
Remember Jesus got tempted. It was 3 times it was 3 different times he got tempted, or 3 times he got tempted, or he got tempted 3 ways, right? In the first time, the last time the devil tried to tempt Jesus, he used a Bible verse, right? He used the Bible verse in the wrong way, right? Right? So he said, why don't you?
Wait a minute. Is that in the Bible?
Yes. Right?
Yeah,
Do you
but
remember,
the devil used the rock. The devil used anything. I don't know why y'all trying to make this about women. The
Right.
devil used the rock to tempt Jesus.
So what
Listen,
happened?
I'm just telling you that the devil uses anybody. He's not discriminate. He's not manosphere. He uses everybody.
Hey, Sharon, can I
Hey,
ask you?
let me
Oh, my bad, Reese.
AR. Let me ask you a question real quick. AR, right?
Me?
So AR, yeah, I want to ask you this question.
Yeah, I said, how did I get in this?
Because I think you're gonna be honest. I think you're gonna be honest, right? So AR, so if you go to Enterprise, right, and you rent a car, right, you give the keys to the car to Joe Blow, right? Joe Blow takes the car, he brings it back to you, and it has damage on it.
Oh no! Black.
Can you go to Enterprise, right, and say, hey, you need to hold Joe Blow responsible?
Maybe if I added them as a driver.
No, you didn't add him.
Add them as a driver? Then no, I don't think so. I don't think that'll fly.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
But
Nah, bro,
the
so
funny part
that's the
about
second
it,
time you tried to do
even
that.
hold on, let me say
That's
this.
the second time
We
you tried
about
to
to
do
end the
that.
show.
I need to stop that.
About to be a situation.
No.
The real prism, the XO, the hugs, and the kiss. $10. The devil is a liar, and so is Ronald. Call him by his name.
The devil has never told a lie. God is a liar.
And the truth isn't in you.
Yeah.
I
did I answer your question?
Say your name.
Hold on. Listen,
Go ahead, Matt.
the funny part about it is even God.
About to be a situation.
The lie detector won $10. I use Lilith because feminists use her as the first woman to gain her independence from man. She was equal to man. It's supposed to correct Eve's role to be submissive to man.
Sue surf level
It
reaches.
was not real. Hey, Reese, did I answer your question?
Fuck no, you can't answer. It's impossible.
What? I explained it to you.
Level reaches. That
All
was
you
diabolical.
can do is read some of that.
The funny part about it is,
hold on a second. All you can do is read some of that poetic BS in the Bible and try to decipher it in your own mind to try to figure out what it means, because it's not descriptive. It's written in poetic form, but dumbass human beings can't figure that out.
Reese might work with the aliens.
Listen,
8 billion dumbasses.
Listen, one of the benefits of the Bible is that allow us to learn the mistakes of those people before us from thousands of years ago, right?
How do you know that?
Because you read it. You can see that
No, there's nothing in there that tells you that. You made that up.
Yes, it does. It tells you
The
how
Bible
these
is
people
prescriptive,
sinned,
Reese.
right? It tells you how these people sinned, right?
Here we go.
Like I said, when Jesus was being tempted, the devil used a Bible verse. The devil told him, why don't you jump? And according to the Bible says he's going to send his angels to give charge over thee to keep thee, so you don't dash your foot from the stone.
Hang on a second.
Hold on, but hey, Reese, hello, Reese. The crazy part about it, Reese, is even God punished Eve because he thought she did wrong. But Brown's still arguing that she didn't do that wrong.
You said that the devil used a Bible verse to deceive somebody, right?
Yes.
Is that in the Bible?
Yes.
All right, now stop. How can the devil use a Bible verse to deceive somebody?
People do it today.
Wait a minute. And then that event is in the book. You don't see how that's impossible?
Yes, I'll give you an example, right?
Look, at the time of the event, stop. At the time of the event, he's using a verse from the Bible. That means the Bible is already completed.
No, it's the Torah. He's obviously talking about the Torah.
No. Okay. Let me break it down real quick. When we say the Torah, hold on a second. You guys keep on saying the Torah. The Torah is just the first 5 books, right?
But if you say the Bible, people are going to take the Old Testament and New Testament. And so what Reese is saying, the Bible didn't exist.
How
So you
can
have to
the
say
Torah
the Torah.
be the first 5 books when the Torah is 15,000 pages and the Bible's only like 800?
What?
The Torah is 15,000 pages of information.
Listen, all the books, like the what we consider like
About to be a situation.
I be trying to let me get in there, but y'all just don't give a damn. Jay Villa, the real Spituba, did God make the devil? Okay, nobody want to answer.
Yes, he did. No.
Brownsville, if you commit a crime and your friend was the one that owned the house, he didn't know something was in, should you let them take the sentence? That was to you, cuz.
If say it again, because I can't read.
If you commit a crime and your friend was the one that owned the house, he didn't know something was in, should you let them take the sentence?
That makes sense.
So if I commit the crime, right?
Your friend owns the house.
I'm in the friend's house.
Yeah, it seems so.
I'm in the friend's house, right? He's asking me, should I take responsibility?
I think it's like if you commit a crime with a gun and then you go to your friend's house and stash it there and your friend doesn't know it's there, and then should you let your friend take the fall for that? Essentially, I think is what it's trying to say.
No, he should. The person who committed the crime should take the responsibility, but that changes the hypothetical, right? Because I'm not talking about a crime being committed. I'm talking about me giving Ronald the responsibility and dominion over my home, right? So it's the same way. That's why I brought it back to a rental car, right? When you rent a car from Enterprise or any other place, you're entering into a rental agreement between you and them, right? So if something in that rental agreement is not fulfilled, they not coming for nobody else but you. Now,
so why did God come for Eve then?
1701 today?
he came for Eve. He came for Eve because Adam also ate the fruit too, right?
But that's the point. He can't.
So I'm not saying, hold on, eat a minute, because you mischaracterized what I said. I didn't say Eve didn't do anything wrong. I said Eve isn't responsible for the fall of man, right?
What?
Adam is responsible for the fall of man.
How so?
Because God gave the command to Adam.
He also
And he gave dominion over Eve to Adam, who he gave the instruction to, because she literally
he's
gave
right.
No. She gave the goddamn instruction to the serpent. She
I didn't know.
told her.
Hold on. No.
Stop.
I
Don't
didn't
start
hear.
this
I didn't hear
bullshit,
his
bro.
whole point. Hold on. Wait 1 second, bro. We ain't gotta argue. I didn't hear his point. Yes, if you say that she's responsible for women having hard child labor, that is a fact. If you say all the things that God, I didn't hear his whole point. He's right. The actual falling of man is on men. I didn't hear his whole point first, so he is right. So I changed.
Am I going to hell since I don't have a belief system?
Most likely, not because of your belief system, but because of who you are.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
That's crazy.
But you know what? I'm gonna give you that because that was actually pretty good. If you took my life's deeds and I died today and we had to be judged, I'd absolutely be out of here.
Correct. Right. It's not
I want
about
to save myself, right? So what I need is anyone on the panel. I want to save myself. I don't want to go to hell. Which religion should I join so that I will absolutely not go to hell?
They'll tell you Christianity because that's
Christianity
their
only if you're willing to repent in the process, i.e., not continue on the route that would led you to hell.
Okay, that's the same thing the other guy say.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say no religion. I'm saying to get into heaven.
No religion.
No, listen. To get into heaven, you have to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord.
He's asking, bro. It's not that hard. He's asking you which religion should he listen to, should he follow to get into heaven?
Yeah, because I'm confused. A guy told me the other day that on the day of judgment, I'll be in a field of reeds. Another guy told me that I'll have 72 virgins, and that sounds pretty good to me. I'll take 72 virgins over anything. So, I mean, if you look at the options, right? It's hard to choose, but I don't care about the virgins or endless light and peace and all that. I just don't want to go to hell. So which one is the real one, the right one, so that I don't burn forever, by the way, forever.
So you
wanted to deflower 72 people?
That question was for you.
So first, you said you want some fire insurance. That's what we call it. You need some little fire insurance.
Exactly. Fire
well, what I believe, and I tell you, do some research for yourself.
No, I want no analogies in what you believe. I want the
no, because I got to tell you. Listen. Listen, brother. I get that you that you want your questions answered. And what I'm telling you, based off what I believe, I only can tell you what I believe. Everybody's gonna give you to believe. I really encourage you to open up the book for yourself.
Now,
what I'm telling you is Jesus Christ said that he's the way and he's the only way back to the Father. And your question that you're asking is, how do you get back to the Father? You have to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. You must be baptized in the water in the Spirit for you to be able to get back to the Father. Now, you have a choice to do whatever you want with that information, but if you don't want to go to hell, Jesus Christ is the answer.
And before you say anything, the lie detector with Father says in Genesis 3:2-3, she acknowledged to the serpent what God told Adam. The issue is using it as an excuse to do and be disobedient. Hey, didn't tell me so. Oh, he didn't tell me so.
So these people.
I got one question.
It's be autocorrect. You know, sometimes when you do
they need to fix the autocorrect. I had a question before people were going on this.
Right?
Hold on, Reese. Y'all got something to say, and Uncle Jeff.
That don't matter. I was talking to Either Man. That don't matter what you got to say.
Excuse me.
Oh man, look at the disrespect, man.
So, I didn't know my words didn't matter.
We're trying to keep me out of hell. That's more important than anything. Hell is more important.
They're not going to answer you, Reese.
I don't want to go there.
You see him.
He answered it, Reese.
He's just going to keep on jumping through hurdles.
Because I got a bunch of homies that's Muslim, and I want to help them too. Because
they believe in Jesus too. Reese, they believe in Jesus as well. Jesus is in the Quran as well. Go ahead, y'all, then Uncle Jeff.
Okay.
Just real quick. When I had a question because I remember reading this when I, read the Bible and all that. When Cain kills Abel, right? He says something along the lines of, and he's being banished or whatever. He's like, if I go out, everybody's gonna know who I am. They're gonna kill me, basically. They're gonna harm me. And then that's when the mark of Cain or whatever happens. But who are those other people at that time?
That's actually a big question. That's a question that hasn't truly been
answered. It was something that always struck me as weird. I read it back when I was like 13 or 14, however what I was. It was like, well, who are these people he's talking about? Because at that point it was only Cain and Abel, right? Adam and Eve only had Cain and Abel. So
I could answer that. Give me a second.
Okay, while Ronald get a second, I guess so that's the question on the table. Uncle Jeff, if you can answer it, or
I'll
you
answer
can
it.
go with
Hey man,
I
get
know.
your
Hold
show
on.
together.
But
Hey, Jeff,
before
you
he
want to
better
answer it? You can
start
answer it if you want to,
talking,
Jeff.
no, every time I see this man, he better send me my lavender shea butter. I've been waiting 2 days now for my lavender shea butter, and he said that he gonna wait. I gotta wait till his son do something with the lavender, but I'm going to get it out the mail today. And
Okay. No,
Sharon,
you're not. No, you're not.
you
No,
didn't
you're
mail it?
not. No.
The
No.
God, the
Do you
God,
know
something.
why? Do you know why I didn't mail it?
Why you email it?
Because the lavender is ready now. It wasn't ready before.
No, I'm going to get the God. What was the God stuff? The God,
Nights over
the
Egypt.
the other one. I got the other one I'm going to get today. Sharon, I told you we holding Uncle Jeff Shea Butter accountable. I bought it. And I'm
Do
telling
you
you
have
today
it?
when yeah,
A
it's at my
jar
PO
came?
box.
Oh, then, bro, you got to go. No, I tell you what I want you to do, Eater Man, and not so much you. And I hate to hijack the show, but not so much you. Dudes will lubricate with Crisco. I want you to get Mrs. E to Pepsi challenge my body butter against whatever she uses, because it's got to play nice with the others. You see what I'm saying? You a dude. Yeah, this shit work. Yeah. Her, she already got a starting lineup. And I do this, I'm this bold. I want you to try my shea butter out in front of everybody.
Well,
Real
I'm gonna
talk.
see because Mrs. Williams said he ain't got lavender. Lavender. That's what she said. To be honest, it's like she wanted lavender, but we
That's
got the
fine.
other two, and she
Okay.
said I listen. I'm online all the time, Uncle Jeff. I was
Okay.
online last night, and she
Mhm.
said, "Is he sending me my lavender?" That was her question. Her
Yes.
question said, "Was she sending the lavender?" But we gonna try to. What's
All right,
the
what you
kind
got?
that says it says Black God or something? Egyptian. What it was Egyptian something.
No. For Nights Over Egypt?
Yeah, it said Egyptian in the name.
Yeah, Nights Over Egypt.
That's the one we're gonna try first.
Okay, and let me know. Now, with regard to with it, and y'all go to zeroframestudios.com and get you some body butter. I'm changing the world one ashy ass at a time. I to get into this conversation.
Are you answering my question?
I'm going to try, but since I forgot, you
Okay.
seem to be impatient. Why don't you ask it again?
Well, y'all was talking about shea butter and all this other cool
Exactly.
shit.
Well, now that
I
we're
know old
past that
people have
bullshit,
trouble keeping track.
we do. Now that we're
I
past
got
all
you,
the
man.
things
I
you
got you.
can't stand,
I'll remind you.
thank you.
Yeah, I got you. When Cain killed his brother, he was being cast out. He said, "If I get cast out, people they're gonna harm me."
Sure.
And so God was like, "I'm gonna put a mark on you, so people know not to harm you." But who was the people he was talking about?
He was talking.
And to another thing, later on they talk about his children getting married, and they say they got married to these women. But where did those women come from?
All of those women and all of those people he is talking about are the people of the land of Nod. Here's the problem with the Bible.
Well, I'm sorry. I wanted something from someone that believes in the Bible because I wanted to get their theories
Okay.
on it.
Well, I believe. Well, if okay, I'm gonna try one more time. AR uninterrupted, and then you got it.
You can try 2 more times.
No, just that was it. That was actually it. Yeah, I'll do clips later. All right, y'all. Don't cast not your pearls, dog. I don't play this shit. I got grown ass kids. Play with no grown man.
We'll go play with
that.
them.
Okay, here, check this out.
That was crazy. Grown ass man throwing a fit.
But we get back to our conversation, Reese.
It makes no sense for anybody to try to talk if someone else is going to talk over them. Nobody's going to hear anything. They're going to hear.
He had just got on here. I wasn't asking him a question really because he hadn't gave any opinion about it. I was asking the Bible thumpers on here, i.e. Ronald, Brownsville, and Shadow, and Either Man, not some random person that just jumped on. I thought that was obvious.
But Reese, I want to ask you questions, Reese. So you said that you're trying to stay out of hell. So you almost said, if I heard you right, and if I misquote you, please, you said you really don't have a desire to go to heaven. You have more of a desire not to go to hell.
That's all. I'll take somewhere in between.
So let me ask you, I don't know, but I haven't heard other people religions that say how to stay away from hell. I just heard what Jesus said. He said for you to stay away from hell and get back to heaven was through him.
If you don't acknowledge Prophet Muhammad as the last prophet, you get eternal hellfire. And not only that, your skin burns off over and over and over again. And then you grow a new skin forever. You know how long forever is, right? That means
Forever.
it doesn't. So I don't
Forever.
want that to happen to me, right?
Okay.
But if I become Christian, that will happen. Now, if I turn Muslim, you're telling me that something else will happen. And there's a lot of stuff going. I looked at a pyramid and I noticed that the god in there was a tall, lean, light-skinned nigga with a humongous member. That sat with me a little bit. So are they wrong too? Because they're before you.
Well, think about it like this. Muslims say
Welcome to the show, the Supreme Vaginal Vessel. How you doing today?
Wonderful, sir. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
oh, she in the car. She came to cook. I'm letting
We
y'all know. Y'all hear that
are,
car? She came to cook. I'm telling y'all right now, we is trouble. Go ahead.
I don't even know what y'all talking about.
God damn.
So what I'm saying is,
all right. So
Reese,
let me read the super chat before you say what you're saying. I don't know if she could.
we need about 5 more of those.
The lie detector won $5. The story of Adam and Eve alone is the foundation of a gender war. If they hit panels back, then they would have said Eve did nothing wrong. Adam is weak. Absolutely.
So Reese, I'm
But
gonna leave you with
but
this.
that's not
Hold
true,
on,
right?
hold
That's
on.
not
There's something.
true.
Hold on, Brownsville. There's something more important on the
Hold
table.
on,
in my
eat a
opinion. Hold on,
man.
wait,
Hold on, eat a man.
wait,
Because
Reese.
I think
Hold on, Reese
there's
is.
men. Hold on, eat a man real quick.
I promise you, the
There's
gender
men.
war is not important as this man's salvation, brother. Like I get you want to talk about that. Reese is asking questions about
Reese
his
is
salvation.
trolling you. You don't understand that?
You can call it a troll.
Okay,
I'm
all right,
gonna answer these questions. Listen, because it might be somebody that Reese might be trolling that's listening to this, right? And I'm gonna leave you with this, Reese, and then they can go back talking about the gender, right? Reese, I've heard Muslims say that the Bible is true.
Me too.
All right. Mm-hmm. And so if the Bible is true, if they believe in that word, other religions saying that the Bible is true, everybody's, and Jesus said that he's the only way. He didn't point to any other religion. So if I was a betting man, I'm going to put my salvation inside of Jesus Christ. And I'm going to give you the truth, Reese. I believe I'm right, every being inside of me. But until I leave this earth, that's when that answer will be answered. And if you truthfully and honestly want to not go to hell, I believe truthfully in my heart that Jesus Christ is the way.
I'm gonna tell you what I believe. I'm gonna come out of asshole mode for a minute. I'm unsure about anything, right? And I think everyone else alive is also, but you're looking for something, right? And you just want to hold on to something that makes you feel better, or what you think might be keeping you safe. And for some reason, everyone, they continue to sin. And I don't understand it. I'm an atheist and I don't sin. All the believers that I know do BS around the clock. So it's not looking good for y'all, in my opinion. I don't know what comes at the end of life.
But that's what makes it make sense. When God looked down, he didn't look at nobody but me, Reese. I can't speak for nobody else, right? Reese, he looked at me and he said, I need to send somebody for my son. Either man ain't got to figure it out. I'm happy, Reese, that you got it figured out. You don't sin, my brother. I'm glad. I'm happy that you have found that enlightenment. But when he looked down and he seen me, I believe God seen me at the foundation of the earth. He said, we're going to have to send somebody for either man because either man ain't got it together. Either man got a whole bunch of problems. And it makes sense for him to send Jesus Christ to die for my sins because I wasn't strong enough to do it myself. And so, yes, I was in trouble. Yeah, Reese, I was in trouble. I did everything that you might say that I did. Because I'm going to go ahead and go on record and say, truthfully and honestly, I'm not right. I didn't do it right. But thank God that God had enough love for me that he sent Jesus Christ to wipe away those sins.
That sounds good, brother. That keeps you from hurting people and doing wrong. Beautiful. I can't find anything descriptive in anything that any of y'all say that's concrete and believable that would make me sign up. See what I'm saying? I don't like how the book is constructed in poetic form so that every person I talk to, it sounds like they're trying to decipher it themselves, and all I'm getting is how they feel about what they're reading because there's nothing descriptive there to give you like pinpoint instructions on how to stay out of hell. Everything's riddled. And
that's what I'm telling you. The one thing that wasn't a poet, it was not wrote in poet form, is how to get back to the Father. It was very clear instructions. It said, accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. He said, be baptized with water in the Spirit, and you should be able to have eternal life, right? So the only thing I'm saying, I get it. I can go especially if you go through Proverbs, it's wrote like a poem. It's actually, and some of it's wrote like a song. I agree that what you're saying is not incorrect. That some of these things, it might sound poetic or it doesn't sound like it's straightforward. But what I think is straightforward is how to get back to the Father.
All right. So when they describe that in I don't know what verse it is. Oh, my bad.
Thank you.
You want to?
Yes, we're gonna read it real quick. Yeah.
All right. Shadow the Titan Wasp, $10. I want to challenge Reese.
Well, you are in the middle, sir. Challenge is accepted. He put his hands up.
Push-ups. He talking about push-ups.
I know. Hey, Reese, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. So here's the thing. My dude. If you want to get to heaven, if you don't want to go to hell, the only way through salvation, he's giving you a very philosophical way of saying what he's saying. He's still giving you the choice. I'm taking that away. If you want to go to heaven, you must believe in Jesus, because Jesus is the pathway to salvation. Whether you agree with that or not, you're a good man based on what you just said. You understand the core values of your morals anyway. As your brother, I don't want you to go to hell. I'd come to heaven. I don't care about the middle ground. Come to heaven. Sorry, I'm not good at the whole pastory speech. He knows how to use flowery language. I just got to keep it a buck. Sorry.
All right, one more for you. My grandmother, right? 5 feet tall, if that, maybe 105 pounds. Never heard a human being in her entire life. Never did a thing right. Spoke cuss words. Nothing. Is she in hell? But she did not believe in Jesus.
So if I don't want to say yes because I don't believe so.
That's what that book says.
I believe the only pathway to heaven is through Jesus, but I don't believe the only pathway out of hell is the same.
Okay. Now, if you can
it's a very specific. Sorry, go.
All right, wait a minute. Hang on. That's a serious statement you just said. If I can prevent from going to hell, wait a minute. Say that crazy stuff again. What the?
Don't say that again. No, don't tell him to say that again. He just made that up off the top of his head. Do not say that again. Don't say it again, Shadow. Like if we have to be mindful as believers of what we talk about.
Reese, he's goddamn either man. You want to not be helpful anymore. It sounds like he was saying that you're going to be in the ground rather than hell. You just won't be in heaven, but you won't be in hell either. You'll just be in the ground. Like I guess Jude.
You gotta get a retake. You get a redo. You get a redo. You get a redo.
So what about the fact that the Catholic Church already acknowledged that heaven and hell don't exist? It was something that they made up.
Okay, so if hell is real, then
hold on. I want Diva to read one of these chats. Hold on. After that statement. Hold on. Diva, can you see this? Can you?
Yeah.
Cody, you ain't shit, Cody.
Diva ain't shit, big dog.
Cody, you ain't shit, big dog. Big dog, you ain't shit, big dog. But this is what I'm saying, right? Look, Jesus is in connection with all three, right? Because if you go to Islam, they don't believe that Jesus is God, but they do believe in Jesus as the prophet, and he's like the pathway still, in some way, some form of fashion, but they just don't believe that Jesus is God, right? Jews, they don't believe that Jesus is God. They will also believe that he's coming back. You know what I'm saying? They believe he's coming back. But the Muslims believe that they don't believe he's coming back or something like that. So it's kind of like all the same. It's all similar. But Christians believe that he's God, he's coming back, and all of those things as well. You know what I mean? Me personally, I believe that Jesus is a prophet. I believe that Jesus is a prophet. I don't believe that Jesus is God. That's just me personally.
What about the dashikis? They say Jesus is dangling between my legs right now. Skin of brass, hair like wool, tall. That's what they say. So
this is what I'm saying. Everybody got their own lens. I still think it comes down to the work that we have to do, regardless of the fact. I think heaven and hell is what we're going to make it. We always waiting for something that's going to happen later. I think every day is a day. We live in only today. To any human being, today is the only day you have. Tomorrow we don't have. Tomorrow's gone. Today is the only day that everybody has.
It's just different poetry than what Brownsville and the brother with the accent gave me. It's all nonsense. I don't understand what's wrong with y'all minds, how y'all accept any of this. When you stop believing in the tooth fairy and craziness like cartoons and all of that, as your brain matured, for some reason you held on to religion, knowing that it's all nonsense. All of you on the panel, you all know that it's all nonsense. You're just too cowardly to drop it because you're worried about how other people are going to feel. And what they're
because what
Maurice,
because what you said isn't true.
Maurice, we've always believed in something like this, regardless. Even if we believed in something higher, even if it wasn't that, we all believed in something higher going back.
You weren't here. That's what the books tell you.
Egypt is here. Come on, we can read it on. We can see it on the walls.
Well,
we always believe that. Come on,
no,
we can see it on the walls.
I'm trying to.
I'm God, dog. The walls say God is a tall, white redneck.
Whatever it is, it was something higher than what we thinking it is. Regardless, it was beyond us. We always aspire to something higher. You know what I'm saying? We taught the world spirituality, bro. It's us that showed.
But you missing the whole point of the last 20 minutes. We talking about heaven and hell. We talking about.
I think it's in you.
What we all used to believe. People want to stay out of hell. Is it real or not, man?
But it is real if you think about your current condition, how you feeling within yourself, how you live in your life. That could be, you know what I'm saying?
You ever been to Kensington? You ever seen videos of it?
But take your grandmother, like you said, how your grandmother maybe how she lived her life as a good person. She may not even said a curse word and all these things. Regardless of what, she's still living her life in a manner, taking care of people. I believe that she's in a heaven in herself. I believe that is. You know what I'm saying? Some people.
She went to heaven without believing in Jesus?
I don't know. I don't know. I am not the master of Jesus. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the master of hell or heaven. You know what I'm saying? But I believe that if she lived her life in the right way, regardless, these things are innate in us. You know what I'm saying? Because some of those laws and how we live in our life, in some people, it may be more innate than some. You know what I'm saying? That they want to live their life more good and live their life peaceful, don't want to curse people, don't want to do this. Some people think like that. You know what I mean? So I think some people is already moving in some of those ways already. You know what I mean? So I just still think it's about what you're doing, how you live in your life. You know what I'm saying? I think it all comes back down to that still. You know what I mean? What you give out.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to the Real Prism. Hugs and kiss. $5. Depends on if you are pre-trib, post-trib, mid-trib. Some of you still think Revelations is about the end times. Shaking my head. Shout out to the guy that
tell us some
says,
shit like that. You got to come explain some shit like that to us, Prism. Don't do it.
The first chapter of the Bible.
Shout out to the cat. It says, I got $1. Thanks as always. I appreciate you so much, beautiful. Thank you.
Somebody else can go.
Do you really not want to go? Are you still talking about not
Yeah,
going
I
to
think
hell?
it's like
Let Brazil try.
it's
Let
like
Brazil
a
try.
high school
No, I think Reese is really searching. I really do. I think he's searching for something.
He shaking his
No,
head.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm really doing. I love my grandchildren, right? And I want a world without madness. I don't. It doesn't matter to me how stupid y'all are or y'all kids, right? I can't protect my grandchildren from you and your kids and your grandchildren because they're going to be walking around in the world talking about dumb shit like this. You see what I'm saying? And I'm going to have to answer stupid ass questions when they come home because of y'all. Because y'all want to be selfish. You know better, but you won't switch because you're cowardly. You won't put this shit away because you're cowardly. So it's billions of y'all. And now the internet is here. So they're ultimately doomed. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank
But
you.
Reese,
You
you
know what I
don't know
noticed?
better.
Hold on. No. Wait, 1
What do you
second.
mean?
1
Hold on.
second.
What is the
If you
point of this
know,
conversation? It's just doing the same shit as someone that doesn't believe, doesn't want to believe, and a whole bunch of Bible thumpers trying to say why he should believe or this, that, or the other. He doesn't care to believe. He doesn't care about your religion. He doesn't like your
Put a
religion.
book in front of a human
What
being.
the hell is the point of the
I
discussion?
think
It's like going to high school and watching, someone want to be edgy against someone that's religious, and then them going back and forth. Like nobody cares. There is no final. Like y'all are not going to reach
His
common ground.
grandmother believed in God. His grandmother wasn't no atheist like him. His grandmother
hold
believed
on.
in God.
Listen,
No, Reese.
this is important.
Did your
Hold on, this
grandmother
is
believe in God?
important.
Hold up, this is
I
very
believe.
important. Did your grandmother believe in God? Hold up, Reese. Did your grandmother believe in God, regardless of Jesus? Did she believe in God? Yes or no, Reese? Tell me.
No, never. I never understood
None of that.
that.
Not even God?
No, nobody knows.
Okay, my bad, E. My bad, Reese. Hey, E. My bad to the both of y'all.
That's news to me.
The point that I'm saying, listen, I think Reese asks questions that other people want to ask. And sometimes what we think is that people just do things and people just troll. And I get that y'all saying we can't get through to Reese. But guess what? We got other people watching this show. And I truthfully and honestly believe that if I can just touch one person's heart and help them from going to hell, it's definitely something that's impactful in my life. So I might not get Reese. I get Reese might be a person who's too far gone and he's not that. But I think it's other people in the chat that might have heard exactly those questions in their heart. And we was able to answer them today. So
That's
appreciate
what
you.
church is for. That's what church is for. If they want to hear
How
that,
do you
like
get
this shit
to
is
Jesus?
boring.
God help him, and he's too far gone. All that old big mama fake stuff, but that's over for that, dog. That fake cold thing you just tried, it's nonsense. And as far as you reaching people, dog, think about what you're doing when you're reaching people. You just said if you reach somebody and you're deceiving another human being, and you know you're doing it. You're an
But
adult.
AR,
You
the
just made
answer.
that up too.
How long the answer?
I don't
Listen,
care.
most of these people are
Ronald,
not in
I know
church.
earlier you
AR,
said you wanted to
AR,
answer
hold on,
my
no,
question.
AR.
I don't care. No, I don't want to. I don't want to.
Hey, can I cut in real quick? I'm about to leave. I want to
Yeah,
answer
Ronald,
AR's question
thank you, Ronald,
about Cain.
because nobody else wanted it. Nobody answered.
All right, okay. All right. Like I said about the book of Genesis, right? Remember, Adam lived to be about 900 something years old. So we have no idea how old he was before he made Cain and Abel. The Bible tells us he made Cain and Abel, but they also had other children also. But if you know the Bible, a lot of times they just focus on the men or the male children, right? So he had others. So other than Cain and Abel, he also had other children also, but they didn't tell us about that until more into the Bible, right?
Yeah, but
we also go ahead.
Like they're talking about Cain getting married to, someone I don't know what her name is, but they say he gets married to her or whatever, and then they have children, and like they go and settle, or there's people in this other Zod or Nod or wherever it is, but there's nothing in the Bible that says that Nod was ever settled. It doesn't say who settled it. Like there is no timeline, and I guess that's my issue. Is like there is no timeline, so you have to make up one in your head.
Yes, exactly. Because there's no timeline, there's a chance that when all this stuff happened, when Cain killed Abel, there's a chance that probably happened 3 years after the Adam and Eve was first created, right? So there were many people on the earth at that time, but they all.
But how do we know that?
You study it,
right?
Thank you. Where in the Bible does it say there was a bunch of people on earth at the time that Cain and Abel?
That's outside of the Bible.
If he was scared that if anybody see him will kill him, that means there were other people on earth. And the reason why we know those other people came from Adam and Eve is because when I can look for it in the Bible real quick. when
Well, the,
Adam named
All right, so
Eve.
get it.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
While you look for it, The Real Prism, Hugs and Kiss, Faraz, please look up the terms Jehana, Sheol, Hades, Tartarus, Outer Darkness, Lake of Fire. I am tired of the lies.
All right, I got it. Okay.
$4.99. Believing a God is not enough without Jesus Christ, and understanding the Trinity will help with that.
Okay, in Genesis chapter 3, verse 20, right? It says, and Adam called his wife's name Eve because she was the mother of all living, meaning that everybody that was on earth came from Eve. Okay, she was the mother
everybody
of all
that was
living.
going to be on Earth, not everybody that is currently on Earth.
But it's when you read it though, it also is like when Cain was scared for other people, like people's gonna clip like unalive.
Yeah, well, I think that it's more.
So it's written like I don't know if other people's alive at the time. You know what I mean?
Yes, other people. Yes, other people's alive because Cain had a wife. Cain took his wife and went to another place.
Which is essentially so he took a sister and went to another place.
Yes, yes.
But the point is, so in my eyes, I feel like that's more. It's more about it being a local origin story than it is about a worldwide origin story. Or like I think that is a local. I mean, I think that it bears.
Everybody came from Eve. That's why the Bible said she was the mother of all living.
It's a local origin
everybody
story,
came from
meaning
Eve.
that the people in there, that was their religion, and this is what they came up with of how the world started.
No,
just like if
there
you
was
go to
no religion. There was no religion big enough time.
What?
There was no religion. Adam and Eve didn't have a religion. All they did was just listen
I didn't say
to God.
Adam and Eve had a religion. I'm saying that the people at that this is their origin story. This is how they say the world started. Not Adam and Eve said. I'm saying that the people there said this is how the world started, and this is the world or whatever. Just like everywhere else, if you go, there's other religions because that is their origin story. This is how they recognize the things happening in the world and where they come from. If you go to the Scandinavian countries, that's you have not Greek but what's the other one, like Norse mythology. You go to Native America, you have Native Americans, they believe one thing. So everybody has like this origin story. And I think that when you look at it, that is what I think it is more so than anything. I don't think that people of Nod are the children of Adam and Eve that were never mentioned in the Bible at all. I think that those are other people that were living at that time that they went and mingled with.
No, but
and I was just wondering if go ahead.
Yeah, but like I said, so you think that when God created Adam and Eve, he also created other people also and put them different places. That's what you believe.
I don't believe God created Adam and Eve. I think that's an origin story.
Okay, no, but if we just following what the Bible's saying, right? You believe that there's a chance that God not only created Adam and Eve, he created other people, other couples, and put them in other places.
That's my belief.
I don't believe that God created them, so I can't say that. Well, going by the Bible, yeah, that would have had to happen. But I don't believe that is the case. I don't believe that the Bible is the true religion and all the other 3,000 ones are wrong. And yeah, so when I see that, and then people talk about you reading into the scripture something that's not there. Well, those things I just brought up are not there, and you're reading it into it.
But like I said, like I just read to you, Eve was the mother of all living, meaning that everybody who came on this earth, we all came from Eve, right? So so when Cain went with his wife was either his sister or a niece. I know it sounds kind of in 2026, it sounds kind of terrible to be marrying your sister or marrying your niece, but most likely that's who he married. Okay, because it was only just like Noah, right? Noah had 3 sons. His grandchildren eventually they married either the sister or their cousins, right? It sounds terrible to us today, but it was only 8 people on earth, so they had no choice but to marry their sister or their cousin.
Well, why was there only 8 people on earth? You just said they had.
I'm talking about Noah. I'm talking about the story of Noah.
Okay.
Right. So in the story of Adam and Eve, there was 2 people. Then eventually, according to the Bible, they had a lot of children. But the children the only 3 children we know about is we call them Cain, Abel, and Seth.
Because they're mentioned in the Bible.
Yes, but the Bible also tells us they also had other boys and girls.
I don't remember it saying that prior to Cain and Abel.
Yeah, they said it after.
Yeah, so based off of what the Bible says, we should assume that Cain and Abel were their first kids.
Yes, we could assume that.
Okay. And so again, where did the people in Nod come from?
They came from, they are also offsprings of Adam and Eve.
But how can they okay.
Because like I said, Adam lived to be 900 something years old, right?
Yeah.
So this picture,
I see what you're saying. I don't think it really, I don't think it makes any logical sense.
This picture, I don't know if you're married.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I just don't think it makes any logical sense.
So let's say if a man and a woman could live to be 970 years old, let's think about how many kids they could have in 900 years. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why that's why the world was populated already. Right. So when Eve,
you're pulling this out of your ass. There's no within the Bible that says the world was. You are. There's nothing in the Bible that says the world was populated at this time.
Okay. So where did Cain's wife come from?
That is my point. Is that it's a local origin story. The people of Nod existed outside of the whatever the people were called back then that believe.
I already told you. The Bible explains it. If Eve
was
the mother,
what you're missing,
Ronald, they came from Eve.
What you're missing is what AR's point is that it's open to interpretation, right? Because it's ambiguous. You know what I'm saying? That's why you're trying to mansplain it now. But what he's asking you for is show me in the Bible where it says what you're saying.
I did. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 20, they said that Abraham called his wife's name Eve because she was the mother of all living. So
Okay,
everybody
so
came from Eve.
ask him about the question or not.
I just think that I don't even know if there's a point. I think that we're just going back and forth. You keep on saying that, and I understand that. This is a local origin story in my eyes, which means that is what they believe. They believe that Eve, or this is what they came up with to explain the world. The people of Nod exist outside of this locality. They had their own origin story, whatever that may be, whether it be a different God or whether it be whatever the case may be. And that is my point.
Yes, like I said before, during the 900 years, Adam and Eve
say during the
had
900 years. All right.
Like I said.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
No mic.
The lie detector. $1. Not let me do it like this. Steven. Where you at, Diva?
The lie detector. One with the 10 ball. There's no good timeline when you read from a 66 chapter Protestant Bible, missing 25 books along with other texts. The Ethiopian Bible, with all 81 books, was there 1,000 plus years before.
But those books will contradict themselves. According to those books,
Yeah, the Bible contradicts itself.
no, according to these
About
books,
the missing books. He's talking about the missing books, right?
yeah, there's a reason
Yeah,
why.
but the
There's a
books
reason
within
why
the Bible
those books are not
contradict
in
themselves.
the
Mary, Esther,
Hold on.
Ruth.
The New Testament contradicts itself. They can't get how Judas died correct. One book says that he offed himself. Another one doesn't say that. So one says that Jesus said something when he was on the cross, if I'm not mistaken. Another one doesn't say that. So they contradict themselves as well.
Yeah, but anyway, I gotta run. I hope I answered your question, even though we might disagree about it.
I mean, I wanted to get people's personal opinions on it. So yeah, you answered it. I just don't think that it doesn't make sense to me logically. So
yeah.
But
before you go, what he was saying is that the lie detector one said, "Hey, missing info to Genesis, etc., are in the Ethiopian."
Yeah, he's probably talking about the books of oh my gosh,
Bible, the Ethiopian Bible.
No, there's different.
Maccabees, Esther, Ruth, Mary.
No, hey, that's the Apocrypha there.
Right?
Those are the books that are in the book of
Apocrypha?
Malta. Yeah, those are in the Catholic Bible. Yeah, the Apocrypha. The 13 missing books from the King James Bible.
Yeah,
that's in the Apocrypha. But there's the Ethiopian Bible that actually has even more than that. It has another 62.
Yeah, there's two different books. There's two different books that are similar to we call it Jubilee. In the book of Jubilee, it speaks about, it's pretty much the Genesis. It's actually a good story if you was to read it. It tries to explain some things in Genesis, But there's another book also, but it's not really as accurate as Jubilee. Jubilee is pretty good. It kind of explains a lot of things. So yeah, but I gotta run, man. It's nice talking to y'all again.
You don't run nowhere. We can see your cheeks. We see your cheeks. Big
I am
ass.
49 years old, and I found out today I'm a demon. What am I gonna do with myself?
That's right. What's your real name, demon? Say your real name. God damn it!
I had a woman who knows about the Bible call me a demon today. Wow, this is crazy. Anyway, I'll talk to y'all, man. Take care.
Believe in Jesus.
I know.
That's right. She had to call you by your real name. God damn it.
Hey, Art, I understand what you're saying about the contradictions, because I think that's one of the biggest issues with the way that the Bible is written. It kind of goes along the lines when I said the Bible is written by people, and people are trying to explain something in their own manner. So yeah, I actually agree with your origin story of that line of people. I fully agree with that sentence because it's the direct line of Jesus. So, but if you put all that outside of that, and now we're speaking logically, when God made Adam and Eve,
I'm sorry. Can you say that again about the Jesus thing? You said it's a full line of
Bible,
Jesus.
Yeah, the Bible is the direct line of Jesus. It actually explains Jesus' line from Adam and Eve down.
Mary, who was Mary related to?
Hold up. So if I'm gonna give you a direct line, I'm gonna pull up the direct line.
No, it's cool. I was just I didn't know about yeah.
Why you gather your thoughts?
Okay, gotcha.
Why you gather your thoughts? The lie detector 1 with the 5 but it be the same people that don't believe in the Bible, but go to a root worker who uses the book of Psalms as a book of spells. Sheesh. Uh-oh, he done did it. Now you're in trouble. Welcome to the show. Back to the show. Okay. Just checking. Your microphone working, Diva? All right.
Salute to the soup badge vest. Salute to the
her
soup badge
microphone
vest.
is acting up. That's the Psalm spells that got her ass all quiet. Go ahead. Oh, Shadow is damn. Them spells are working. Goddamn.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
So it's showing that Jesus, starting with Jesus being a direct heir to, I actually had to pull up the entire timeline, genealogy of Jesus. So it starts with Adam, all of his 23 sons and 33 sons and 23 daughters.
And
there's Noah.
So that confuses me because it's like 23, but then we just had Ronald coming on talking about, they populated the entire earth. We don't know how many he might have had because they're not all listed in the Bible.
Right. I believe the King James Bible is the lineage of Jesus Christ, of Jesus, son of Mary and Joseph. So
but you believe, right? And so your belief isn't, you know what I mean? Isn't that?
Well,
that's
what I was asking. I was trying to get like a more personal belief.
Oh, well, I did want to address the root worker comment. So not all root workers use the Bible. Like Psalms is a spell book, is used as a spell book by some root workers, but everybody don't use the Bible. So that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
Okay, that's some good information. I didn't know it was a spell. Spells, and boils and bubbles. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Diva.
Oh, okay, we're reading this. Okay, the lie detector won $5. Ethiopian 81 books, Catholic 73 books, Protestant 66 books. They removed books from the Ethiopian book, so it should be more than 81, is what he's saying.
He's telling the truth. I mean, that's factual information.
I do have a question though. I saw something. I don't know what award show it was, but Kirk Franklin performed recently.
And he was grabbing his crotch?
Huh?
And he was grabbing his crotch?
No, it was actually what he said. So he was singing whatever song or whatever, or talking through the song or whatever. But he said, and I was surprised because it wasn't a lot of hoopla or anything from, the Christian community. He said, the lion and the lamb will bow down to the goat.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Who said that?
Stomp?
Yeah, Kirk Franklin. He
To
said
bow
that.
down to the goat.
To the goat.
That
Right.
man
Wild.
He was trying
is
to
a
say
shaitanist, bro. That man is a
when
shaitan.
and when people confronted him about it, he was trying to make it seem like he wasn't being that he wasn't talking about his faith. He was talking about the entertainment industry.
Yeah, all right.
Who's the goat in the entertainment
Him.
industry versus
damn
who
goat.
would be the lion or the lamb, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we know he was definitely, talking some satanic stuff.
That's satanic, man. That's a pagan stuff.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
That's a pagan.
Was he canceled by the Black Christian community, or are we still gonna have to sit through stomp every?
And I get a revolution. Woo,
Make me clap my hands.
woo, woo. Yeah, they gonna still
I
do
do
that.
like that song "Smile" too. "Smile" is.
They gonna do that.
I don't know that.
But then you also got, that's the thing. It's like, I just don't believe in the group tank, whatever. Because you got the pastor, right, who's abusing the kids of his wife. You hear about that?
It come to find out that was his cousin. That's not even his wife.
No, don't say that.
Oh, those two boys. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's his cousin.
Yeah,
the woman that everybody thought was the wife, that's his cousin.
Damn, that's crazy.
I wanted to review it, but it's super sensitive for YouTube, so I don't know. But,
one of the questions I have though is, so in the Bible it talks about the Holy Spirit giving gifts of the Spirit, right? One of which is discernment, and it just like Christians, particularly Black Christians, have little to no discernment. Y'all always getting gooped and got.
Goddamn.
David, I think that's because we're also taught to love unconditionally. And with unconditional love, it brings a measure of trust. And that trust, when you trust someone who is deceiving you, you get deceived. Shit. I mean, I know that sounds like a remedial ass response, but if I'm supposed to trust you,
really
I'm supposed to trust you fully.
Right, but that's the thing. It's not really plausible, right? Because Christians don't be having all this love that they giving to folks, right? That's why there's a saying, ain't no hate like Christian love.
Damn.
That's crazy.
But then we start talking about real and fake Christians. So because people
we
who
gonna
actually
have to start talking about all of them, right? It was just a few months ago that it was a woman who was doing an experiment and calling different churches with a baby crying in the background, saying that she needed formula, and to a person, to a church. The vast majority of those Christian churches told her, no, we cannot help you. It was a couple Black churches that told her that they could help her. But when she called the mosque, the Muslim mosque, they all helped her. When she called the Jewish temple, they were willing to help her. And so y'all can't go around saying that y'all are the religion that believe in all this love when y'all don't show love to people, right? It was another pastor, it was another church, and now this was maybe 5 to 7 years ago. A homeless man came in there and they shooed him away from there. And the pastor had to tell them, hey, that could have been Jesus coming up in here. So please, miss us with the we talk the love, because y'all don't be loving.
And they might not have no chairs in those goddamn mosques, but if you hungry, they'll feed you. This is for
here's the
anybody.
thing. We are still taught to love.
Stand up.
I understand what you're
That's
saying.
fine,
Oh,
but
y'all
all I'm
taught to,
saying
but you
is y'all
don't.
don't put it into action, and so that's not a plausible explanation for why y'all keep getting gooped and got.
Plausible deniability. Poor situational awareness, not actually believing that you're supposed to love. Here's the thing, even if I can love you unconditionally, if you don't have the same feelings, or if you don't have that same type of love, even if I do look out for you, if I'm needed, you won't look out for me. And that garners selfishness. And I believe that selfishness is almost generational at this point. I think you can't love and be selfish at the same time. Like they're contradictory responses. So while we are taught to love, we are supposed to help anyone who needs help. And we're supposed to use the discernment to determine the people who are looking for that help in ill-gotten gain, or they're looking for that help without actually needing it. I don't know what the word is right now. I'm tired. But we're still supposed to be able to reach out a hand out to anybody who needs that help. But if what happens when we don't put our hand out to somebody who does need us? That shows that we're not showing that love that we're taught to give. So even if they're not doing it, they should be. And I know should isn't a good answer, but I mean, we all should be better people. We're just not.
I don't know what that is. I don't know. Because it's a good thing. It's a valid stuff. We see representations on a big scale. Not to say every Christian or every this or every that is bad. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't believe in nothing. They ain't bad people. You know what I'm saying? But when we see it on a scale, though, I can see that, what Dee was saying, though.
The other thing is, it does seem like white people practicing a very different version of Christianity than Black people. There was a woman, and maybe I can find it because we reviewed it on the other show that I be on. But she was a former Christian nationalist, and she was just talking about, their beliefs and how they basically come to be the racist SOBs that they are. But one of the things she talked about was how they believe that money is God's love language. Right. Whereas Black churches will tell you, oh, you ain't supposed to focus on that. Well, now that's, with the prosperity gospel, they, focusing more on that or whatever. But yeah, they think like money. And so they were saying like getting money was one of the ways of like the highest ways you could serve God. And so that's what they be focused on a lot. Yeah, it's just crazy. But I've often wondered like why they are able to use that for their own empowerment, and Black people, even the people, because people love to proselytize. But when I start asking questions about, okay, well, what this got to do with what our situation is as Black people in this country, nobody ever has an acceptable answer. Most of them act like they never even thought about the question. The same way when you ask Black women, hey, where are the women in the Bible who were able to improve their own situation using their spiritual gifts? They never even thought about it. And so what are you thinking about, if not how this is going to directly improve your actual life?
So let me address the white nationalist Christianity first, because I believe that's as much of a hypocrisy as the overly hoop to holler type Christianity. Like, I don't believe those are where the message of Jesus or God comes from. I believe that's people using capitalism in the form of a Bible. Just like I believe that a lot of, because keep in mind, I was raised in both types of churches, in the Black church and in the white Christian church. And they're very similar, actually. Like in actual Christian Baptist church, that whether it's a white church, Black church, Hispanic church, they all have the same message, and the pastors generally sound the same, except for various languages, obviously. Even if you look from the Catholic church to the Baptist church, there's not a stark difference in what the message is, despite the fact that the actual process during the church is different. The kneeling, the showmanship of it, it's just very different. But the overall message always still lands the same. Hey, be good for goodness sake, period. Love because that's what you are called to do. I believe that people take the Bible and they use it for whatever explanation they want, or whatever goal that they have, whether it's capitalism, whether it's discrimination, whether it's abuse. You can take anything and make a weapon out of it. A book is no exception. But if you truly believe in what you're reading, I think control comes from not believing in what you're reading, but getting others to believe in how you believe what you're reading. And I think that's where all the delineations and subsections and the other Christianities and every other 5,000 religions on the planet, all of them come from believing the same God, whether it's the Son, soul, whether it's Jesus, whoever. It's all the same message. Hey, be good, and here's how you should do that. These things good, these things bad. Do these, avoid these.
Shadow, you just be talking. You ain't even addressed nothing I asked in that question. But go ahead. Just got up there doing a 10-minute tangent on something I didn't even talk about. But okay, you got it.
I think it was women in the Bible too, as well. Though I don't know if people believe in it or not.
I didn't
But
say it
it's
wasn't
women.
women.
I think that it was women that may have changed their situations. You know,
So tell me who it is. They got names in the Bible, so we don't have
Hagar, Hannah.
Okay, so how did Hagar use? What was Hagar's spiritual gift, and how did she use it to
Come
improve?
on, don't let me get in my Googling.
Oh,
Hold up, I'm gonna get to the exacts. Hold up, I gotta get exact with you. Hold up. My brain is cracked the egg, homie. My brain is cracked the egg. Hold up. Let me see. Hagar, right?
It's just a book of its time. That's why it's very sexist. That's why
it's a genealogy
very
book.
Local. It's just a book of its time. It's not a universal morality in it. There was plenty of defense of slavery in it and utilized to defend slavery in the U.S. And now we look at it as like terrible. Catholicism said that, or the Vatican said that condoms were bad, or AIDS is bad, but not as bad as condoms. So they actually were fighting against the use of condoms in Africa, while a bunch of millions of people were getting AIDS because they said condoms were worse than AIDS. They said that there was no heaven at some point, or I can't remember exactly how it went, but there was like millions of people that had their children pass away, and they had no idea that they would go to heaven. They felt like they were in limbo, or that was Catholics' point. And then they decided to change that. They said, actually, we were wrong for the past 1,000 or so years. They do go to heaven. So, I mean, it's not it's just like, there's no reason to be basing, in my opinion, there's no reason to base your life around the majority of what's in the Bible. I think there's good things that we find to be good in today's day and age. But if this was 300 years ago, people would be looking at it different, saying, oh, it's good because the Bible says it's good. And we don't look at it like that now.
No, people look at it like it's good because the Bible says it's good.
No, I'm saying those things that they would have looked at 300 years ago and defended. The majority of society doesn't defend those things now, i.e. slavery. Like slavery is not defended, but it was defended 300 years ago and using the Bible to do so. Now you talk to people and people won't use the Bible to defend slavery, generally speaking.
They'll still use it to defend women yielding to the authority of men.
1,000% will. I'm 100% with you. I don't think that people should be using it as a basis to guide their life on for the most part.
So what do you suggest though? What do you think people should do, AR? What do you think people should, what if there's a book, a manuscript that people should look to, or do you think people need to just not have a book? What do you think? How do you feel?
I think that there's a lot of different philosophies and people can kind of like pick and choose based off the society they live in. And based off of how they interact with people and how people interact with them, like treat people how you want to be treated. That's really all it is to it. That's generally it. Just treat people how you want to be treated, or treat people how they want to be treated is even better, generally speaking. And find someone that agrees with you on things and be happy. Like, that's really it. You ain't got to do this whole, oh, well, a woman shouldn't be able to speak in front of a man because the Bible says so, or the woman has this place in life and she can't do anything else because the Bible says so. Like, what is this, 1560?
But people don't. They say Hagar, right? I just read these. These are some women that I guess they listed.
Hold on for a second. Okay, Bolo, you put in their gifts, but you got to put how they use those gifts to improve their own situation, not the situation of the people around them. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's see. So let's take Deborah, right? Deborah, a prophet and a judge of Israel. She led a nation spiritually and politically Men, including General Barak, came to her for guidance from God. Her authority came from her prophetic calling, her spiritual leadership, not marriage. So that came from that.
Okay, but you're not answering the question that I asked, right? So
it sounded like her shit was lit. Her situation ain't changed. It sounded like she was.
That's not what I'm asking, right? You said men came to her for guidance.
Okay.
She, started a nation for. Okay, but that's for other people.
Judge.
I said, how did she use
basically
it?
A judge?
Right, but how did she use it to elevate herself, not the people around her, not to give guidance to some man? How did she use it to improve her very own situation?
Diva, she was the lodestar of a nation. How is that not
her own situation?
She was the lodestar of the nation.
Diva's asking
People
you how
went to her.
Diva's
I don't understand.
you to give an example of a situation
If
where
you become
woman,
a judge, you getting lit. You doing something, right?
Okay, she's not asking you for an example of a woman being the point. A woman being basically only there because of other men. Like they mentioned her because men went to her. So she's like men are still a focal point. I think she's asking, just talk about a woman and it has nothing to do with a man or anybody else for that matter. Just a woman enjoying life.
But how? Okay, hold on. Let me be more specific. How do these people life change?
How do they improve their own lives? Right. So yes, she was able to give guidance and the nation prospered and all that other stuff. But why couldn't Deborah ascend to be the top military mind in right?
It seems like she was, though. It seemed like she was one of them.
That's not how she's regarded, right? Deborah, the story of Deborah is not about her becoming the greatest military mind in the land. It's about how she was able to use her spiritual gifts to enrich the men around her. That's why she is lionized in the Bible.
You mispronounced God. Sorry.
So do you believe, Queen, that we should be able to utilize our faith for personal advancement or for community? Right. And in my opinion, it's just my opinion, but it's not the intention, right? Faith is intended for soul salvation. So it's intended for intangible benefits, and then benefits that will surpass your limited body here on earth.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Somehow Black people have been convinced to defer it's like deferred payment, right? Okay, you ain't got to pay me now. I'll take it later on. Only you really don't know what you're getting. Everybody else want theirs in the here and now, but Black people okay with having, theirs put on layaway until they get to the great beyond.
But there's no scriptures, right, that backs that up. Right, you're not gonna find any spiritual books that is saying for the intended purposes of personal advancement here on earth, right? That's not what it's supposed to be utilized for, right? So
then it's kind of worthless. I mean, useless, right? It lacks utility, right? Because we're here, we're having a human experience on this earth, and if I cannot use this, which I'm supposed to dedicate my entire life to address the issues that I'm having while I'm having this human experience on earth, then in terms of utility, there isn't much.
There is utility in a form of intangible benefits, right? So I heard an interview, for example, by Will Smith, right? Will Smith said, hey, I gained all the money I can gain. I went on all the vacations and went all across the world. I explored every cave, every ocean, right? He's on National Geographic doing all this stuff. And he's saying that even though he reached all of those peaks, something was still missing. He still didn't have peace. He still didn't have joy, right? So you can gain all those tangible things you're talking about, but then the gifts of the Spirit will still be missing. Right. So I think the intangible benefits outweigh whatever tangible benefits you can get elsewhere. That's just my opinion, though.
Right. Right. Well, so the thing is, if we were able to, or if we were not able to look around us and see a relationship between poverty and religiosity for Black people, I might be able to go along with that, right? But what we see is Black people are consistently report being the most religious people, the most Christian, the most God-fearing, yada, 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 but always in the worst position, right? Or always in a sub an undesirable position than other people who are less God believing than they are. And when you can see that relationship consistently, for me, that tells me, hey, something going on here.
Well, the scriptures also depict that as well, right? There's some people who are going to get everything they can get right here on earth, and that's how they're going to live their life, and that's how they're going to function. But something's still going to always be missing, right? And I think that's the thing that no one wants to really tackle, is when you gain everything the world has to offer for you, right? Something's still going to be missing. How do you find that thing that's missing, right? And that's going to be the question that ultimately everybody asks themselves when they're in their moments of trials and tribulation, whether it's in the hospital bed, whether it's in a jail cell, whether it's some other catastrophe that you're dealing with, right? In those moments, what do you have to hang your hat on that your money can't fix, that your mansion can't protect you from? So to me, faith is more encompassing of giving you things that's going to help you survive in those situations.
Okay. So, all right. So you said that they may, accumulate a lot of money, but something is still missing, right? But for these Black Christians, something's still missing, right? uh, because a lot of times they're like poverty problems go along with poverty, right? And so those Black Christians who may have all those gifts of the Spirit, the joy, whatever, are still more likely to have worse outcomes if they end up in that hospital bed than the people who accumulated all this stuff and may not have some joy. They probably gonna still live longer, right? And so so it just, I don't know, it just seems like somebody ran some type of game on Black people. It made them think like, oh yeah, this is the thing to do when you really get in the short end of the stick, right? Because if we look at Maslow's hierarchy, you're going to focus on the tangible stuff way before you focus on the intangible stuff. You ain't studying the intangible stuff until you got the tangible stuff, right? We going to try to get some food or some shelter or whatever before we start thinking about this joy that I have, the world ain't give it to me.
And from my experience, through the focus on the intangible stuff, the intangible things come along, right? So for me, it's the opposite effect. So yes, I agree that it could also work the way that you described it, but for me, it's the opposite effect. Focusing on those intangible things actually produce a lot of tangible things.
Shadow view. Right. Well, so, and this is the thing, and so I'm having a group level conversation, but see, when we start getting to these group level realizations that we can't turn away from, then we start trying to personalize it. And right? And that may all be well and true, but it's a whole lot of Black Christians out here. And so if you done figured out how to use it to get the tangible stuff, then you need to be telling them too, because they don't for the most part.
But Diva,
yeah, because it's a lot of what you said, right? There's a lot of people who are wolves in sheep's clothing and who are utilizing whatever knowledge, wisdom, and understanding they have from the scripture to manipulate and control people, right? But in reality, Queen, faith is an individual walk, right? We're two things is for sure. We are born by ourselves and we gonna die by ourselves, right? So faith, you know, those intangible things, that's an individualized you know, thing to acquire, right? Nobody in this world can help you find peace. Nobody in this world can help you find joy, right? If you don't love yourself, then it doesn't matter how many people love you, because you're still going to have a lack of love, right? So that's why I believe that it's more important for us to focus on acquiring those intangible things, right? And those intangible things will lead to tangible things. You can go out and you can acquire everything you want to acquire, but guess what? If you don't have peace, then you're still in a world of hurt. If you don't have joy, then nothing you ever acquire is gonna fulfill that void, right? So it's hard to, you know, transcribe it to a community-based thinking, because faith is not a community thing, it's an individual thing.
Right. But when I can see a consistent relationship at the community level, then that's all the more reason that I know, hey, something going on, because it is an individual thing. And so the results should vary, and we should not have as consistent of a result with this thing as we do. That's certainly letting us know that, hey, there's something going on, because if it was just random and an individual thing, then we wouldn't be able to have a consistent pattern.
Yeah, most
and
followers.
we are at the 6 hour mark. I got people sending me videos. They want me to review some more things. I got like 3 videos queued up.
Oh, okay.
But we hitting the 6 hour mark. So got any final words?
Oh, well, I thought you was finna review something. No.
Yeah, that's gonna be another 3 hours.
Oh, okay. You finna start another stream.
Oh,
okay. You finna go and okay. I get what you're saying now. All right, I'm confused. Bye,
Yeah,
y'all.
my final words is this: faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So if you don't do anything else,
less than 10 seconds.
Go get you some faith. Peace and love to everybody.
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me